Yes, hello. Nashukuru na nawakaribisha siku ya leo. It's my hope and my glad that you are doing well. Nataka kuwakaribisha kwa show ya leo with an aim of kuangalia ile mambo ilitendeka juzi. So karibuni kwa show yetu ya leo. It will be a quick one, lakini kama watu wataweza kuingia haraka, tutaweza kufanya hii mambo. Sai tunabadilisha vile tumekuwa tukifanya vitu zetu hapa juu tumeona lazima tuanzie kukua more serious. Yeah, especially now that tumeanzia kuona vitu vile zinatendeka katika taifa yetu, hatuwezi anzia to be complacent again. Tumekuwa tukiassume sana vitu hii vita tunaweza pigana in conventional ways, lakini hii vita tuko nayo katika taifa letu hatuwezi pigana in conventional ways. Hii ni vita ambayo sasa itabidi tuweke maarifa yote sasa hapa, na lazima tuanzie kukua serious vibaya sana. So it is no longer business as usual. So karibuni as we discuss those very laborious tasks which we need to do now to make sure that tumeweza kufanya vitu in the right and the focused manner. Yeah. Hii vita si ati we cannot win it. Unajua kuna difference ya war na battle. And what matters is winning the war. Sometimes you can win the battle but you don't win the war. So sahi Ruto ameshinda the battle, but eventually we have to make sure that he doesn't win the war. It is a long approach which we need to use here. Kuna vitu mbaya zimekuwa zikitendeka and we have to be focused on what we look on these issues. Imekuwa ni jambo wazi sasa ya kwamba Ruto ametuibia kura, na ni kama kumekuja kukakuwa na mnyamazo, atuelewi. Ni sawa, maybe inaweza kuwa timu yetu ni strategy wanapiga, lakini based on what I think nimeona ni kama wamejaribu kuweka vitu zao under the table. Juu hata nimeona leo kwa mazishi Muturi alikuwa anataka kuguzia hiyo maneno, lakini hakuguzia vizuri. But kulingana na vile nimefuatilia nimeona I think either Mbeere na Malava there could be a court battle. Whether we are going to win or not, that is another story, but inaonekana hiyo kitu tunaenda kwa koti, sababu it is obvious that Ruto alituibia ili aende kuweka hiyo statement. Ameenda kuweka huko Nakuru 48 laws of power, plan, strategize, crash. So Ruto ameamua lazima amalizie Mlima Kenya na uongozi wake kabisa. And I don't know why watu wa Mlima, and that is why na hii ni story tumekuwa tukisema hapa. Sasa watu wa Mlima lazima sasa tuanzie sasa kujua ya kwamba tukishindwa na kupanga mambo na Ruto atushinde, there is no way, hakuna pahali ingine. Ruto doesn't need to go anywhere else. This battle will be won in Mount Kenya. So we need to know that. Or this war will be won in Mount Kenya. So if we allow Ruto to destabilize us from Mount Kenya, let's forget about other things. We cannot recover. So that is how important, and that's the reason why they are spending all the penny to make sure that Mount Kenya is unstable. Na ningetaka Mlima Kenya uanzie kukuwa na viongozi strategic na viongozi wanafikiria sana. Because tukianzia kufanya vitu na kufanya kazi vile tunafanya, we will take the whole country into turmoil. Ama tutapeleka nchi yetu pahali pagumu na pahali pabaya sana. So tukijua the responsibility Mount Kenya has been given in this particular dispensation, hatuwezi kuwa tunacheza hivi tunacheza. We have just a huge task as people from Mount Kenya. And that's the reason why nataka hata tukikuja kwa hii show we have to start becoming more tactical and strategic, na kujaribu kuona sasa vile tutaanzia kupeleka information mashinani na kujaribu kuongelesha watu wetu na hii story ya kuentertain, because sasa ile vitu nimekuwa nikisikia kwa mashinani, they are now overpraising mtu kama Itumbi. and how strategic he is, ati na vile anajua kupanga kura, sababu kile Itumbi anasoma ndicho IEBC inasoma. And then people suddenly, watu suddenly wanakuja wanaanzia kuona ni kama ni jamaa anajua kupanga kandi sana, ilhali si ati ni jamaa so strategic. He is doing the obvious things, but tusipoelewa zile vitu zinatendeka, we will have a long night. We will do all these strategies we are doing, na ni kuangamia, tutaangamia. And you can imagine there's no way of overworking only to hand over leadership to Ruto in a silver platter. Na kama hatuna strategy ambayo itafanya kazi, itabidi tuache basi, and we give up. I agree with what Stone PK said yesterday. If we are not going to become tactical and strategic, then let's not waste people's time. So our next move in politics has to be strategic and organic. We have to know how we will continue bringing people on board, how we will continue decampaigning Ruto. It looks now there are still some pellets of UDA and Ruto people in Mount Kenya. Sasa, that is a litmus test which we have to still understand. And those pellets, plus their huge money and the system which they have, police na vitu zingine kama vile mliona wamefanya mbele. And these are some of the things, but unaweza kuta hata sasa hata wale watu walikuwa nataka kukua pande yetu wakitutoroka. Ikifika level timu yetu, watu waanzie kuona ni kama timu yetu haina hope, timu yetu iweze shinda uchaguzi. Mtaanzia kuona sasa hata kuna watu wameamua kurudi kwa Ruto tena, and that is what he wanted. That's why hata toka jana I have seen so many people now, they are very bold, wameanzia kuitisha viti and they are parading UDA colors. They are parading, yeah, they are parading UDA colors. So it is something which is happening. So, and it's something now which we have to speak honestly now. Wameanzia hata kupata courage. We had already said that yellow fever imeisha Mlima Kenya, but sasa yellow fever sasa wamepata confidence na wameanzia hata kuparade their candidates. They have started out even parading their candidates. So wacha nione hii message nani Njiro, mbona tusinifanye nini? Let me see. I don't know, there is something which is springing in my computer here, and I'm unable to see messages. I don't know what it is, but itabidi niangalie kwa simu. Kuna kitu inajitokeza hapa kwa my computer, so let me check in the phone. I will have to check messages in the phone. So no, I don't believe that you don't know hope without sorry. Wacha niweke sorry, wacha niweke na wale wanataka kukuja show mmekaribishwa. So I just want to put this one for comments. Nataka tu kuangalilia comments kwa simu yangu. So shift of strategy, ref chat. Atinjiro, no hope without ODM in opposition, wasting of time defeating Ruto. Agnes, ODM haitabaki kwa broad based. You mean tuingie blood based? Jiro, mbona tusiunde channel? Let me see what you're saying. Channel moja na akina Bernard na Mokua Media. Okay, that is Iolele. I don't know, but maybe already unajua saa zingine I don't know, like at times already nani kitu nakwambia, some of our people are not resilient as some of us, so we don't want to be in a channel and then suddenly tuanzie kujikuta tunanunuliwa. So we want channels which are a bit strong and a bit independent. So we don't want to be in channels because we have suffered this way, and I have done a very serious commitment ya kwamba our channel will never support the government despite what, and we will never be sympathetic of the government. So for me to join another channel, I will need more commitment than just participating in a show. Yeah, so already I will need more commitment. So I don't want to join with people who want to go and auction us to Ruto. So I'm not that kind. So for now, it's not that I don't want to collaborate with the people, but I need people with commitment. So I don't know Mukua. Bernard, I know him. I don't know if he is resilient to any manipulation. I'm not sure. So unless I'm double sure that somebody is committed to manipulation, I will not agree on that. So I want resolute people. I want people who, despite what, hata ukiletewa pesa, you will not change your argument. And I will say this because we were in Motembei, na hii ni kitu nitasema, we were in Motembei and we saw Motembei immediately after elections ameenda kusifu Ruto. We don't want to do that cycle again. So we don't want to go in that cycle. We have learned our lessons. Motembei betrayed a very long cause. We were with him for over 3 years, and going to entertain Ruto was the lowest moment of our participation in his show. So there's something already I want to tell you. When people are coming here and spending their time and watching the video which you are doing, and then you start to go and entertain things which they do not support, is also betraying their commitment which they had given in your show. So that is the reason why I will only agree to collaborate with the people nikijua ya kwamba those people cannot be bought. Yes. If you cannot be bought, I'm ready to collaborate with you. So I need more commitment than that. So not just mere rhetoric. But kama we ni mtu ambaye ukioneshwa 1,500 ama 1,100,000 ama 20,000, you are shifting your allegiance, I will not collaborate with you. So we will need more commitment than that. So yes, we cannot collaborate. So I'm just responding to already the reason why sometimes we take it slow to collaborate with people, because we don't know how resilient those people are when it comes to motivation by goodies. So I don't know. So it will take time for me to agree with people, especially when it comes to these issues, because I have seen people betraying others. We have been here. We have helped to grow channels, and those channels somehow started agreeing with our enemy. Yeah. So whether we win or lose, we will never agree with our enemies. So, and we will not start giving our enemies power, whether we win or lose. So let us be clear about that. So whether we win or lose, we will never lose our messaging. Our messaging will remain hinged. So, Olele, you can talk with Mukuha. If you want us to collaborate with him, we can talk and we hear. We sense his level of resilience in terms of decision making. So we need serious decision making, because whatever Ruto does, our channel has decided we will never agree with him. So sisi tushafanya uamuzi. So, and some of us, we are usually very strong we are even ready to remain alone. So even whichever the amount of owing some of us, we will never agree with him. Yeah. Some of people who work for Ruto, we know them by names. So some of those people, they have ever been close to us, but we still cannot agree with them. So the senator for Kericho was in university at my time, and I still don't agree with them, because I didn't see leadership while we were in the university, and I don't see their leadership now. So some of us, we are extremely resolute when it comes to decision making. So that is why some people might say that we are radicals. It's not that we are radicals, but it's like some of us, when we make decisions, it's very difficult to change them. So that is why hata Ruto akuja ibe kura zote, we cannot agree with him because we believe he is an evil man. So I have seen some of the people who are even on our side after kuona kile Ruto amefanya, ni kama watu wameanzia kumusifu na wakiona ni kama he is a very serious man. No, we don't operate that way. We have already drawn lines with him. So there's not any amount of intimidation from him or trying to show he is a good person will make us respect him. So hiyo hatutafanya. So Ruto will continue being our enemy. So he is still our enemy number one, and he is our target number one. So, and that is how our messaging will continue. So Bwana Orere, we need more commitment than just collaborating. Yeah. Because we have seen how things can be. Munakuwa mko kwa channel and then a lot of disrespect happens. Collaboration with enemies inafanywa bila nyinyi, bila uamuzi wenyu. The owners of Mutembei at that time, they were supposed to alert us that they will be going to attend Ruto function and they will talk, so that we say our comment. But we saw a lot of disrespect. They did not ask even permission from us. We just saw them in a function with the Ruto. And that is why some of us, we gave up completely with them. You don't go and sell allegiance while you are carrying a group and you are not consulting those people. If Mutembei came, I'm saying this thing open. If Mutembei came into his show na atuambie kesho Ruto ako na mkutano na nitaenda, and I will be going there to praise him, it would have been much better than tunamuona huko. So that's why we fear collaborations, because we are not the same. We are not the same. So we are not the same. So we are not the same. So Kisii succeeded in protecting their votes. What happened to Mbeere and Marava? Lala, if you are not careful, 2027 mutaona giza. Okay, I have a headache because of Mbeere. Okay, we are waiting. Information in the streets is telling us that there could be one of the biggest court battle. Let's see how it works. But we're also waiting for our generals to speak. We will wait because at the end of the day, they have to count stock anyway. So we expect the United Opposition, as they call themselves, they will have to count stock. So lazima wahesabu. So we have to count our stock. So we have to count stock. So when they will be counting stock, watatuambia kile kiko. So maybe Kipril, before I put the link, I want us to advance our discussion. We want now to up our level of discussion, our level of resolution, our level of thinking. We now want to go now just beyond the lamentations and the things which are not making sense. I'm looking forward. We have to up our level of discussion. So if we are not able to do that, I'll be dropping some of us. So we want to have a very strong discussion moving now, because sasa tumeanzia kuona saa zingine we are entertaining a very shallow discussion and things are becoming bad. So we now want to up our level of discussion. We want now to make sure that the amount of thinking which we are applying here is high level, is tactical. So because we have still seen that a lot of focus and a lot of teaching is actually involved. Saa zingine tunafikiria ni kama watu wanatuelewa na hatuelewi. So we will be doing a lot of teaching, a lot of focus, a lot of analysis. So it's not just a matter of Ruto must go rhetoric alone. because we have just realized that that rhetoric has to be added. We need other concussions to put that, because we now need more strategy than that. So what can we make a link? And then so we now need more focused discussion. So high level discussion. So in other words, that is what I'm trying to call for. I don't know why, like my computer is like it needs a restart, but if I start restarting it, I will lose what is happening here. Anyway, wacha ni post link na simu. So today, this shows I will not be able to do a lot. Kuna kakitu inatokezea hapo which is not very good. It's like kakitu ya antivirus. I don't know. Where is okay. So we need serious discussion moving forward. So lazima tuongee, we have to perform, especially like the Mount Kenya region. Na kuna vitu nataka tuongee hapa, like how has this whole ordeal left Gachagua? Yes, those are things which we need to speak, because it looks like Mr. William Ruto and a strategy, because I think a strategy was about to finish Gachagua, so that now Gachagua is not able to talk anymore. I think to deflate Gachagua, they needed to do that. So I think the whole scenario of this by-election was about deflating Gachagua. Eric Ayaga, stop coming and telling me that you want us. We don't need your warning. So we don't need your warning. Your warning makes no difference to us. So stop coming to tell us that you want us. So kama ulituona alafu, those are type of discussion which I'm not entertaining. So after warning us, any man who is celebrating stealing and bad character, I don't talk with them. I don't think I'm able to engage you now. Atakama, I can't engage you. I don't think I can engage you. So any person who is celebrating stealing, I am unable to engage. Whether I've lost or not, if you are not able to talk about character and morality, I don't think I can handle a discussion with you. Because any man who is celebrating evil, simply because it has happened in the side he thinks he needs to incline to, I don't think I can talk with those people. So where Bwana Ayaga kanyanga kubwa kubwa, leave us in our dreamland. I know you'll say leave us in our dreamland, it's okay, but I will not engage with somebody who is celebrating evil. You nayo hiyo sitakubali. I don't think I need to lower my thinking with somebody who is trying to celebrate evil. Hiyo nayo sitakubali. I don't think I've ever lowered myself to that level. So you can look for Ruto mwende mcelebrate peke yenyu na huko. So now people are dying mchana, and indicate people are seeing that things are not working. So our day is coming. Yeah, our day is coming. So our day is coming. So Bwana Ayaga, we are just becoming serious. So the days of entertaining slots has gone to an end. So we are now applying another top gear. So anything to do with the Kasongo sympathizers, we have no time for them any longer, because we are sympathizing with you. Then vitu zinatendeka, you are the first people to laugh at us.
Kind of disagree.
It's like, because to you think like
I kind of disagree.
I
disagree. You know why?
Songo has done the worst.
No, wait.
You think you are coming. It's not about the mentality. Forget about mentality.
Can you hear me?
We have to be serious, brother.
Can you hear me?
So we have to be extremely serious in handling this stuff. So
can you hear me?
Even as we laugh, let's laugh and knowing that it's a country going to a destruction. So see ati tunacheka alafu it's a country going to destroy. Unajua saa zingine some of us, we can see 2030. We can see 2030. And we see a country at a break. And some of us are busy entertaining.
Yes, Kip, I can hear you.
Anyway,
Anyway,
I've been here talking and waiting for people. Let me allow now people to percolate. Kipril, naona umenipea pia video mingi. I'm unable to play Kasongo na sio kwa kupenda. I don't want to give him mileage, unfortunately. So
no, I just want to.
We saw his victory lap in in Nakuru, and I don't want to handle that.
This guy can't hear us, I think.
So no, keep. You can go out and come in. It looks like your connection with him is.
Hello.
Okay.
Sama.
Okay, let me do that.
Yeah, keep anaongea haumsikii Njiru.
Oh.
Yeah, ni kama gadget yake iko na shida, but nimemwambia atoke arudi kwa sababu kila mtu anamsikia, wewe ndio amsikii kabisa.
Okay, go ahead. Sawa.
Yeah, Njiru, I mean, you know, politics is about contestation. You know, politics is not about life and death, the way sometimes we want to take it out of stretch. And in any way, to be honest, some of us foresaw this coming, and you know, and you understand how Kasongo plays his politics, and there is nothing so infernal about it that we should fear playing Kasongo and his rhetorics. Let me warn you something. You know, there was a particular time for like a year you never listened to Kasongo completely. And I remember that. You will come percolate here with us and we discuss, but we didn't want to hear anything about him. And we failed to see where he's taking us to. And he ended up buying people easily and to be where he is because we gave him a tone deaf and blind ears. We cannot afford to do that. One of the reasons we cannot afford to do that is because as the moderator, the key moderator in this conversation, you must hold the narrative to the heart and understand. Because one thing I came to realize over time, some of these conversations that we are having, we may go to the stretch of being petty, or sometimes we go to the stretch of being very, very intellectual, and which is a balanced view. And everybody has his own way to exhort what they need in the upscale of the media. However, whatever little that we have tried to do over time has made an impact to the politics of Kenya. Let me remind you, when Kenya was bleeding, and this is one of the key things we don't take accolades for, and I swear to you, it is through sound, candid talk, okay? When people refused to go to Jacaranda, when nobody was supporting Bunge la Mwananchi, when everybody feared that what next, every voice was silenced, that we revived the conversation in Kenya. Take it to the bank. We did that. And it was slow but steady. We did not have the media at large. We did not have, you know, the mechanism at large. We did not even have the socio-political capital that needed to be. But somehow the heart and the minds of the people were waiting for a salvific or a savior at that particular time, okay? And we engaged in a conversation that was both robust and sustainable, to the point that we were able to have the Jacaranda rally, which was well attended and actually was very therapeutic to the nation, because you understand how the halaboos were going around and saying, ni maombi sio uchawi. So let us not go back again to cave into fear. You see, the good thing about this by-election, they have showed us early enough the expectations that if we are not brutally honest with one another, and now having a conversation without fetishizing and sugarcoating anything, we are doomed. Now, there are things before we feared to say because people are not ready to understand them. And one of the key things that I can take, even a clock that doesn't work twice a day, it is right. Okay? Ikiwa imeacha kufanya saa 5 ya usiku kama ya Yaga, kutakuwa na saa 5 asubuhi na saa 5 usiku. Mahali iliachia ya Yaga alituambia Yaga ifanye ni hii. Gachagua will not be allowed to have a member of parliament. He told us the truth. We refuse to listen to that. Okay? Not that the winner did not win. Okay? Ayaga has not said that we did not win. In Kenya, we have to understand, you don't have to win to become a member of parliament. Let me repeat that, because we always think that winners lose election in Kenya. No, winners are not declared elections in Kenya. That's why Baba coined a very smart name, which was a vifaranga via computer. Now, and we have been saying here, we can't be lied to kuwa uchaguzi yezi ipiwa Kenya. We can't be having a conversation about 2027 when we have denialists that election in 2007 was not stolen, 2013 was not stolen, 2017 was not stolen, and 2022 was not stolen. And we cannot have a leader in a national platform who is assuring us that it's okay for us to go with Ruto to the elections, whereby we know that it could be easily announced and declared a winner for people totally who never won. So that is the one thing that Ayaga has been telling us, whether we like him or not, that Gachagua, by all necessary means, will be dethroned. And Gachagua knows that. Now the question is, what next for us? Okay? What next for us? Because that assurance that we can go to an election and a winner can be pronounced, as previously some were pronounced, some were never pronounced, at least it started kidogo. If you remember in 2007, at least you saw in 2007 whereby ODM had the majority, they had the speakers on and so on, and they took the what? The presidency. 2013, they did a little bit of what? Adjustment. By 2017, Ruto had mastered it. By 2022, Ruto had a very good interview with one of the journalists outside, where he said, I was the director of election in Kano. I was this and this and this and this. And he gave a progressive nature on how he has been able to manage politics and election. And he said, if you are not going to produce a result that you're going to become a member of parliament, or you're not going to win any seat, in terms of both winning and perception, I will put you outside. I will give you a job after I get to office. Jamaa alikuwa amejipanga. We thought he was psychic. We thought he was a psychopath. We thought the guy had run out of ideas. But literally, it tells you this is the path to power in Kenya as of now. Anyone thinking democratic processes such as that is in the US, in other countries, for example, in Europe, and a few countries in Africa, Kenya, we haven't reached there. So the question is, we cannot be riding and lying to ourselves that we are waiting for 2027. We are going to go to election with a one-man show. From the Electoral Commission, from the judiciary, from the police, from institution, from parliament, from executive, from everything, including somebody again taking the opposition parties to become his own parties. You cannot make that mistake. Now, we go back to the drawing board. What next ought we to do? And you all know, that's not a new question. The only time Ruto was able to say, I concede and I fire the entire cabinet is when he was faced with overwhelming response from the People's Court. And that is the only option that is left. There is nothing else that we are going to discuss here at strategy, sijui tuweke Eugene, tuweke nini. In Malava, you know very well what happened. We took a candidate that was too close to Ruto, even though he had moved to our side. It was a mistake. It should never have happened. But at that particular time, when we were talking about that, we were overwhelmed. We think that, it's all well and good. Where we are at the crossroads. We either agree that Ruto is going to rule Kenya until he dies, or we agree into one thing. We must take this person by force, by fire, by force. No election or an election officer will have the guts. If you remember Madam Akombe, and these are things she has said over and over, and everybody knows, Madam Akombe says, Chebukati aliekewa bunduki kwa kichwa na akaambiwa tangaza. We forget to talk about those things. Like, history is so short-sighted in our eyes and in our brains that we think that now a new Chebukati will be able to do what the first Chebukati or whoever did not do. Not under Ruto. So anybody telling us now that we are registering people, we are doing this, we are doing this, we are just getting ready for a Ruto presidency until he dies. And the sad part of it, keep your coming in, is that I want us to look from this projection that is very fearful. For now, it's not that 2028 has not been stolen. It has been stolen. The sad part is the people that he has already stolen for are bill waiting so that the term limit could be scrapped off. That is how far he is. As you are thinking about 2027, he is in 2028 knowing the members of parliament, if they don't die, those that he has lined up, and the 2/3 that will be able, because they already joked with that matter with Cheregai and the other guy from the Northeastern on how that extension is going to happen. When we were told these things, we thought it was a joke. Atwoli told us, this guy, the central bank, itakuwa kwake. You have seen CBN becoming now the national bank. Okay, for all the contracts and the corruption and whatever is happening. And that is the first term. And everybody will tell you that however evil an individual is in his first term, they have boundaries. They walk on eggshells a little bit. Unlike now, when they step in to the second term, that is when they become insidious, vicious, autocratic, and now, the hell has broken loose. And in such example, you're going to see it in Tanzania, which we have already seeing it, that it's going to be brutal. So, but the good thing about the Kenyan populace is the resiliency that they have, and also their IQ, the acumen they have. They are able to coalesce quickly and understand a solution to the problem. Now, if you ask me today, I'm going to be more radical on how should we engage and what changes or should we make. One of the key problems that we had, and I asked Madam Julia here several times, at what point are we going to tell Gachagua, it looks like now we will put you on the side, we need a coalition, and we'll move forward. The moment that will be brought in the table so that we can reorganize and understand that there is no election, now it's all the way to what he had already preempted about Christmas, itakuwa tu ni Christmas. There are people who will think that we are fighting the leadership of the Kikuyu. No. It is going to take radical mindsets in order to have a one unit, and it's going to be unitarian to the core, that speaks like Stone PK, not like sometimes Kipi is more censored. Stone alikuwa anatushtuanga anasema ni huyu mtu ashikwe aweke hapa anyongwe na mara moja. You will never hear nani kuongea hivyo. Keep censors a little bit because anafia. But I think we must go Stone PK way. And we are not talking about literal kunyonga mutu. We are talking about some people's political career must come to an end, literally, in order for us to have the new courage that we need, that is non-negotiable with anybody in that country. Nobody is going to come up with a NADCO report. Nobody is going to come up with all these groupings that we are negotiating. Nobody. It's either the IBC is taken out completely and something new is started, or nothing else. It's either our way or the highway. But the current crop of politicians, including Kalonzo, who was one of the co-opters and adopters of the NADCO report, cannot be trusted now. Where are they when all this? You think that they didn't know that this is the Kasongo and this is what is going to happen? The good thing, we have known early enough, this is what's going to happen. We have time to salvage ourselves, but at the same time, it will require radical mindsets. Thank you.
Sawa, Kipril chukulia.
Can you hear me? Njiru.
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
First of all, yeah, I never used to like the messaging of Ayaga, but nimeona kwamba if we close our eyes and close these people out, is not right. By the way, if you closely anakwanga na matusi hiyo, tuseme tu kweli, sometimes he says things that are out of pocket, but you just have to tell it bana hapa, you don't talk to me like that. Alafu mkishapatana na heshima na Ayaga, he will not go to that place. You just have to remind him that you don't talk like that. By the way, he's not a two-term guy. He's not. He's just, sometimes he says things that hurt, but some of it is true.
No, but he is celebrating. He celebrated.
Of course, this is just him.
He celebrated
the
wins of the losses of opposition.
No, it's just that he has to prove a point that he had told us and warned us several times. Alituambia mara ngapi? And we closed our ears, tukafunga masikio, because again, you see, the problem is this echo chamber we have, that we want to hear positive things only. We want to hear things that are correct towards the end. Like you closing your ear. I'm just trying to show you things that Ruto is saying that is going to show you what my brother Lex is saying right now. The fact that Ruto is already saying that he, for the next 30 years, I had that statement, of the next 30 years, that he wants to take Kenya to Singapore. What is he saying? What is he talking about? The videos we need to analyze and see. What is this man trying to tell us?
No, ingisha Ayaga. Ako hapo chini bana. Muingishe. Let's have a debate.
Put Ayaga bana.
He is down there bana. Weka Ayaga. Naogopa nini?
Naogopa nini na Ayaga? You have to put him. You have to listen. It might be painful. All you just have to tell Ayaga bana usinitukane. That's it. But it's painful, and some of the things he says, akisema akiwa ground tunamtukana, oh, he doesn't know what you have to listen. You have to listen. And nilikuja tu kugundua, if I used to say ilikuwa namtukana, I used to be, we are angry each other, but it's just about communication. Even did atakuja hapa kucheka, unamwambia bana tuna uchungu hapa bana, slow down on that kidogo. Just tell us what you need to say, because it is important we listen to them. How are we going to pull people from Nyanza if we block them? Njeru, honestly speaking, we need them. They've been fighting for this.
No, but hata akiingia, if he brings government celebrations here, personally I will not tolerate it.
It's not government celebration. It's the usual no. I told you so.
Yeah, I cannot entertain government celebration.
It's painful. But
no. I cannot tolerate any person who is celebrating Kasongo here. Here I can celebrate Kasongo hapa.
So Njiru, you are saying, had we won, we will not have let these people to come here and we celebrate over them.
It's not about that. But you cannot celebrate Kasongo, who is doing Kenya's.
He is not celebrating Kasongo. I think you have never understood Ayaga. Ayaga is not for Kasongo. There is a thin line in Nyanza that people are not understanding, the Luo Nyanza. There is a thin message they want, but nobody's understanding it. It's not like they are celebrating Kasongo, honestly. It's a high time for us to start listening to these people, because we need them no matter what. We cannot resign politics is contestation, but at the same time, it's seducing. They are apps for, they are ready to be seduced, but there is something about them. I may not like it, but it's give and take.
You must listen, Jeru, because if people had listened to the warning, would have done something different. Because for me, nikiona Rigathi Gachagua alikuwa na stamp. I want to ask him. He said, "Mambo ya kuchunga kura niachie." What happened, Gachagua? Please tell me what happened. You know the formula, and I keep repeating it. You are there. I know your sister Njeru always says this, that Ruto was hiding it from him and Ruto did that. No, you're lying. No, you have to say the truth. How was it stolen? Tell us. Tell us why the ODM areas were not affected. Explain. What happened
Anyway,
to
I think even Kisii areas, they were not affected anyway. I don't know, but I think Kasongo had a serious target for Mount Kenya region, because I think he wanted to put a statement, and that's why he decided.
Of course,
to
it was do or die. It was do or die. It was
so, but anyway, we will still wait for Gachagua to give us his own take. Like, where was he when the election was being stolen?
Aliachia Muturi.
On that one, I think maybe we'll speak in the church today.
So, for me, the thing is, they have to explain to us what this force they have. You see, the problem is they've been focusing on. Let me tell you what is happening behind the boardrooms that we are not privy to. There are these men that are coming to discuss VL. Oh, I'm going to be this. Oh, I'm going to be flag bearer. Oh, I need the cake for this. They're already cutting the cake before the battle is over. They need to strategize as to how they are going to do this thing. Sasa, tomorrow now, wakona goons, there's government machinery, they've explained everything, there's voter bribery, there's all these things. What are they going to do against that? Because this is very discouraging. To see this happening, what are we talking about here? The man is just dumping everywhere. You know, we're going back to the resolves of 2022, where we accept and move on. Accept and move on. Right now, it's the same behavior. What are we doing? What are we doing?
So let me ask a question, Kiplir, as you speak. Do you want to tell me that it is impossible? Maybe it's just a.
Did I say it's impossible? I said what are they
I'm just saying. I know. I'm just asking. Is a 360 question. You have police, you have IBC, you have military, you have much of the government officers. Is it possible to defeat such a team as opposition?
We are more Kenyans than these people. If just as much as people are radicalized to the Hustler movement, why can't they have a message? Why can't they have a message to protect their votes? Huh? Did you see how fierce it was in Kaspur? Did you see how fierce it was in let's just talk about the whole of Nyanza. The whole, from the Kisii people all to the Luo people. They don't joke around. Hapa tu ni kupembelezana hapa tu. So for me, nasikia sasa kuna story ya kwenda kotini, then what? See kitu ya Magarini, the Magarini by-elections was caused because of court cases. Then what next? We're going to waste a whole year, 2 years, while these guys are going to be sworn in. Then what? There's an absolute resolve in Kenya. I'll just tell you the truth. That is why the man is celebrating. So what next? Naona tu ni kuachilia. You see, the problem is I'm feeling a resolve of giving up from these leaders. I've had nothing. All they do is the usual, looking at a camera, looking at reporters, and then telling us, reporting it to us. What do you want us to do? Munataka tufanye nini kama Kenya if you don't give us direction? What are you telling us to do? Oh, there's this thing that the government is doing. Oh, they've done this thing. It is unfair. Why are you crying to us? Munalialia nini? Munataka tufanye nini? If you're not, you call yourself leaders. Give us direction. Gachagua, tuambie, munataka nini? Gachagua, you wanted that hot seat. Ulitaka hii kitu na nguvu sana. Ukasema hapa Mount Kenya ni kwangu na kuna mtu atafanya kitu yote. There's nobody who's going to do. Mukash, fire si fire amekufanyia hivi, umeaibishwa hapo na Kindiki. Because it's, hey, Eugene Mwamwala, you another useless person, but like, what I was expecting is actually tooth and nail. I'm very disappointed with how they did their things. Whatever happens, nafikiri, I don't know what I'm expecting from them, but they promised a lot. Every time ulikuwa hapa kwa show, you told me many times, and I kept repeating it. What are you talking about protecting the vote? Do you know which animal you're dealing with? Kwanza Tanzania has emboldened it. Amechukua hiyo formula ya 50-50%, hiyo 50-50 ile. If you see the Malava the votes, ukiona hiyo Ambere 50, he doesn't want to take too much. It is just close enough to look like it's possible, but it's not. Ukiangalia ground, down to the ground, I'm telling you, mtu anaitwa Karis was very popular with the ground, but no, you know the correct formula. We have a whole former attorney general akikimbizana hapa akipigana mangumi na youth. Let me tell you, this united opposition bullshit, sorry to say, this bullshit, where all they ever discuss is actually kugawana macheo badala ya kufanya kazi, strategies, how they're going to be. Like right now, the biggest thing they should have been talking about was IEBC, what they needed to do with the IEBC. Ever since I saw this, niliona kutoka mbali sana. None of the things about IEBC have ever been implemented by the NADCO report. Yet, we just sit down pretty and expect doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Are we normal? Everything they're doing here as the so-called united opposition. See, Raila amefanya. Raila did that 5 times. What makes you different from Raila? If you think you're so special, what are you doing different here? Other than people who, Kalonzo, now I deserve to be president. Yeah, I've been trying so many times, I deserve it. Gachagua is saying, I'm very popular in the mountain. I deserve to be president. Matiang, like, are those the things we need to hear? Or the big elephant in the room, which is this animal that we've been fighting for ever since I was in Tembe when I started coming here. I'm not talking about previously when I was supporting Raila Amolo Odinga in from 2013. I'm talking about hii mnyama inaitwa electoral justice, and we keep talking about it and we keep giving up every time. We keep just slowly tunaachilia tunaenda tunafanya hivi. We are waiting for these political heads to tell us what to do. What are we doing? What are we doing about the IEBC? Duba nakwambia solution yangu ni kusafisha hiyo IEBC, iangusho kabisa, itolewa completely, and then remove this militarization of the electoral process. In the electoral process in Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda, the militarization of the electoral process is that the people are the enemy, not the thieves of the election. That is the problem. If we can get rid of that munyama, we will be fine. And Duba, if you don't want me to rant, go switch off and go somewhere else. You can choose. There's a button there. You can unsubscribe and leave. Thank you. And you must play the videos, Njeru. Don't be afraid. Ametoka we Ayaga ingia. Yeah, it's usually like that. Ingia Ayaga.
Okay, thank you. I think you can get me clearly.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. You know what I want to say. Alex Bundi alikuwa anaongea.
I think he pressed the wrong button. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I think even in politics, let us just now be sober. You know, if you want to be a good political analyst, you better listen to somebody who is not singing your song. You will learn so many things from that man or from the lead. If you want to be a good politician, don't always listen to the people who are praising you. Choir, praise and worship choir. Listen also to critics more, because critics will just tell you your weaknesses that you have to change your tactics. I just want to talk about the around 3 or 4 by elections that actually took place the other day. Let me start by what failed Aroko in Kasipul. Actually, I was supporting Aroko. So the people who are mourning losses, I am part of the system that is mourning the loss. So what did Aroko did the election day? Some few days to election, he made some bad mistakes, like allowing the UDA people to support him, allowing people who had killed some ladies from Kasipul to back him. So I think he was moving well when he was alone, and the things were working on him. But 3 days to election, and even on the election day, when he came with goons to attack Opondo Kaluma, and imagine that was his stronghold, yeah, and he scared people, and people never come out to vote, and he did it so early. If you want to create those things, what you do first, you mobilize your stronghold, you cause chaos in other people's stronghold. So when their people are scared of getting out and vote, your strongholds are voting keenly. So I think that made Aroko lose that election with a very big margin, because West Kasipul and East Kamagak, those were the stronghold of Ngondweri, and the son was mobilized his people very early. He never create himself into drama of Gunism or whatever he used to be, but on that day he knew what he was doing. That's how a good politician sometimes work to win election. The same drama caused Panyako his seat. Same drama. 24 hours to election. He wants sympathy, he's crying, going to police station, doing nonsense. Instead of those threats will always be there in every election. What you need to do, you need just to concentrate of giving media briefing and encourage your strongholds to come out and vote. If you have seen a man who want to be your MP is the one crying in public, surely why should you go there out and vote? He's sending a message that it is dangerous outside here, and you need not to go and vote. So those small mistakes actually caused problem. I want to touch, I know, even in Kariobangi North, the problem that ODM lost in Kariobangi North and the Mbere problem is the same. And the one that Chwele Ward, they have a different problem. The problem that I told you, and I went to Embu, and I noticed 2 months to about to voting day, for voting day, and I told you here you will lose that seat, and it happens. And I also told ODM people they will lose Kariobangi, because when they did their sham election called nominations, there were some disgruntled members of the party, and they never take care of them, because even the ODM itself, there is a split, and the way I'm on the side of Sifuna Babu Owino. So whoever want to associate me with Kasongo, I'm sorry for all of you. And I think my MP Otiende also have spoken today after very long quietness. Alex will listen to that clip and tell you, because he was speaking in mother tongue most of the of that speech. So I am just giving you because I've been around in this politics. And when I've stepped into a ground somewhere and I have my intel, I better share it with you. But sometimes when I come here, I just want to share so that we can see what we do in the ground. Nobody listens to me. In Mbeere, this is how opposition lost. There was a guy who was called Daniel Mbui. He was the candidate for the DCP. When they told him that DCP is now not fielding a candidate, but rather they are supporting the DP, where was that guy? He was left without being consulted and being brought to the UDA side, the DP, and blend those guys nicely. And they got how many votes? 2,400 and something. Yeah. So if the UDA could have listened to some of us whom they think are celebrating their loss and the united opposition, they could have bring that guy on board. And today they could have won by around 2,000 votes. But still, they need to do a lot because they allow UDA to have more than 15,000 votes. So when Moses Kuria picked that guy, he was told, "Not now, we are not fielding a candidate," and he was left that way. And the same happened in Kariobangi. That's how the DCP candidate won, because ODM had three guys there who are very strong, and they didn't manage their nomination very well, and these people were never brought together to back one candidate. So they all ran, and they got chunk of what the total vote, because if you count them, there are about 4-3 was there. If you count their votes, actually they are the majority. They beat that DCP candidate very far. Overconfidence had made the opposition lose in Mbeere and in Chwele. Wetangula was so proud, yeah, in the ground when they were campaigning. Even they almost shot Natembeya there. At the end of the day, they lost that election. Free and square. Nobody is speaking about that. And that election has finished Moses Masika Wetangula politically is done in Western, in Bukusu land, where he has ruled for so many years. So what I'm telling you guys, you need, sana Mount Kenya need to have one party. This thing called negotiations is what made ODM. We lost even a governor here in 2022. How could ODM win the Senate and women rep, and they lost governor? Because they went to a negotiation with Jubilee and Wiper, where they bring Igathe and Kaloki as candidates. We need you people in Mount Kenya, you need one party. Fronting one side, even if you give a weak candidate, like the son of Ongondowere, a 25-year-old who cannot even speak fluent Kijaluo, he will win that election with a strong party backup. He will win that election. The candidate who win in Ugunja, I don't even know his name. Yeah, I don't even know his name. He was a guy who was even not known. He has never been in politics. But Karis is somebody who have been MCA, so he was a very good candidate. The problem, too much parties. Have one strong party. If it is DCP, it should be DCP from Nyahururu to the other side of Mount Kenya. Make that party be one party. Don't have DCP here, DP here. You have another party. Those things, always you will have a candidate of every party. Then you will go to negotiate. One candidate will feel disgruntled, and may be the one that is spoiling the votes for you. So that is what happens in Mbeere. Awangenisikiza mapema, ama wangesikiza the telltale mapema. And I think Kindiki was very sure He was very sure and he promised Rigathi Gachagua, nitakutoa nguo. He was very, very sure, 100%. He was very sure with that seat. Why? Because the blunder had happened. Finally, nikimaliza, I don't want to talk more. I think there is this thing that many people have been telling Mount Kenya people that they vote through emotions. Going by Rigathi Gachagua himself, his own words, he has been abusing the Mount Kenya leaders that they are not of caliber of leaders like the ones that ODM is giving. So Mount Kenya, from going forward, somebody can just dispute it. They will see fire. Mount Kenya people will vote for leaders with quality, not just people who can go out there to abuse people, abuse Raila. Raila is dead now, or abuse a certain community and then they get voted. They will not. Mount Kenya will start voting for quality leaders by themselves. So I think that is now another demographic that any by-election that will take place in Mount Kenya, it is a matter to watch. They will start voting for leaders who matches their counterpart from other region. Because you even get, Rigathi is mocking them. In some region, you get lawyers, you get huku kwetu ni Wakeki, wa Matangi, sijui wa Githeri, sijui nini. He is just telling his people, we are not voting for quality leaders. And that was a catch-22, and he contributed for the win of Wamuthende. Finally, again, I think corruption that was being branded with the Wamuthende, Kenyans love such people. That they will go to the ground and say, I'm being victimized because I'm so and so. So I think corruption in Kenya is not a big deal. They vote such people. Even in 2022, there were some people who called Ruto mwizi yetu. It is our thief. So they never have problem with is stealing history. Hata akiwaibia mbele huko, they don't have problem with that. So I think Kenyans must start changing. But I'm just praying, Njiru, next time from today going forward, tend to listen to people who are speaking different language. If you go with the sing choir, praise and worship team, mutajipata kwa hizi shida kama hizi aibu ndogo ndogo when you are vote to win that seat. Thank you very much.
Njeru ameenda tena. Alex.
Okay. Oh, ngoja. Let me react, I was here. Let me react alafu nirudishe Alex. I want to first of all give a different analogy of what Eric Ayaga is not understanding. Number one, that DCP candidate was sponsored by Moses Kuria, who is a fugitive for Ruto. So, in terms of that, we cannot say that it was known that Moses Kuria was being brought there as a destroyer, even though he is masquerading as an opposition as an opposition sympathizer. And that is one of the problems which us as opposition we are having. Welcoming Tom, Dick, and Harry in the name of those people are starting to sound like they want to be in opposition. I think this is the high time we have to start rejecting people, because Moses Kuria has proved to be a Ruto more, but it's like some people are not able to look at that. That is number one. Then I have not heard you commenting about the voting day frustrations, which also dictated where the election tilted to. Wamuthende was not voted in. Wamuthende was forced to people through wrong actions by the government. So I didn't hear you reacting to that. If that is the type of election you want, an election where you mobilize police combat vehicles. Sijui, Eric Ayaga, did you see police combat vehicles in Mbere? Kukuuliza tu.
Yes, the the combated vehicle are almost everywhere, even in Kasipul.
So let me ask you a question. Why are we having police combat vehicles in election? And is that what elections amount to? Do you need combat vehicles in an election site? No, I'm just asking.
I think, yeah. I think it is a good question, and it is also worrying that such tactics can be used. You know why such tactics are being used is just to suppress voter, which is, you are very right. It is to suppress the voter, not to come out, because you know there are some people, when they have seen tankers, they have seen combated vehicles rolling around, they will not come out. But I'm very fortunate that the region where I come from, every election we see those vehicles, so we don't fear them. We know that these things are just there to threaten us, so we will still go and vote our candidate we want to vote. So I want to call people from the Mbeere North who has not been used to such kind of things during election. Those things are not there to beat you. There is no war that has been declared during election. It is just they are using the threats, and I'm praying that they get used to it, because it is part of intimidation. Because there are some elderly people, if they saw those things, they will even call their grandchildren. Tell you, I've seen those lorries, don't go out. Those people are here to kill us. And that is what some people want, so that they can get a leeway to rig their candidate. Because somebody say bad leaders are elected by good citizens who do not get out to vote. And I think also the united opposition, I know they are going for election in Isiolo South. We had the MP there died. Learn to do voter protection. It is always a must. Have your candid and honest agent, and also don't leave those polling stations. Stay there. Let nobody cheat you. It is always a tactic of government. Atipiga kura alafu ende nyumbani, alafu kaa there, sit there. That's how you need to protect your vote until the end of voting. This idea of you vote and then you go because you've seen some police cars, and election mostly by election.
Hold on, Ayaga. Are you telling me Mbeere was not protected? We had people in the ground. That is a fact. This was absolutely forced. This was radicalized, because you are not. You are talking as though the Mbeere election was fair. I can tell you as a fact, we had people on the ground. People were being, some people are maimed. Some people are in hospital right now because of trying to protect their vote. Walioneshwa police, what I said in my initial statement was the fact that the police were not there to protect the people or the kura. They were there to protect the thieves of the election. In some areas, especially ODM, as you know very well, Ayagaya, the ODM broad-based is also being protected, because that was also his intention. So there, I'll tell you, I'll respectfully disagree with you. Mbeere had a very, even with this, what do you call it? With this, what you call the blunder of having multiple opposition leaders. Let me tell you the truth. The guy called Karis was way popular. This guy was super popular, and the ground knew he was coming in. So that is number one. And the way the numbers for Mbeere and Malava came in is similar to what was done to us in 2022. I can tell you as a fact, take it to the bank. Raila Amolo Odinga did not have, what do you call it, at a 200 gap with Ruto. Raila was way popular. Let me just, if you see, this is the thing, you guys are also being brainwashed to thinking that that was a close election. That was not a close election. the number of votes Ruto won, lost, stole, even in his strongholds, is what he was pinching kidogo huku kidogo hivi until he fills it up. Then it's 50% of people that did not even go vote. So this thing of us being brainwashed that was a close election or anything like that is what I'm trying to tell you, Ayaga. I completely disagree with you there. What Njeru is afraid to tell you is the fact that it is that election, hata ukijaribu kuprotect aje, we tried. I'm just going to tell you, from the ground, we tried to protect that. They tried to do that in Nyanza. Oh, I think the Goonism there was solid. Let's talk facts here. Politics in Kenya is about Goonism. You know, this thing of stepping on eggshells about certain topics, we have to talk frankly and the truth to each other. Tuongee tu ukweli. When Gachagua said he was going to protect the vote in Bere, what was the assumption in my head was that he had people that would stay, like you said, and protect that all night and wakae ngumu, but they were outplayed. I'm sorry. That is just
And
what I
on
want.
top of that,
Yes.
I think we are failing again to listen what Ayaga. The principal points of Ayaga are this. What we call united opposition was not united from the beginning. They went out there, kimadharau wakifikiria Ruto is a person that was going to play the democratic gallery. Now, for instance, you are here when finally we bowed down for the DP guy. I questioned, if you remember very well, I said, you know what, we are played into the gallery of Ruto. And I don't know, Njiru, if you have ever been a political candidate. You have people coming to your home, you have invested emotionally, unaitwa mheshimiwa, you are ready kukua mheshimiwa, and then your party forces you to do what? To yield for another party. You have a social capital of goodwill from people that easily are disgruntled, that you ought to know how to manage very well so that they can replicate and support the other candidate willingly without disgruntling. And that point ambayo Ayaga is saying is critical. And I may not have seen it deeply because now when he's giving out now the numbers, that is where now we look at those numbers. Those numbers were even more. Maybe there are people who never even went to vote just because that guy again was not in the ballot box. Give it 10% to 8% again, okay? Now, what he's saying is, since Ruto was playing on the 50% thing, because he knew he was not still 63%, that will not have been. So from the word go, DCP as the party of the mountain, since its launching, the perspective that we had seen from Gachagua and the whole country is the DCP is the party for the mountain. So they played out, they fought, and the collateral damage that was done was never taken care of. Now, moving forward, this thing called when we are playing democracy and our competitor knows that democracy is a myth, it's not the right thing. When you are dealing with Ruto, you cannot play democracy, period. If you want to, go ahead to do it. Nimeona watu comment section, they are happy. They want to tell us what they have told us over the years. You don't understand Murima. This is not how Murima does the things. Murima must have so many parties. Continue to do it. And Ayaga will celebrate here. If you continue to do the same things, don't expect a different result. If you never knew that somebody like Moses Kuria will take advantage of anything to just stay politically correct, that is Moses Kuria from Matusi and everything. So it's not by surprise that today Moses Kuria did whatever he did. He went, took a candidate that was not taken care of to show DCP that mulinikosea. So huyu mwenye aliachwa also wanted to make a point for 2027, maybe. It is not the end. Now, the other thing that I'm also getting on this is we are failing to understand that when, as a leader of a respected nature, you have been talking and you have given an assurance, a cocksure assurance that nitachunga kura, I think there was a problem there. Let us not give assurances where we know honestly you're playing with somebody who we cannot have assurance with. The first assurance was kura haiwezi piwa. Secondly, nyi vote mi ndachunga kura. Those are the two things that I think made us think that we are safe. Had we known that kura haiwezi ibiwa, inaweza ibiwa, hata watu wenye walikuwa hospitali wangevote. And once it has surpassed 57%, it is almost impossible anywhere in the world now to start rigging. So because Ruto was playing in the gallery of 50%, now that is strategically, he was able to subvert the will of the people. I am crying for the people of the mountain. You are dealing with a demon who you welcomed in your bed and gave birth to children. It is you are not giving birth. You went and hired a man to come give birth with your wife. Now the man has come back and say, you know what? These are my kids biologically. I want them back. Ruto for 10 years, alikuwa in the mountain left and right. We should never forget that. And so when we are dealing with Ruto, we must deal with him ruthlessly. We cannot say nyinyi amu understand siasa za the mountain. So unataka kuniambia Ruto understand siasa za mountain? Like honestly, how long are we going to lie about that? That Ruto at CC to understand? By now, I will tell you, I've started understanding the politics of the mountain than before. I used to think I don't know the politics of the mountain. The number one problem of the politics of the mountain, they want to act as if they are so democratic, they can have any parties and so many parties and deal with Ruto and think that Ruto is like Kibaki, Ruto is like Uhuru, Ruto is like other presidents before who can yield into some of these threats. Ruto does not. The only language Ruto knows is combat and outright. And this is where now I think the mountain must wake up and understand that these many parties is a mistake to us. And the reason for long watu wa Western wamechezwa is because Mudavadi na Wetangula constantly, they talk unity, but they've never been united. And every time they are used as beginnings, za kufanya nini? Za kudivide other people. Now, this is what we are seeing now. Small parties come Moses Kuria, they just do a small percentage. Just a small percentage. They don't need to do outright. To 2007, no, just a small one. And you subvert the will of the people. Now, the other thing that we must know here is, if you look at the current crops of leaders that the mountain has, there is something I learned that was very important. And Anjiru, I want you to listen to me carefully. When I asked PK, the other PK, not Stone PK, there's another PK that is a very good friend of mine from Chicago. Once in a while he comes here. I asked him, mbona huyu Kalonzo anatusumbua hivi? Remember last election, Kalonzo yani we didn't know where he was coming, where he was going to. I kept asking, mbona Kalonzo anatusumbua hivi? Nyi Wakamba. Akatuambia, unajua sisi, tuko tuna ndume moja na ng'ombe nyingi. Tukichukua hii ndume tuue, nani atazalisha? Gachagua must note, even if it is true that the leaders in the mountain are not that learned, you don't come and spew that narrative and start
making leaders now start grouping kidogo kidogo and start having that phobia and fear, and in turn they group together without showing the electorate wanaenda huku, wanaenda huku, wanaenda huku. It's like they are working against DCP and Gachagua at large because of that rhetoric, and they are fearing that, you know what, come 2027, as any politician could want to do, they want to be re-elected. Now, what Gachagua has done, instead of working with him and them working with him and him working with them, so as they can see how to get themselves and the Kikuyu people from this slavery that we are seeing from Ruto, now they started fearing him. What are they saying? We are not assured by working with this man, this will happen. We are not assured. And you don't have to assure people, but let your language be kind of reconciliatory. Even if you don't like some leaders, you allow them and give them what we call, you extend an olive arm for the sake of not sowing division. I can tell you for sure, even if I was a member of parliament and I'm not learned, and I hear such kind of rhetoric, I will align myself with anybody that will be against who? Will be against Gachagua. Why? Because any politician, after you win, you will want to be re-elected. Nobody says, I'm just going to take one term and I'm done. Now, how do you take all those leaders and try to work with them, meanwhile looking for a solution? Do you completely take them out of your equation and think that they are not meeting the electorate every time? They are not disbanding bursaries, which is one of the biggest things. If today you went to an orphanage, a home that is a widowed and an orphanage, and the member of parliament afundisha watoto for 4 years, Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, wakifika Form 4, they are ready to vote. You expect they are just going to listen to you, and they went to school courtesy of the current member of parliament? We forget that they are serving future leaders who are going. So these people are concentrating. For instance, one of the strategies that I've seen some of the leaders that we have now in Kisii are doing is concentrating, giving bursaries, future people who are going to take votes, so that unawaweka kwa box kabisa. And that's what they are doing too. In as much as they are called Wamatkeki, Wamatangi, whatever they are, they have their small core group that cannot just be let like that. So for Gachagua as a kingpin, and we are not saying that he's no longer kingpin, this was a test of time. The question is, as a test of time, what ought he to do? And let me assure you, Ayaga, even if you guys are laughing at us, it is always true that when you begin so bad, you get a wake-up call. You end up doing better because the arrogance and pride that you could have had has been contained now. What do you do now? You come to the drawing board. You will see DCP now working in tandem with the people and now listening more. And that is one of the good takes that I take from this election, that we are going to listen to the people. If you are going to say, let not be 2, 3, 4, 5 parties. They are confusing us, and we are playing gallery, and we are giving Ruto a hedge, so that people like Moses Kuria, people like so and so, they come in with all these, wakina Kinjuru come with all these parties, wanaibiwa kidogo, wanaibiwa kidogo, wanaibiwa kidogo, hiyo kidogo kidogo wanaibiwa, wanatoa kutoka kwa the main basket. That must come to an end. So people like Muturi, they must understand. If that is the game we are going to play, then let DCP get out of the united opposition, because they are no longer united. Okay, so that is the mountain area. Secondly, even if you look at lastly, if you look at even Malava, we played a bad game. DCP kept on saying wako na candidate mpaka mwisho. When they realized, this is getting so bad, that is when again we went to Nairobi without going, and that concession that gave Panyako that seat, remember, by that young lawyer who was very, very much loved. That guy, whatever that was agreed haraka Nairobi, not even in Malava, if you remember. So the people are not consulted again. Where do you leave their people? Even if we are leaders and politicians, let us understand once a candidate gets in and he has his people, when they cease to become a candidate for the other person, it cannot be done in Nairobi. Go talk to the electorate and convince them, for the sake of this, let's do this. So what we call united opposition from the very beginning, when we were going to this by-election, we were never united. We were so disunited to the core. We came to wake up in the last minute, but it was too late. Thank you.
Okay, Nisawa, thank you for that condensed discussion. I think our discussion is very apt today. Now, Jerome ameingia, and it has been quite a long time. I know he has a lot to say. So, Jerome, we are discussing about misses and hits in the just concluded by-election. So, what
Nkiru,
is
can
there?
I come in before you come, like a short minute? Then I will just be listening from the background.
Okay, Nisawa, go ahead, Jerome.
Okay, thank you very much. I also have this I want to say, and I want to tell politicians and anyone who tend to run for any election, please study the historical voting patterns of those areas. Look at Mbeere and Malava, and let us come to why. For Malava, the election there was caused by unfortunate death of the former MP Malulu Waijendi. But in Mbeere, it was intentional and it was caused, and it was a risk. And I can tell you, with the information I have, there will be coming some reshuffle, and this reshuffle will also cause another by-election strategically in West Mount Kenya. And Ruto will test ground. By next year, June or July, we may have another by-election, or even earlier than that. We may, because we have IBC in place. I don't think when a vacant is declared, it will take long before we have another by-election. So these by-elections are coming, and they will be used at litmus test. If you look historically, the way in Mbeere, let me start by Malava from 2013. Do you know Panyako have always been beaten with less than 1,000 or 2,000 votes by the same guy called Malulu Waijendi? Yes, he was a ODM member in 2013, strong party, and Malulu win with his own party. Malulu used to have a party. He win with his own party and he beat Panyako with a very small margin. Same to 2017, same to 2022. And this election, the patterns were going to go those way. So that's why you want to know that these people in government, they know why they caused that election in Mbeere. In Mbeere, even in 2022, Ruku won an election with only 949 votes. He beat his opponent with less than 1,000. So they knew what they are doing. So coming here by looking at the historical, claiming that you win a landslide and you are robbed, that is how election in that area have been going. Less than 1,000. If it is too much, it is is not even more than 2,000. So you can check as early as 202 up. There is a pattern. And those patterns are they are brought up by what we call the clans. Utapata kuna communities ndani ya community, so clanism there. That when their man is standing, they vote this way. And those are most of things. If we always go to the ground to get information about a certain location, those are the small things that do not matter, but they matter most, that we always take into consideration. So I think that is my take. And chunga sana, the constituency that will be the MP there from Mount Kenya West will be given ministerial post, and that seat will be declared vacant. At less than 3 months, they will go to election. If the united opposition is not careful, we will be here complaining of voter bribery, because they must be disorganized. That's how opposition are disorganized. It is the resilient in those opposition that make them exist. Thank you.
Okay, sawa. So Bwana Yaga, as Jared is coming, ni swali tu nakuuliza uweke tu Anania akimaliza ukuja nayo. Nataka pia uniambie, if Ruto was in ballot in Mbeere North yesterday, what amount of votes do you think he could have gotten? Could he have gotten the same vote with Leo Modende? Let's assume it was a general election. According to you, according to you, Modende is declared with, I think, 15,800, and Karish is declared with 15,400. Can you try to predict for me, if it was a general election, what Ruto could have gotten in that arithmetics? Could the parliamentary vote have gone, could have they mirrored also the presidential one? But hold that, that's the next level of discussion we discuss. Jared, karibu.
How are you, Njeru?
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
I can see my friend keep. Oh, let me start. How are you? Long time.
Long time umepotea.
Niko tu.
Naona huko kwenu muli bio vizuri sana.
Okay, let me just say, you know, we are dealing with a guy who has decided to play rough on us. And when I say a guy who has decided to play rough on us, this is what I mean. For example, you discover on the last campaign day, that was on Monday, when Rigathi Gachagua tried to campaign for his candidate in Narok Town, the police were deployed to ensure that he never entered Narok Town. That's what I mean by playing rough. You saw that even after the end of the campaign period, I think 24 hours to the election in Malava, the government was still, you know, dishing out GK mattresses, giving people rice and what have you. In Mbeere, even on the election day, there was a lot of bribery. People are being given as little things as, you know, a kilo of rice. So we are dealing with a guy who has borrowed, you know, what Museveni does during the electoral times, and he wants to incorporate it here in Kenya. And where he is now, he has decided, because he knows he's not popular. He is not popular at all. So if you are not popular, what do you do? Just like other people decide to do in a football match, he has decided that he's going to play rough on us. Now that we have discovered that this guy is likely to continue playing rough on us, what should the united opposition do? You know, that's the question. I've listened to Alex, and I tend to agree with Alex on a number of issues. For example, Rigathi Gachagua needs to tune down a bit. He needs to tune down because, you know, at times, you know, the human nature, you know, people don't like, you know, I know he's a tough, he's a generally born tough guy. But, you know, at times, you know, when you chest stamp a lot, you know, people don't take it very, very nicely. Let me just take an example. You know, there are many blunders Rigathi Gachagua makes that somebody needs to school him a bit, you know, as we move forward as the united opposition. For example, he was being interviewed by the local FM stations in, I think, in Embu. And he said something that, you know, if Uhuru Kenyatta had warned us earlier, we could not have voted for William Samoei Ruto. And later on, he gave a rider that even the alternative guy who was Raila Odinga was not any better alternative. You know, we must agree that the bygones are bygone. Raila Odinga is now dead and buried. Now, you should not be revisiting the Raila Odinga thing by saying that, you know, you were not a better alternative. Such utterances are not necessary in such an atmosphere. And again, we need to agree that we are united opposition, and we are united opposition. For example, when we were when we were going to run in Mbere as United Opposition, and I'm just picking it up from what Alex said. Initially, there was a candidate for DCP, there was a candidate for DP, then there was a candidate for UDA, which that tells you that, you know, the United Opposition had 2 candidates in Mbere. And by starting with 2 candidates in Mbere, when the government is having 1 candidate, that tells you one thing, that perhaps you're not speaking from the same wavelengths. Those are some of the mistakes that we did in Malava. In Malava, there was also a similar mistake where we had a DAPK candidate and a DCP candidate. That was a wrong move, because these are things that you need to agree on earlier, so that by the time you are fronting your candidate, that candidate is known to be a united opposition candidate, not this issue of you trying to withdraw when the ballot papers have already been printed. That was a wrong move. That was a wrong move. The other thing, I want to see proper working chemistry between especially Matiang'i and the team of, already there is proper working chemistry between Kalonzo Musyoka and Rigathi Gachagua and perhaps, Eugene Wamalwa. I see some good working chemistry. But, that working chemistry that don't seem to extend to, Matiang'i. When it comes to Matiang'i and this other team, is a lukewarm type of a relationship. And, it does not augur well for the United Opposition. So, going forward, we need to see them, come together as a truly united opposition where they are speaking, one language. For example, today, when you follow the type of debate that are going on online, the members of the Jubilee Party, the bloggers of the Jubilee Party, are celebrating the loss of, DP in Mbere and the loss of DAPK in Malava. So you ask yourself, if truly Jubilee is part of the United Opposition, why are their members, their bloggers celebrating the loss of a member of the United Opposition? So, we seem to be disjointed in some way. And, we need to correct our situation, because I've told you that, we are dealing with a player who has decided that he's going to play rough on us. Now that he has decided that he's going to play rough on us, what must we do to win this match? Because this match must be won. Because if we allow him to play rough on us and, our teammates get injured, and given that, the referee has decided to look the other way, because we are dealing with a referee who has decided to look the other way, then, that gentleman is likely to win unfairly. And the way they say in football, a win is a win. For example, a person can score using the hand. And, if the referee decides to ignore the point that the guy scored using the hand, it becomes a win for that particular team. So, these are some of the things that we need to be careful about as United Opposition. This is not time to take anything for granted. We should not take anything for granted. So, Rigathi Gachagua to start with, must tune down his language a bit. Even this issue, just like Alex said, of saying that, compared to Nyanza, if you go to Mount Kenya, the caliber of elected leaders, are below par. At times, it's not necessary, because majority of the constituents in these particular areas are not that very well educated people. So if you are telling them that, you only need educated people to run for election, they will start asking questions. Some things you leave them to balance by themselves. You don't shout them out. You allow the situation to balance itself up. But if you start shouting, then people, the people gang together. They say that you are saying that we are not that educated, and we are not eligible to be elected by virtue of us not having gone to school well. Then they are likely to gang up. So Rigathi Gachagua must tune down his language a little bit. Somebody needs to manner him up on how he should be speaking going forward. Because there are small errors that he is making that, might cost us a lot. That's the first thing. The second thing that I've said, we need to see a serious working chemistry, especially between the larger Rigathi Gachagua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa team and the Matiang'i team, because they seem to be disjointed. And if they are disjointed, then this guy who is playing rough on us, you will take advantage of the whole situation, and is likely to score against us. So moving forward, every mistake must be ticked, and a solution must be found against that mistake, so that we don't end up repeating the same mistakes. Finally, I've told you that we are dealing with a guy who is playing rough on us. If you go, for example, in Malava, you saw the type of violence that was deployed in Malava. The type of, the level of violence that was deployed in Malava. Outright violence, where you are even attacking a hotel of a candidate, and the police are doing nothing. So what does it tell us going forward? In a way, we are being told that if you're not very, very careful, violence could be deployed against us to ensure that we lose. So what becomes the solution to that particular issue? That, we have seen open violence. We saw it even in Bere. We have seen it in Malava. And we have seen where, the police are being used, like the situation that we had in Narok. How do we deal with such eventualities, especially as the United Opposition, given that we don't enjoy the monopoly of power? These are some of the questions that we need to ask and see if we can get questions to them. Finally, the IBC has started on a very, very bad note, and if we are not very, very careful, this could be a worse IBC than the Chebukati one, because we seem to have the chairman of IBC here, a gentleman who doesn't seem to know what he's supposed to do. Perhaps at least Chebukati was, much averse. This guy does not seem to be knowing what he's supposed to do. So, we have a lot of homework to do as the United Opposition. And, it's back to the drawing board, because the gentleman has discovered that, he's a wounded buffalo. And because he's a wounded buffalo, he wants to use every mean. The way they say that the end justifies the means. To William Ruto, what matters to him is the end justifying the means. And the end is for him to be re-elected in 2027. And he does not care how he's going to be re-elected so long as he's pronounced as having been re-elected. So, these are some of the things that we need to note moving forward, because if we are not very, very careful, we might not be at a very, very good place. My friend Jiru, let me perhaps stop there.
Okay, thank you, Bona Jaren, and I think our discussion is continuing to improve, and we are upping our game in terms of reasoning. I have heard what you have said. Maybe let me not ask a question now, because I also want to push the tray to other people, but I welcome you, and we keep on percolating issues here with an aim of advising our United Opposition, as we call it. But that issue of Jubilee people celebrating the loss of DP candidate in Mbeere actually came to my attention, and I was not able to understand why. Ayaga has said that in Mount Kenya we only need to have one party. All the others we need to sank them. Then there is a question now which we ask. Are you saying that DCP and Jubilee should now enter into a battle of supremacy, and we try to identify which party is popular, and whichever the party is popular to sink the other? Because there is I don't see a working platform where either Jubilee or DCP, they will fold their wings and they say we support this one. So I think they will have to agree in a coalition modality, unless they agree on not fielding candidates against each other. But I don't see an element where Mount Kenya will only have one political party. And I don't think Rigathi Gachagua will succeed in that. So when it comes to only having one political party in Mount Kenya region, I don't see it happening. So unless if you want Rigathi Gachagua to become more aggressive and actually splitting that region further. Maybe Stony PK will explain to us that. Is one political party feasible in Mount Kenya region? Looking at, because there are too many reasons of why political party exists, especially in Mount Kenya region. Unasikianga kuna chama ya maua, kuna chama ya nini. Like for instance, will Martha Karua fold her party and join DCP? Ni swali tu nauliza. Will Uhuru fold his party and join DCP? It's a question we need to ask because this issue will remain with us for a long time. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you, Jiro. Let me start from where you just asked that question. At this point, I think the best way forward, if we really get serious, we want to go ahead and win this election. This is the moment where everybody has to follow these parties and we come with a united front as a party, not as an organization now. If you want to join opposition, the party is united front. Whatever this, whatever name we call it, that's fine. Otherwise, we need to speak the same language. We need to speak the same. We need to speak the same language from the same place. Here's a problem. Big problem. At this point, I have a feeling that the Gadi is going to start to do more, or the more he might do, the damage. I think time has come. These guys, they come and sit down and just say, is this the way we go forward? At the end of the day, if everybody, they just come in and they speak the same language with one candidate in every constituency under the United Front, not under TCP or under whatever Chubiri, under what, it's going, everything will be lost. Everything will be lost. What I'm seeing here is competition. Even before this election, there was competition of who is more popular among these guys of the United. Who is more popular? And the guy thought that he's the one on top. He speaks. He might be able to choose whoever is going to be the presidential candidate. Wherever. I mean, that one we saw it coming. For people who are celebrating, maybe to believe because the other people lost. I don't know. I've not seen it. It's a possibility. It's there, but if it's there, that's kind of that's a setback. I can just call it a setback. But at the end of the day, I think if we want to win this thing, we have time. We have to sit down and come as a united opposition front or whatever name we call ourselves. We go from there. But anybody who's coming here, Martha Karua is coming, is a party, Jubilee is coming, Kalonzo is coming, Matiang'i is coming. Hell no. We want to lose big time. And there we go. It's time for us to speak the same language with one voice as a one party. Hii mambo ya kusema si nini na nini, let's forget about it. Otherwise, huyu jamaa is ready to kill people. He doesn't care he has a re-election. And you know he's a murderer. You know from his history. He's a murderer. He doesn't care. So, the question remains. Because now, your ego, Gachagua, your ego, maybe Matiang'i, your ego, Kalonzo, at sasa mimi ndio whatever, now we are on the same ground. There's a zero ground. Let us start from there as opposition people. Let us form as the same party. Let us speak the same language. From there, we get ourselves together. Otherwise, yoyote ambaye atakataa, let them out. Because that one, they don't want to win. They want to make themselves popular. That's where I think where we want before these prior elections, and we have seen what the results is. If we go with the kind of ego they went with from all over the place, we lose. But if we want to go as a united front, like we call themselves, as one party, we win. That's my opinion on that. I'll speak more. Let me give it to somebody else.
Okay, okay. It seems nobody is around. So let me answer your question, Jirub, that you asked me before, and I give my little submission, then I call it a day. I'm seeing my friend Stone PK is also in the room. I hope is well with him. I want to answer your question. You ask me if the reflection of the election there, if Ruto was on the ballot, if he could have received that the amount of votes. You know, politics is perception. Those by elections, they will be used perceptionally, where Ruto can say the united opposition have 50 and I can also get 45, 50% from there. So that's how votes are hiyo ndio venye wizi wa kura huwa inakuanga, using the perception, which is very dangerous. If you want to beat somebody like the way Boyd Were beat Aroko, you beat with 10, almost 6,000 in a by-election. You don't beat small. If you beat small, you create that perception. So you will go through. You can see even how a day after the election, he has been avoiding Mount Kenya for some reasons. And he went there. He was in Nakuru, he was in, I think, in Kiambu, he was in, and he was bold. And he was now even telling Rigathi Gachagua and the united opposition, command the truth that now I left for you the region, you have failed, and now I am coming back for these people, they still love me. The perceptionally, he got what he wanted with that by-election. Finally, I think I will tell the whoever is advising Gachagua, pride always come when you are about to fall down. Rigathi Gachagua need to calm down. Create a party, but calm down. That's why I think the Jubilee, because he has been even downgrading some leaders of Jubilee, like Matiang'i and the rest. He needs to calm down. He needs to know how to work with the people because I didn't even see too much the people who have been working with Rigathi Gachagua. Some people like Murang'a Senator, I didn't see him too much engaged in that election. Even the Laikipia guy, I didn't see him on election day. Even Betty Wamain, I didn't see those people actively on the ground. Yeah, except Kalembe or somebody from Embu there. So I think they must, there is this big brother syndrome that is disturbing even Rigathi with this fellow opposition leader. Have you ever seen Rigathi Gachagua with Fred Matiang'i in one picture? They have not. So I think, even I see one of our guys in the comment section asking why he didn't attend. I think he didn't attend because Matiang'i was going there. And those small pride, you sometimes, because of you want to achieve a big thing, you have to work with somebody you called your enemy. You have to. Now you will come to realize why even Raila, he had run against all these presidents, and sometimes you have to handshake and you have to work with them. I think Rigathi Gachagua must look for Fred Okengo Matiang'i. They must sit down, because sometimes the loss in Berry, the sabotage, was created within the united opposition, because it is easy to use people to deal with one of their own that is seeing that is larger than life. It is very easy. So sometimes maybe this thing was plain square within the united opposition, and Ruto just took that advantage. And we are here blaming Ruto. Look around. Every time you lose election, don't go for excuses, because those violence will always be there. There is no election in Kenya that is happening. Even the churches one, we have seen pastors and bishops fighting when they are doing their own elections. So the elections will always have high tension. So I think Rigathi Gachagua need to calm down and unite people in that opposition. Even if you are a big brother, like ODM always have a big brother, but when they are going for coalition, they can bembeleza mtu kama Kalonzo Musyoka. They beg even people like Wetangula. They work with people like Eugene Wamalwa with their small parties, and then they call themselves, we are equal partners. But Raila is best among the equal partners. So you see the such words. Those are the things that Rigathi have to learn. But if he goes in that direction, I'm telling you, by next year, the by-election is coming either Nyeri or Murang'a. That's why
Are
people
we
like...
allowed to ask question, my brother?
Okay, thank you.
Salute to everybody. Are we allowed to ask questions?
Wait a little bit. I will give you a point to ask questions. We are in a line, please. Just hold. I will give you an opportunity.
I appreciate you.
Okay. Thank you. Stone PK, go ahead. Or Eric, had you finished?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Stone PK, go ahead. Then Stone, then Nyakairo, then we have Boji to ask questions, please.
No, let me say hi to everyone, and good to hear you guys. Before I proceed, I just want to know, what are we basing our discussions on? Are we basing on that Kenya, we are holding elections as they are supposed to be? Are we in a position of that all what is happening is good, is correct, the elections have gone well? Because because I need to understand, is it agreed that the way we conduct our elections, that is modulus operandi, so that based on that, then we can start yapping and giving comments on how so and so did not do this and that? Because it's important. If we all agree that in Kenya we are holding elections as per our tenets, we have the IBC, we have the law. If we are all satisfied, and I want us to agree on this panel that kila kitu inaenda poa, whatever election, not even hizi za sasa by election, that we are good to go. Kenya we are yani tuko poa. Tuache hizi stories zingine, theories at politics is perception, is this, is that's nonsense. And I would like to urge our colleagues, we need to move a little bit higher to be able to agree. To agree that, okay, this is how we want to hold our election. When we start agreeing that it's good to have violence in elections, it's good to have we are being DS, man. So nataka tu mkubaliane before I even contribute. So how we hold our elections is okay, it's good. Then from there I'm able to, because for me, I always call a spade and a big spoon. Sitaki to pretend that because somebody has to talk. So I don't have to talk to you. Even these stupid theories of politicians, friendship is today, tomorrow this is enemy. That is why Africa is in the far end of kind of the what we call it, underdevelopment, because we have entertained BS. We have entertained stupid archaic theories. So are our elections okay, as we discussed on this panel? Did we hold our... Yeah, no, I don't need Ayaga to answer me. No. I'm not asking Ayaga. I'm just asking, do we all agree? Because before we start analyzing, so and so did not do this, so and so did this, are we agreeing? Let me finish. Okay. Let me finish. Are we agreeing that all is well as far as elections are concerned? Period. Otherwise, it's all nonsensical what we are talking about here. Let's agree. I want to hear that, yes, everything is good, and this is the way we should hold our election. We are okay. It's fantastic. Then now we can now start saying who did not do what for him or he to win, for him or her to win. Otherwise, my friends, I thought we all go into school, we have experience. Sasa to talk from a ground that we agree kila kitu iko sawa. The constitution is abided to. IBC iko poa. Then hapo ndio sasa tutaanza kusema Stone PK ndiye hakucheza kadi yake fiti akashindwa na XYZ, you know, but ilikuwa poa bla bla bla. Okay, kama tumekubali kuhalalisha all what has happened, let me hear that, then I'm able to contribute. Thank you.
Okay, ni sawa. I think
Okay, Stone.
Ayaga and Budi can react to that.
Yeah, let me attempt to answer that, Stone.
Go ahead.
And I will attempt to answer it with all my honesty. Yes, I agree to that our electoral process is very okay. And the reason I'm agreeing that too, I'll give 3 points. The first point is, before we said we did not have the IEBC, we complained. And what happened? We were told IEBC there, and we were told it's not there, it is there, it is not there, and we were played for a while. And finally, process to start selecting for IEBC officers was started. We did not see any agitations from us, from anybody. We allowed it to sail through, and finally, Ruto and Parliament brought to us an IEBC. Now, secondly, we have leaders within the opposition who we were going, when we were going to have these by-elections, who assured that they have faith in IEBC and elections can never be stolen. And that is a political process whereby we elect our leader. So by registering and allowing and accepting, we legitimized the process. And finally, the people who are contesting, whether today or tomorrow they come to complain, they had trust in the very, very institution that probably they will take to court. So what am I saying? We cannot, after such kind of embarrassment, come back and say, now we start agitating for a better electoral process, when we knew very well we did not expect any result that would have been better from a man called William Samoei Ruto. The mistake started even when we accepted to register candidates, okay, allow the IEBC to declare the politicking and the campaign period, and again, have faith that the result they will give us is correct. Now, that is a legal process from the perspective of the legality. Since we accepted, and the people even lined to go and vote, we made a huge mistake by legitimizing what is masquerading as a political process, and to the end, when declaration has been made, we can't go back against that saying ABCD. That is a huge mistake that we did not see from the united opposition saying, we are not going to this election. We don't believe in this process. We cannot have a single individual single-handedly choosing leaders or an institution that is supposed to be independent to man our elections. We went blindly, we accepted blindly. Now already it is part and parcel of us. Now the question is, did we really do the right thing? But the fact that we have allowed it even to declare an election, legally we accepted it. That was a huge mistake from us. So it is not the time for us now to start to look back at, have we resigned? No, we resigned a long time ago. Which leader actually said, I am not going to field our candidate because we do not believe in this? Which party did that? No party. And the problem is, an election, we have to have parties because parties are the vehicles for elections. So if all of them agreed even to register their candidates through the IEBC, what can we do, Stone?
There
It
is
is
a way.
political.
But there is a way, my brother. Here we go. You guys are talking about, with total honesty, a lot of blase, right? We understood where you guys are coming from. Here we go. Let me put you guys a real word right here. Okay.
Can you hold
This
on?
year, you guys allow a $61 billion to
Can
fund
you?
IBC. How do you guys allow that? And one thing, how did Kenya become number 32 in the corruption this year? And you guys are missing 4.7 billion according to Anti-Corruption Commission. So now, how are we going? Let the younger generation run the whole entire thing. And how do you want it to solve it? Stop the funding. 61 billion, my brother. You guys, it doesn't matter what words of blase you guys are talking about. Without the number, you guys are not going nowhere. So solve the number, and you guys, the country is funding that. You guys have a wonderful day. Look at the number and look at the data. And the moment that we follow the number, when we could solve that, right? So now, how did we allow $61 billion? 61 billion to fund this election? Salute to everybody. Figure out that number. If you wanted to really abolish this group of people, stop funding them. That's it. And maybe it's part of the
how do we do
Constitution.
that?
Salute to everybody.
How do we do that? Give us a solution. Give us a way. How do we do that?
Huh?
How do we stop that?
Look, and the corruption that it's missing to the country, my brother, is 5% of the GDP. I feel bad to the people. That's your own money.
How do we do it? Give us
Let
a
the
formula.
younger
Tell us.
generation run the whole entire thing. Everybody that's
How?
running right now, they're done.
How?
They
How? Give us a
done.
solution. Give us a
They
solution.
done.
How do you let the younger generation do it? Tell us,
Stop.
bro.
Look, this coming election, my brother, you guys put in 61 billion. Stop the fund. You guys have to recall that fund and give it back. That's the only thing that you could really see.
Just tell us, how do we do that?
Salute.
How do we get?
Salute to
How do we get?
everybody. Hey,
How do we get?
that's why you're gonna have
That's
to look at the Constitution. The Constitution is written on that, bro. So now this group of IEBC is part of it, and you guys have to read
drop
it.
the
That's the
guy.
only thing. Salute to everybody.
Toa hiyo kitu. Toa hiyo kitu. Hakuna, it's not making sense at all. Don't entertain vitu zingine za ajabu hapa. Ukisema young generation, si utuletee formula. Natuambia ujinga. Nani ajui? Jero, acha kuentertain vitu za ushenzi hapa. Kwa nini? Acha hiyo maneno. Let's be logic. Yeah. Wacha hizo vitu.
Okay.
I mean, Jero, are you there?
Let me answer.
Ama
Let me answer
tutoke.
the question.
No, listen, Ayaga.
Jeru ni
Wacha
kama
kurukia
amelala kidogo.
Kiaga. Wait, achana na Njeru. That's why he's messing this channel. I'll tell him as well. You know, this channel, people ni watu wana akili. Ukiacha watu, sasa ndio, you are telling us the younger generation. Yani, how do you, is another stupid chorus people are calling. You cannot be utakuja kuchukuliwa chini ya maskati ya mama yako, uambiwe ukuje, ndio uingie kwa leadership. Come on. Young generation. Tomboya hakutolewa kwa chumba, alitokelezea. He presented himself, Obama, everybody else. You have to come up either through, unaanza hapo kwa Village Deep, where unaanza kwa Christian Union. You have to sprout and be seen. Nobody will bring you a plate called young generation, kujeni sasa muongoze. Tuache hiyo shit. And let's forget about that nonsense in our platform. Oh, younger generation should do this. Tuache hiyo ujinga. What we should say is, we have young people who are coming up. When they come up and they want MCA, they want this, they will be supported. Let them talk, let them give sense. By you being young doesn't mean you are miracle worker. We have young people who are idiots, and we have old people who are idiots. It's not a higher age or anything. Hiyo narrative Kenya tumeuziwa na ni ushenzi. It is a very defeating whatever. What we want to do is, a leader is a leader. An intelligent person akiongea hata kama ni wa miaka 22 in front of 60, 70-year-old people. Watu wana clap and they acknowledge it. Kenya, we are being cheapened into a lot of garbage.
So
A lot,
huyo wachana huyo
wait,
ask a very
no,
good question.
no,
I
no,
think
I'm,
that is where we were. Huyu jamaa ametudistract from where we were coming from. I think
no,
you asked a very
no,
good question. Tuendelee na hiyo. Huyu
yes,
jamaa usitudistract.
no, hiyo pia bro Bundi, hiyo pia iko kwa watu wengi. Ati Kenya ipewe young generation. Where on earth has that happened? Young gen wako wapi? Mlikuwa na akina Morara, sijui watu wakasema oh, Morara is tough, ako wapi? Bro, people, leaders don't sprout like mushroom. They don't. And tuache hiyo ujinga. Leaders yani wanakujanga polepole. Unasikia huyu mazee alikuwa hapa alilidi kwa chama yao, alikuwa kwa chama yao, hakukula pesa ya chama members, akakuja akachaguliwa, akakuwa sijui representative of this and that and that. That's how leaders come. Alafu akajitokeza akaona I can be an MCA, anakuja anaongelesha watu wanasikia haya, huyu kijana anaongea sense, then he's voted on the basic thing. Huyu kijana akikuja kuuliza kura, can he get a fair treatment in the electoral system for him to be voted? Akipigiwa kura hata kuja kuintimidatiwa na akina Stone PK, wale wako 60-70 years old, wanasema sisi ndio wenye nchi, they intimidate him, they rig, and then the very sharp kijana does not see the light of the day. So what we should be gearing on is, can we have an electoral system that can allow anybody, hata kama ni mbuzi itasimama na watu waseme ndio wanachagua, ichaguliwe, ipewe cheo. Back to you Bundi or Ayaga if you want to talk. But let's not entertain vitu kaa hizo garbage za huyo jamaa. Yeah, 61 billion, yes, but he should give us a formula to stop it. How does Wamboi ako pale Githunguri, Aoko ako pale Nyasiongo, anauza ngwashe zake pale, unamwambia you Kenyans are stupid, you have allowed this. No, let's not allow that kind of nonsense. Back to you guys.
Sorry. Yes, Tony PK. Okay, sorry. I think I'm back. Am I clear? Okay, I think the discussion was going on well. Yeah, people can return to the discussion. I think Stone PK asked a very serious question. Yes, Stone PK, can you hear me now? Stone, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Njiro. Watu wamedropiwa na nini?
I don't know. Sasa si ndio. Haya ni sawa.
Because I was submitting and then I just found everybody, something went wrong and people walidropiwa simultaneously.
Okay. And then sasa continue with your discussion. Like you asked a very serious question, and are you satisfied with the response you have gotten from?
No, nobody is giving me the response. And unfortunately, I would say this in Njiro. You know, there's something, Njiro, can we and are you a PhD holder? I don't know. I hear people calling you doctor.
What do you think?
No. For me, I don't care. With all due respect, why I'm asking that is I think we should embark on this research. Okay, irrespective of your whatever in our individual in it. I want us to try and understand something about Kenyans. Manake tuna kitu yani there is something, honestly, it's so obvious and simple, but I'm a crazy person, but when we start talking and analyzing politics in Kenya, from what point of view are we coming from? Because when you start talking about this should have happened, this, it means the platform was okay. The field was good. The competition was okay. So we are analyzing who did not do what to win.
So, Stone PK, let me ask you a question. Kidogo, as you entreat in that thinking, based on the way you see and the way you see in your own style, do you feel like there is no way in which moving forward, and from also historical occurrences, there's no way in which we can talk about an election? Is that what is that your feeling?
What I'm saying right now, we cannot talk of an election from the perspective of Stone PK didn't organize himself well. You know, they should have been united to have this candidate, to have that candidate. For me, that's stupid. It's very naive. Ni upuzi, ni ujinga. It's blindness. Because when you talk about Njiru, timu yake angeweka number 6, angeweka plani, it means the referee was good, the playing ground was good, the rules were tired too, but Njiru lost or Stone lost for not planning very well for the team. You get my point? In breaking up na soccer, because we all love soccer and we know how soccer goes. So that's the simplest I can do. So do we believe our soccer now in Kenya, which is politics, elections, do we, as well, wherever we are, do we believe that the game it's very well done, the referees are there, and everything is okay? Tuache ujinga ya perception. Because I hate that vocabulary. At your perception, oh this and that. Why do we only have that in Kenya? By the way, Kenya tuko nyuma kabisa in terms of thinking. We are so regressive and naive at the perception, because Stone PK alikuja akaita watu hapa. Whether I transported them, I paid them, that is not an issue. But you see, the perception is whose perception is. Okay? So, for me, as of today now, we cannot talk about who places how Kachagua did not do X, Y, Z, how Matiangi, how Central did not have one party. Those are nonsense. Don't tell us rubbish about the Central should have one party. Wachane na hiyo garbage. You can have 1 million parties, and you can field your candidates, 1 million of them. But let us have the referee, the chance. When we were doing dancing competitions in Zero, we would never limit people on the floor. We would say, nani anajisikia anajua kudance? That is what the judges would say. Akina Tony PK, akina nani, tunaingia kwa floor. Then we are eliminated pole because the rules were there. Ikiweko breakdance, wanaangalia who is really dancing breakdance because the judges are there. Now, when we talk of elections in Kenya, and this is now as I conclude, is to tell you we should not have any panel discussing of how CGATO, so and so should have done this, Jubilee should not do this, and DCP should do. Hiyo sasa is irrelevant to as of today, which has been proved by yet another stupid thing we went to the by-elections, thinking that there will be some difference and there will be sense in how elections are conducted. In short, I'm telling you, we have failed in terms of holding elections in Kenya. Something has to be thought and has to be decided and has to be made. Tuache maneno hii wati theory vile ulisoma shule, political science, sijui unatuletea Machiavelli and all that garbage. Do we have a are we able to do and hold an election in Kenya? An election whereby let's have the weak, the strongest, the middle contesting, and then mwananchi has a chance to elect. If you spend PK amepewa kura mbili ndio hizo zinahesabiwa. We don't want to hear of polling stations being banned. We don't want to. People are not talking of things like having armed vehicles and Zero. It is tiring, and I hate to see how Kenyans have sunk. And when I say Kenyans, it's people in this panel coming to give us garbage. Yani hakuna mtu anaangalia ati wanaangalia sasa. Now people are even talking of how ODM is organized, DCP is this. That is nonsense. It's a waste of time. Even any fool would not hold that kind of discussion. As of today, you can do whatever you want to do. You can decide to have one candidate, but do we have the electoral system working? And working is, are we making sure that the cabinet secretary, the government machinery, the goons, people are not being beaten? Why are we not talking about those things? And with that, let me end by telling people, you will see what will happen on Monday. Because I told you guys, the bubble has to burst. And the Kenya bubble is about to burst. Hii ujinga tunakuja nayo ati sijui elections ilikuwa, sijui watu ndio hawakufanya. Everybody did his best. My friend, did his best. And everyone is allowed, youth, young, old, is free to register as a candidate. And then let the people come and decide. And I don't want to hear anybody blaming voters. Oh, Mbere people let us down. They did. Mbere people voted properly. Wamudende cannot even garner 1,000 votes for your information, Zero. Take that to any bank. Wamudende and the proper, he cannot get to 1,000 votes. Same thing in Malaba. Tuache ujinga hapa ati nini. Wamudende cannot get 1,000 votes. That I can tell you with all the authority. Thank you. Back to you, Zero.
So, Stony PK, I hear you. It seems like from your look of issues, which is a bit on the far end, which is okay, you feel like...
What do you mean far end, Zero? Unajua hata unanishangaza. Far end means what?
Sijasema kwa vibaya, like...
No, I think kwa vibaya. You know, when you saw me, what do you mean by far end? That is where we are, Zero. I'm shocked that unaona ati Stone PK ako far end. Zero, we are cooked, we are fucked up. You cannot hold an election in Kenya, Zero. Acha kuwa modest ati kwanza hiyo ndio ujinga ingine mnapewa hapo. Ati moderate, you know, perception.
I agree in what you say.
We are screwed up. Go up with the question.
Kidogo Ayaga was here na Ayaga amesema hizo vitu ati zimetendeka mbele they have been happening in their place eternally.
Yeah.
We never focus. They used
Na
to
ni
have
okay.
armored vehicles in the polling station.
Yeah.
They needed,
And it's okay.
they were always being beaten. So, and Ayaga said, it is our time to taste the same.
Ayaga is, I don't know where he comes from. That anyway, sorry, I don't want to deal with him, but that is one of the most archaic, very primitive thinking. Just because you are a thief, you want me to be a thief. Hata si tumekuwa tukiiba, hata si tumekuwa tukichapwa. That's garbage. Don't even give me that analogy. It's the most tired analogy that I can ever take. Just because in Luo Nyanza they've been doing all the shit, so it should be a norm. That's garbage. Njiro, don't even encourage that nonsense. Please. Oh, you know, we've been going on riot, we have been killed, we have been did, so it is normal. Watu Kondelo wanatolewa, wanapinywa makende, wanapigwa risasi kwa makende, wanakufa. It's normal. And then you say, oh, so that is garbage. And I hate that. That's why I would not listen to Ayaga talking to me. If he's thinking that way, and yet he's a young man, I would think he's a very primitive person. Sorry to say that. You hata usiniletee those kind of examples. Just because kuna watu wanatolewa kwa nyumba wakipigwa risasi, makendo wanauliwa hapo, so we should accept that as a norm in Kenya. That's garbage. It's nonsense. Oh, Raila went through this, so everybody should go through this same garbage. That is where we are. 63 years, we are reasoning like idiots, my friend. It's annoying.
Okay.
Endelea na swali yako.
Let me take you further. Hata Ayaga nimeona amekufuata hapa.
I don't care about that, but for me, I am realistic. I don't want to hear those kind of nonsense.
I want to take you further. Based on what happened, it's not possible to explain a good, like the thing which you call a fair and verifiable election is not available in Kenya now. And in that dichotomy, why would opposition still agree in the same framework all the time, which does not yield the results for them?
They have no power, and zero. Don't be naive also. What does opposition have? You are fighting against a government. Wacheni ujinga hata nyinyi. Sorry to use that term. Sasa you are equating opposition to Ruto. Why did Ruto rush? Ruto he made a coup at Bomas. Kutoa baba. Manjiro unanikasirisha. What happened in Bomas? Ruto alijua acha ashike hii kitu ndio afinye watu. Then you are here trying to be modest. Baba was following the constitution. Azimio was following the constitution. You wait, Vince Atale, What did Ruto do? And I want you to play that clip. Njiro. Tuache hii mambo hapa kunini. We are wasting our time. Mtu amekuja kwako kwa gate, ako na bunduki na shoka na kila kitu. Wewe unatoka ati unajua ndugu yangu, na unatoka na vesti tupu na apuongo. Ati amani. The guy will lipua you. What we should say is that Kenya is a failed state as far as the elections are concerned. And let's chew that. Even this so-called nonsensical opposition united is all garbage so long as this government does not. And I'm happy what government did, by the way, because it has proved to you, or those who are in opposition, that you can do nothing. Ruto amedeclare. Na amesema, hata Lironi aliongea. Look at his demeanor, my friend. That is why you can never, and I want to bet here. Ule mtu atafanya, mahali siasa itafanywa na election ifanywe, Ruto atolewe, ama candidate wake atolewe. Hatu watu wanasema, opposition imeshinda MCA. To Ruto MCAs is garbage. For him to prove a record is from MP level. MCA, you can do whatever you want with it. All right? But any other thing called MP, soma hii number, Ruto will show you who he is. And remember, Ruto is a Kalenjin. He's a warrior. I'm talking raw. You can quote me wherever you want to quote me. Okay? Kenya will never have elections that you queue because you voted for Stone PK, anapata kura 10 and all this. It is all garbage. And for me, this is what I would do if I were these people calling themselves in opposition. I would just tell Ruto, endelea kutawala, siku ile utachoka, basi tutatafuta namna tutaweza either kuweka systems ambazo ndio zitatusaidia. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Just let Ruto rule forever until he dies. Let him die on the seat. Other than pretending, oh, Kenya is a democracy, Kenya has a constitution. That's garbage. Which constitution? The constitution is there on the shelf. Period. We are pretending. Kuongea vizungu mingi hapa ati oh sijui nini. What? Ruto alijua hiyo. And if I was Ruto, I would do the same. Ruto knew Kenyans are naive. They are cowards. All right? They don't know what they want. Kenyans argue. Even the way Kenyans argue, we argue so cheaply. Rock bottom. Hakuna reasoning tuko nayo. If anybody right now can talk about the electoral system in Kenya, as you know, so and so did not do this, that is the naivety of the highest order. I rest my case.
Yeah, Tony PK, I hope it is not giving up. So do you want to tell me that?
No. Again, there you go. It's not. You can give up, Njiru, and life continue. Giving up means what? Achana na Ruto atawale. Wachana na Ruto because wale wanaumia ni mwananchi wa kawaida, ule hana do, ule hawezi afford unga, wadosi wako poa. That's not giving up. Whether you give up or you do whatever you want to do, the status will continue. Ruto atatawala. Look at Ruto when he is also talking kwa meeting. Remember, hata huko Kikuyu, hiyo inaitwa sijui Central, Mlima, Ruto, kuna watu wanaimba afadhali Ruto because it is about my stomach, bro. Take that. Hapo, huko Lironi hao watu, nani aliwalazimisha wakuje kumchangilia? I mean, let's not be stupid, man.
Sawa. Tony PK amewasha moto. Maybe before I bring Nyakairo na Kipuri, Ebu Erika Yaga react kidogo. Erika Yaga, can you react to that? That one is politics 101.
Okay, I will not take my time to react. You know, it is good, and I love it that he said my friend is saying, I am realistic. Yes, it is good. It is allowed in politics. In politics, you must have those two. There are two stands you can take. Either you are realistic or ideologistic, or you can combine. Or you can combine both.
Let me interrupt a little bit.
You know the rules of debate, ndugu yangu.
No, I'm adding. I want to add to your point as you talk. I'm supplementing you before you proceed.
I will be done in 2 minutes.
No, I'm adding something for you to enlighten us. Give me a second. I want you to, because you like phrasing out like in politics. Define to us what is politics, then proceed. Thank you. What is politics? Then proceed. Asante.
Okay. Thank you very much. You know, I'm saying in politics because we are discussing politics here. If you want to
define it. Tell us what it is. Then you proceed.
I will define it for you. You will not erode my thoughts. I'm used to such kind of argument, and I know you want to push me to the corner so that Njiru can mute my mic. I will not allow you, so I will answer you when I'm ending. So let me say this. I think some of us have stayed outside there for a very long time until we have become white people in our thinking and in our reasoning capacity. My friend, Kenya is located in East Africa, south of Sahara, north of River Limpopo. That's where Kenya, the country we are talking about, its politics, is situated. Number two, in Africa and even in most places, elections always have issue. Like me, I come from a region where we have always complained that elections are always not free and fair, and they are not conducted in a properly way. that is the stand of my party, and that is the stand of majority of like where I come from. We have tried to see a free and fair election for a very long time. It has not happened. So if somebody want to wake up in Mbeere and get a free and fair election in Mbeere, I'm sorry for all of them, because it seems they have stayed outside there until they have forgot that we are in Kenya. For me, I'm speaking in a position where I am in this country. Here we even fight in election of bishops. There is a church here called Sijui APC, Sijui what. Bishops fight. When they want to elect the Sijui, the chairman of the bishops, they fight. So when I'm saying that the election will always have tension, bribe, the bribe claims, intimidation claims, that one will be there. Here is not America, my friend. We are not in the United States. If you have been there so that you have a road you are thinking of, you want to bring the pictures you are seeing in another country, you want to bring them here. Let us just be realistic. If you are to be if reality is what we are talking about. Me, what I'm saying is reality. Hold election anywhere in this republic. People will vote even for MCA. People, they can even kill each other. It is not the best way. Yes, it is not the correct way. I agree. But that is how it is happening here. So I think the people of Mbeere, because the system have always been on their side, and now they are testing, going against the system kidogo, they have to complain. But in Malava, in Ugunja, those things were there. In fact, the Ugunja one was worse. Mbeere, I think Mbeere, nobody died. In Ugunja, 4 or 5 people were killed. Yeah, it has been like that, where government sponsor goon, opposition sponsor goons. Yeah, you cannot say it is the IBC. Yes, there is a gaps, too much gaps that IBC need to fill so that we have a free and fair election. But remember, these problems are created by the competitors and the parties that are supporting the position or the candidates. They are the one who are coming up with these things. Now, what we are saying, IBC going forward, any violence caused by a candidate, that candidate should be disqualified. And if we go with that side, we will also have so many people being disqualified. So as much as we talk reality, let us remember we are in Kenya. We are in Kenya. We are in Africa. Uganda will go to election. So you have seen what has happened in Guinea-Bissau, where the military have to take intervention when everybody, they have done election, the results is not even out, everybody claiming to be winning it. So let us just be reality. We will not make Kenya United States of America in one day. Even in United States of America, they fought and they did assassinations for a very long time until they stabilize the institution that are given by, that have the law, the mandate by the law to conduct election. As we are moving there, even in that United States, people want to give us with example. They don't have democracy. You can have a few majority vote, but win in some states. Then you have what we call the electoral college enough for you to be the president. Let us not tell people as if where we are, where some people are staying is now better than Kenya. We do fresh air here, so we do fresh air here. Kenya is not even industrialized. Our brain is very soft and very clear. So somebody should not call us stupid. Kenyan people are not stupid. What we know in this country, if this is the kind of the supporters, the DCP, they talk like their leaders, I wish them the best. They will lose until they become humble. And I'm just telling them, for free and fair, they will lose until you cannot talk to people as if you are talking to even children. We don't talk to children like that. People are disagreeing, but we need to disagree in a way that you don't say now we are staying in Kenya here, we are more foolish. You stay in a country that even they don't do a proper democracy. They have to manipulate things called electoral college to manage the rapture. We even saw when Capitol Hill was attacked in the US when Trump lost election the other day. That is United States. In UK, there is no democracy. It is king and queens are ruling. PM and other MPs, they are doing it for formality. So you can't come here. We are the people who are practicing democracy. So, and democracy have its shortcomings, problems and troubles. Na tunazoeana nayo tukienda. You don't insult us, man. Thank you.
No response, Nyakairo. Mama Nyakairo.
Thank you, Jiro. I say hi to you guys. I have just few things or a few points to make, and it's just that it is so sad that we are putting ourselves to this game whereby we are not looking to the real problem that we are facing. We are just putting things like we are celebrating. However, whoever won or lost, this is our country, which is really at a crossroad. We need to know what is going on with this guy who is feeling that he has the right of killing people, even at this juncture, so that his people can win. We want to know why is he doing all this roughness. It doesn't matter what kind of politics you are playing, but you cannot play politics by killing people at this juncture with that small by-elections that happened. It's so sad. Na kwa hivyo saida tunaongea hapa, tuwe tunaongea mambo ya kujenga, si ya kubomoa. Kwa sababu huwezi kuwa ni kama you are talking about somebody who has won roughly killing people, intimidating people, bribing people, which is not the rule of the politics of the whatever election has been done. Hii ni kitu ambayo imefanyikana and it is real. So anybody who comes here, in fact, I expect them to talk about what has happened. Kwa sababu hakuna mtu anaweza support mambo kama hiyo inaendelea Kenya. It's so sad. And it's so hurting. We are not comparing Kenya with the US, but we can make history of being forward with what is going on in our country and making sure that things go right. It's not how somebody wants. We are many millions of people who are watching this guy doing all this roughness, killing people, stealing money. And you see now, this guy is accumulating money so that whatever bribes he has done, it has not taken even 1/8 of what he has stolen from the government. He has a lot of money. So now he's exercising how he's going to deal with us at that particular main election. Na hiyo kitu ndio tunaangalia, tunasema kwa nini amefanya vitendo kama hizi? That means he is ready to make the country fight. He is preparing for a war. And that is exactly what Ruto wants. He wants to have a war in the country. Na si war kutoka from another country, it is within the country and he is creating it. There is no war, but he is creating it. Kwa sababu huwezi kuja kwa mji wangu na uniletee watu wako na mapanga ati wasimame hapo wanionyesha ati mimi I will not fight for my right. Those are things that we should look at. Na kwa hivyo mtu hapa akija, hata kama you lean on the other side, please don't be so courageous telling us that this is what happened na huyu mtu ataendelea sijui atafanya nini. That is very rude. Mimi nasikia vibaya kwa sababu hii Kenya yetu tunapigania, hata wale wako kwa upande wetu wanaishi hiyo nchi, and in fact they know something wrong is going on. Something wrong is going on. But still you are hiding your head under the sand. You don't want to know what is going on. Kwa nini watu wasiongee ukweli wa mambo? Ruto has not won anything. Ametumia mbinu mbaya ya kuumiza watu. Nani hawezi toroka? Akiona watu wamekuja na mapanga, akiona watu wamekuja na bastora, nani hawezi toroka? Hata yeye mwenyewe. Kwa nini anajizingira na guards zake? Kwa sababu anajua ni muovu na anajua anaweza windwa. Kwa sababu aache kuinda wananchi wa Kenya. Aache kutumia vitu ambazo hatuna. Kama ni ngumi alete. Ajilete mwenyewe na alete ngumi. Lakini asilete vifaa ambazo ni za vita. Sisi hatuna vita na yeye. What we are doing is we are fighting for our rights. And we are fighting for our country. So whoever is talking, feel about the country. Don't talk points of seeing ati hawa walikosea hapa. Hata hao wakiwa wamekosea. Kwa nini wewe usiwe right? Ya kuonyesha mambo yale mazuri yanaweza endelea kwa hiyo nchi. Ndio nchi isimame. We have been promised so many things. Singapore sijui nini. Singapore inawezekanaje kwa watu ambao wanauawa? Hao wataonea Singapore wapi? It is right this time that we are not going to compare ile mambo yote mbaya amefanya na mambo mazuri. Amefanya maovu mengi zaidi. Na hii nchi yetu imeumia na bado itaendelea kuumia. Hebu imagine huyo mama mzee ambaye amepewa 5,000 with the current economy of the country. With the current economy of the country. Anaenda kujisaidia na nini? Alafu anauza maisha yake kwa mtu ambaye hana haja na yeye. Hakuna siku Ruto ataenda huko kuonyesha hao watu ati kwa sababu mmenichagua nitawasaidia hivi. He will never. What he will be doing ni kuumiza na kunyanyasa kila siku. Hakuna siku atawapea uhuru wa kuwa watu ambao washangamfu. Kila kitu ni ameharibu. Huyo mama akipewa hiyo 5,000, hakuna kitu atanunua. Na hiyo imeenda. Na huyo mtu anaenda akicheka. Look at him the way he was insulting people. He is insulting me and you. Hata wewe unamtetea. Anakuinsult. Anasema nyinyi ni wajinga. Unaona vile nimewapiga. You use the weapons to win. Unafikiria nani ataongoja hiyo? Unarudi kusema umewin. What did you win? That is very hurting. Very devastating. Our country is very, very bad right now. Nikiangalia ninaona watu you cannot see the seriousness of the country. What is happening? Unaona tu mambo kuongea. Mtu aongee ukweli wa mambo. Na ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba watu wetu walikuwa bright, watu wetu walifanyiwa madhara ya kuonyeshwa tutawaua, tutawamaliza. And it is true. Unawezaje tuma hata jeshi kwa area ambayo hakuna vita? Aka watu wanashangaa what is going on here. Hao wamama watatokeleza kweli hata wazee? Hata wao vijana Gen Z, they might not come out. And if that is how we are going to be ruled, then we are done. We have the right of choosing whom we want. Hatuwezi kuletewa mtu. Tena kuna kitu ingine. If it is true, huyo mtu alitolewa wapi ndio aletwe hapo? Aje asimame ati awe sasa yeye ndio mbunge wa pande hiyo. Alitolewa wapi? Is that right? Those people who are bringing people, if that is true, were bringing people there to mimic, to do all this intimidation. Walikuwa wanatolewa wapi? If that is true, we have to look at things the way they are. Na ukiwa upande gani ama gani, wewe ni Mkenya ambaye anatakiwa kujua uchungu ule watu wanaendea. Hata wewe siku moja utakupata. Because you are not going out of the country. Na ukitoka uende nje ya nchi, it's good for you. But we being the inhabitants of this country, we need to be let to choose what we like and whom we want. Kwa hivyo maongeo yetu iwe inalingana na ule upendo wa nchi tunataka. Vile nchi yetu tunataka isimame. Tuache kupiga mdomo tu, tuongee maneno ambayo I'm not insulting anybody. But I'm saying this because I feel so bad because people are not being serious of what is happening. Hamuoni huyu mtu anatupeleka kwa shimo. Hamuoni huyu mtu anaumiza watu wetu. Hamuoni huyu mtu anaua watu wetu for no reason. Na hamuoni huyu mtu anapanga vita ambayo ilifanyika watu wengi wakakufa. And yet now people are just talking. I expect anybody who come here, you are not supporting the government or you are disapproving the government, but you are talking the reality of issues that has happened. Ndio tuwe sasa tujue ni aje tunaendelea. Lakini si kuongea ati aliwini nini. Mtu hawezi kuja na mapanga, hawezi kuja na bastora, alafu ni muongoje. Nitatoroka, obviously. Because I was not ready for that. I was doing a humble thing and I was quiet. I didn't carry my weapon from my house. I came just me, myself. Lakini sasa ninakutana na mtu ako na mapanga. I have to run. So that is the issue. Mtu hawezi kuwa anatumia mapanga na mabastora. I expect sisi tumfikirie ati ni mtu mwema ama tumchague. Lakini atafanya kazi ile ilikuwa inatakikana bora isiendelee. Kwa sababu watu watatoroka, waache kufanya ile manufaa walikuwa wanaleta. So Kenyans, it is time to think about Kenya, not about that man who is doing all these bad things. Ufikiria ati Kenya yetu inatakiwa ikae namna gani? Huyu mtu anatupeleka wapi? But that guy is doing evil in our country. That is what I wanted to say. Na tena kuna mtu amesema hapo ati tusilinganishe Kenya na USA. We are not comparing Kenya with USA, but we can make history of making our country great. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Nyakairo, and thank you for that passionate discussion. Pacho, go ahead before I get Stone and Musimamo. Long time. Can you react to what is happening? Sai tuko na masalvo mbaya sana after the big steal by Ruto. Go ahead.
Ni aje Jeru.
Tuko bana, tunaendeleza tu. Tunaendeleza.
Nimeona Stone for after a long time. Sasa Kenya niliwaambia vizuri kutoka kitambo, shida ni ujinga. By the time we'll solve ujinga, that country will move forward. Bila kuangalia ujinga, you can hear somebody talking of Katiba. What is Katiba to Ruto? Ruto doesn't follow Katiba. Ruto alinyakua kiti by force. Na anataka kukalia by that force. So, Katiba kwake ni dream. Hiyo ni ndoto yako. You will talk about your Katiba. But what will he do? The opposite of that Katiba. That's all he knows. When you go to an election, you will bring goons and police. So wewe utaenda kucheza ball the way it should be played, but yeye atacheza handball na funge na handball na hiyo ni goal. Wanahesabu. Hawatasema ati ni handball. They know they broke all the rules. Yeah, elections. CS should not be voting. Anafanya aende a campaign, that's according to constitution, but anafanya nini ndio huko ameenda huko. Speaker wa assembly mzima, somebody should even not even be concerned with this election na nini. Somebody should be neutral in National Assembly. Ameenda kubageni huko. So hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo. We think Katiba kimdomo, but where is the spirit of that Katiba ndani yetu? It's not there. So we just do what we want, what fit me. Bora inani benefit. That's it. Kuna jamaa amekuja hapo hivyo anaitwa si Ayaga, ni mjaluo huyo. Mwambie little did Kikuyu knew Ruto atakuwa hivi. They didn't know atakaa now to be this monster. So wajaluo kama wewe mjaluo, don't think mmeachiwa. Yenu inakuja hapa mbele. This guy will strategize how to rule. Amesema for 30 years. Bado anakuja mpaka huko 30 years. Atafanya nini? The rule will change. For now, aliwaingiza box na 10 points agenda, which is not even following. Na mwingia box, you are celebrating it. After 2027, what will he do? He will change the game again. he will have another handshake with somebody else because atajua ashawa use. Sasa anatafuta kwingine kudanganya huko. That's when you will be dumped. Na mkidampiwa is when now you will start seeing and you will go back to street. Hii ni kitu na kuambia, wherever you are, stop blocking your eyes to see anything. Let this guy don't do. Huyu jamaa ni mkora. He has been lying all along. Alisema bottom up, sasa ameleta ati Singapore. And I don't know how we get into these people. Yani wanambelieve kirahisi sana. So I don't know where you are looking into, but the game of huyu jamaa, sometimes mimi naonanga huyu jamaa faa rule, aendelee kurule na afinye watu vizuri, ndio ikifika around 2032 2035 watu wamenyooka mpaka sasa hakuna cha mchezo. For now we are joking. Why is everybody so one? Mbona ni kila mtu amfuate mtu mwenye ana akili timamu? You have to let some people contrary opinion lazima ikwange, not that everybody sing for you. Kasongo ati anakuimbia, hiyo ndio unataka kusikia, and then you do that and you are doing wrong things. A country is ruled by a rule of law. That is what govern a country. Hiyo peke yake. Kama kuna rules it's okay, but kama kuna rules, then why do we follow that rule? Na mtu afanyi wasi kwa, nilikuwa naona mbele wana nini, they were complaining. I was like, why don't you be goons too? Chukua kipindi ya hiyo jembe wewe pia, endeni vita, ni war. Sasa isikuwe ni election, ikuwe ni vita. Mwenye tachapwa, mwenye anachapana, huyo ndiye anachukua. But when you take it easy, ati mtu amekuja na all battalion ni kama wanaenda war, ni tabia ya Uganda. Unaona wanaenda rally na convoy ya nini, mpaka unafikiria wanaenda war na nchi nyingine. Ni rally tu, wanafuata jamaa tu, mtu mmoja hivi. So bado tuna mchezo, si pia. Sasa hivi ukitaka kuvai, Stone uliniambia unataka kuvai, unataka kuwa MP. Enda tengeneza goon. Kuna goon wengi. Na utada kama ni vita, unasikia vita anakuambia kama ni noma ni noma. That's what they believe, that's their spirit. Kama ni vita ni vita, kama ni kuiba ni kuiba. Hawana soft ground, ndio unafikiria. Their work is to come, invade, chukua kila kitu, wacha waongee kenye wanaongea, as long as they get what they want. That's what Ruto wants. Atakangi story nyingine, that's what nasikianga anaambia jamaa atanishindaje, because he's seeing stupid people still talking about democracy. Oh, sijui tulifanya hii, oh, this is what we will do. Hiyo ni ndoto. That one is dreaming like anasema ni ndoto ya mchana. So mtu asifikiria ameachiwa kwa hii game. If you are in ODM, just know very well, ana calculate ODM. In Lowland, you will soon realize the whole of Lowland will be UDA. And that's their game plan. And nobody is seeing it. Anatuma Faruk Kibet huko nini kwa Waluya huko. What is he going to do? They want to occupy that area, wakonke na warule. So next time ukitaka kupita hapo, unaongea nao ndio unakuwa MP. Kama hujaongea nao, kama hujapiga magoti chini, no MP for you. Nyanza, they are doing it in a nice way. I like the way they are doing it. Wanadanganya ama jamaa tuko broad based. Jamaa wameweka kili ati ni broad based. But ama broad based ama independent candidate ni waki. Sasa pole pole wewe unafikiria ni mtu wa independent amegea, kumbe ni mtu wake yeye ndiye alikuwa ameweka hapo. By the time ODM will realize, it's too late, because ODM will have a problem with the nomination. Wanakonga na problem with the nomination full time. Then they will have the same thing. Then hapo ndio sasa watapenetrate. After nomination ya ODM, utaona governor Lowland anavai na UDA. Utaona senator anavai na UDA. Na amekuja kabisa na hiyo kala. Then all of that area will change to UDA before they realize. That's what he did to Mount Kenya. Alienda na akamake sure kina Kabogo nini wale wajamaa wenye wangemsumbua wako nje. Kabando those like aliweka kando. Akaplant watu wake. So hata nani Gachagua anakuja sasa hii ana realize MP wengi bado wako order na hawezi ongea. They cannot block anything because they fold their eyes, wakaingia kwa hiyo mtego ya huyu jamaa that easy. They would have DCP back then, wa negotiate na DCP, hata Gachagua angetimuliwa mbio hivyo, because it would be a lot of MPs from Central Kenya wangemwa counter attack, but now no. Na hii game unaona tayari inachezwa Lowland na wanakubali. ODM inakubali kabisa, we are in broad based government. Hiyo ni gari ya kupeleka ng'ombe kichinjio. Hiyo broad base inapeleka ODM kichinjio, and they are told to sing that song. So wakifika mwisho, hiyo hawa kina Yaga will come out shouting, oh, huyu jamaa ametudanganya. Then what will you tell them? That's where you are heading to, seeing very well you are going to that direction. That's why now I'm green na Kisii. They want to be Kisii. Wajaluo wakae Wajaluo na wabaki kwa ODM, Wakikuyu wabaki hivyo, because no any other party in Kalenjin. Hata mtu mmoja mwenye anatoka tu hivi, that's why Seruka akona freedom ya kutembea kwingine. Then we'll ask them, what is any other party huko? Na nani ako Rift Valley unisikia anaongea sahi? Amechukua wote mpaka Gideon Moi. Sawa, wamebaki kwao ni block. Na wanakuja kuvuruga kwenu. Na wanakuja kuleta nini kwenu? So what will he do? Si alete violence, hapo si kwao. Watu wakipiga wawawe mbele, nani amesafa? Nani akipiga Malava, nani amesafa? Ni Faruka amesafa? No. Ni relative wake amesafa? No. So we should be now tuweke tit for tat. Kama kuna party ingine challenging, basi wacha party ingine, watu wengine pia wakwenda party yao. Wa Mount Kenya waingie DCP wote. If you want Mount Kenya, enda ongea na DCP. We negotiate. We share that power equally. Kama ni Wajaluo, kuja ODM, kuja kama tuko intact, we talk. Watu mpaka Masai pia ikawa form party yao. Then we will balance this thing. But mtu asikwambia ati kuna ukabila na yeye mwenyewe ana practice that ukabila. Anakufunika macho. And then we ushangaa Kenya, sijui kila mtu amekuwa mrongo. Everybody. If you can listen to even a professor, unasikia tu yani anadanganya. Na unashangaa akona hii akili ama akili aliacha wapi? For a long time unaona mtu ameng'ara koti na tai, lakini anakuja kwa Kenya Kenya anaongea is direct opposite of what should be done. So moving forward imekuwa ngumu. The steps we made from Kibaki to Uhuru, tumerudi ile nyakati wa Moi ya siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Unaona raia pia ni wajinga. Feruka alienda Malava akasema mkichagua mtu wa opposition hamtaletewa development. So for now hata hao wafao wampigie simu mwambie sasa wewe leta ile development yako, atapotea. So why are we being fooled all the time? Because tumekubali, hatuna msimamo. That's the problem we have. Mtu ni yako ODM, the same akili yenye yako nayo kwa ODM ndio iko kwa UDA. Wanasema ni Azimio, wako na mpaka manifesto, but akili yao ni the same. So we are running on stupidity for a long time. Na hii ita continue because we know how to talk a lot. Tunaongea mdomo mingi and conveying no message at all. Haisaidii kitu yote, tunabonga tu. For now hata ukiuliza jamaa, nilikuwa nauliza jamaa leo. Mnaongea siasa na kuna school capitation ilikatwa. January inakuja hapa, how will you pay school fee? Do you have that money? Wanasema nini? Hata jui. Baada anaongea ati ameshinda, nani ameshinda. Then other things are blocked. Nothing is working. So sometimes you agree na Ruto, confuse them. Mpaka saa zile watachanuka, they will come out blazing, everybody will come out na watapigana. And that is when we will speak the truth. But kwa katiba, lazima tuangalie. You can't follow the rule when somebody is not following the rule. Itatuumiza because we keep on talking about it, but the spirit of our katiba haiko kwa watu. Wanaona kitu mbaya, bribery inapeana, dollars inapeana kwa watu. Mbona wanachukua? Now how many times have been told not to be bribed? Wanaambiwa na nani vizuri, lindeni kura. Kura kulinda ni kukaa hapo. ni kublock animal nini. Hiyo shida ya nini ya Mbeere ilikuwa inaibwa, na walikuwa naibwa kama wanaona, because wanaleta vurugu na watu wanatoroka mbio, na hiyo wanaisafu na wanakuja kama wanacheka na wanakuambia wameshinda. So we have just, yani tuko tuna wauni wamekuja kuiba, yani hiyo ndio kazi yao, yani ni crooked means by any means they will do anything. Huyu jamaa anaiba mpaka do ya gava, anaenda kubribe nayo watu. He is doing it. Alienda huko nini na private jet do mingi, hakuna mtu anamuuliza. Budget yake ya ofisi ya president ni juu sana, kuna mwenye anaongea. Bado tunaongea Malava, Mbeere. Sijaisikia lini by election ikakuwa big deal kama presidential election. Sijaisikia, I don't know, but it's okay. Ni Kenya, tumeingia huko. Amefanya hata discussion za watu imekuwa ukuzi. Sasa hii watu wana discuss ujinga. Kila mtu, ukisikia mtu anaongea huko, hata ukienda TikTok utasikia ukuzi tu. Otherwise, wacha ni break for now.
Asante sana. You know, hii issue, wacha niulize tena Pacho. Unajua Pacho, umeongea kitu ambayo ni muhimu. Umenitoa kule chini. Kila wakati tunapoambia watu wa mlima kuwa hii maneno ya kuwa na many parties, we are playing to the gallery of Ruto because he loves that. Kwa maana yeye unaona kwao, they are not even allowing any dissentation completely. Wamefika mahali wamenunua mpaka Gideon, walimu seduce mpaka akugombea kile kiti. He could have won through KANU, but they prevailed. Awakumunini now is presiding over government in a position we don't know, but you can see him doing government officiations. But anytime you bring this issue that why is Ruto and his backyard cannot tolerate any other party, but whenever you bring that to the mountain, wanatuambia sisi hatuelewi siasa yao, wao hawezi kuwa na party moja, tuwaache. I've never understood kwa nini sisi hatuelewi hii mountain ambao wao wanaelewa, yenye kila wakati tukisema in the mountain, if you cannot have one party, more especially right now that you are dealing with somebody who does not play fair no matter what. You know, we thought Uhuru was bad. We thought Kibaki was bad. But we have now, this is the definition of bad and dirty. Vile Mzalenda amesema, you know, the guy is going to play even more dirtier. How do you convince the people of the mountain that your one undoing is to go by spreading so many baskets, thinking that it's democracy, but to Ruto, that is a stealing strategy.
Haya, Stony PK, I want you to, can you refocus to what Pacho has said? Do you think Pacho is getting closer to your thought line? Or are you parallel or you are connecting, Stony PK?
Thank you, Njiro. Thank you, Njiro. Pacho is not getting closer to my line. He's on my line. And any normal human being in Kenya today should be thinking that way. We are not genius. As I said, it's very simple thing. What in garbage tunaletoa kina Ayaga? I mean, that is really nonsense. I will call it that way with all due respect. Garbage. Okay? Total garbage. But what is true, what is real is what we are saying. It is, by the way, reality, you don't need to go to school to define reality. Hakuna mahali reality inasomwa kwa shule. Okay? Hakuna, you don't need to have a doctor to deal with the reality. Reality ni kama vile unaingia kwa jango, lion ni lion, ukiona ni lion. Twiga ni twiga. Elephant is an elephant. Okay? And when people start bringing stupidity za theories zingine za ajabu. And I asked very simple question. When you keep on quoting to us, number one, kwanza, I want to debunk this. When somebody keeps on talking about, you know, when you leave Kenya, you go and live there, you become the white. That is the most naive statement I can ever have. I mean, ati juu umetoka umeenda, you are a businessman in Dubai, yani umekuwa Dubai, umekuwa Mwarabu, sasa ati ufikiri juu ya Kenya. Of course, yes, there are people who, and those are idiots, let me say, because in every society you have idiots. Because if you can enter America, you are 30 years, 25 years, and then you think you are an American, at sasa you don't understand the dynamics of where you are born, where your blood is. Of course, where tunakuchukua ni category ingine. There is nothing so sophisticated in Kenya that people who have lived abroad or who are in abroad cannot understand. Those who can't understand are just idiots. They've chosen that path, or they have chosen to ignore rubbish is going on in Kenya. I have friends wananiambianga usiniambie maneno ya Kenya. They are right. That's okay. But some of us who are here, we are where we are, just ni kazi tunafanya tukirudi nyumbani. Just like the way somebody from Kanyuambora is based in Mombasa, kazi holiday anaenda anarudi nyumbani Kanyuambora. Mtu ako Kiritiri na kwao nyumbani ni Kiambere. It is as simple as that. So there is hiyo category ya kusema people start sijui thinking hakuna speciality. Mtu atakwambia ati you know I'm on the ground, I'm doing this, that. Rubbish. Rubbish ya pili ni kusema politics. In politics, this is what happened. It's garbage. What is happening in Kenya is not politics. And I'm saying this with authority. It's not politics. Unless you have category of Kenyans who do not really know. And that's why I asked that question, which sounds very stupid. Tell us what is politics. Because I hear some, unajua in politics, this is it. Just as number one, define what politics is. Nobody, mtu anaogopa to define, because once you define what politics is, then you know what is happening in Kenya is not politics. Politics is not when you go and ban ballot papers when people are voting to elect a leader. Is that politics? You come and tell me in politics somebody comes, or in our area also it was violence. Then you are putting violence together as an ingredient of politics. What kind of nonsense can this be? Tafadhali. Just because when you know, in our place we fought with tukadungana na visu, so you want us to include that in the framework of what an election is supposed to be? Surely, how low can we be? And that's why Ruto has taken advantage of that. Right now, people are talking about, parties. Where do parties come in? And even if you have one party and you have a dictator that does not allow, hata mkikuwa na party moja, the entire country against Ruto, you will still bite the dust. You will still bite the dust. Hata mkisema the whole country to unite against Ruto, you bite the dust. Ruto has the implements of power. He has the armed forces. Nilisikia another friend, I have not confirmed, the top management of Jeshi, sijui ni 80 to 85% are Kalenjins. This I'm saying openly. What does that tell you? How about the lower ranks? How about the ministries? Ruto captured the country. The country is in pocket. Okay? So he's running it. He's running it as a personal thing. So whatever he's doing, look at it this way. A by-election, unatuma armed vehicles. Now watu wana evade from this. Unatuma CS is roving all over. CS, a civil servant, roving all over. Slapping people, beating people in polling stations. And I've sent you a clip I want you to play after nikionge. I want us to be realistic. Okay?
Stone PK, weka hiyo clip hapa nikuchezee from here, please.
Nimekutumia kwa WhatsApp tafadhali. Jana nilishindwa kucheza from here, sijui ni kwa nini. Nimekutumia kwa WhatsApp. Kwa my your WhatsApp. Okay? Na nitakutumia ingine. Ucheze hizo clips mbili. These are people, agents talking, my friend. Alafu tunakaa hapa tukiongea Ayaga coming as to give us a lot of nonsense. Alafu tunaambiwa you respect people. Me, when you give me matope, I tell you that is matope. By the way, those who don't know, I come from Mbere. Yeah, I come from Mbere. So when I talk about Mbere North elections, I'm talking with a lot of authority and finality. Yeah, and some of us have been involved directly. Na tufundishe watu hapa kwa hii platform. By you being in the United States of America, UK, Australia, if your interests are very important and you feel you value your country, you get involved 100%. Some of us speak to those people. We speak to the ground like almost throughout the day because of the interests that we have. Okay, so huwezi kuja ukisema watu abroad hawajui. Don't generalize. Of course we have people who have wamesema Kenya ni BS and they are okay in the US, in UK, in France, in wherever they are. Okay, yeah. So na tusichukue watu wote ambao wako abroad, they are there because they are wamehama, they have migrated. No, people na wengine wako huko ni jobs, contract ya siku chache warudi nyumbani, and that's some of us have a lot of interest in what is going back home. So let's not generalize these things, and let's agree that what is going on in Kenya in terms of elections is garbage. Stop saying that we are not like Tanzania. Mtu aniambie what is the difference? What has happened in Mbere North and Malaba? How different is it from what has happened in Tanzania nationally? Jiru, cheza hiyo clip kwa before I continue, or before somebody else comes. So Jiru, I think in this channel we have to be very firm.
Tony PK, I will play the voice. Ukiniruhusu nitacheza voice. I have it in my phone here, but I don't know how to transfer it here in my computer. But if you want, I don't know if you wanted pia huyo mama anaongea onekane or the voices.
No. Si lazima onekane. Voice sawa. You know what we need is voice.
Sawa, ndio hii.
Actually.
This is the truth.
Yeah.
Kidogo. Let me just play it. Umenituma wenyewe hapa. Okay, ndio hii. Naitwa Wangeshe somebody.
Sijui kwa nini mnashindwa kushare Njiru. Sijui.
Andu makiuganga aretwo atia mundu ucio anga wa mathende wakuge congratulations kama kamuno. You all know turari kinyo haria mwisho na irari strategy marari metereire cianjia gutarwo moke mastorm. Mimi I witnessed like this Gitibore what they did. Kwajia gutarwo maratua ni mwaki waripuka na nio marokire marakia mwaki niguo kura citigatarike. In the process maroka maraingata agents aitu othe maratuhurira andu itu ona ndirari gwatiriri uyu ruku kwanza aracirapire kairetu kanini muno kangimwita nginya grandfather kama si babangu arakagutha rui karagwa maramekira fengu maramahuraga mamekirite fengu methi maracoka marathie maramadamu
Okay, wacha nitumie Rex. Rex anasema atacheza. Rex, let me send it.
Tumia Rex. Tumia Rex. Alafu the panel waniambie when somebody
Rex,
like Ayaga
you have the clip.
comes here giving us a lot of garbage.
Yeah, nimetuma maybe Stony PK you can partially talk about it. Umesikia huyo mama anaongea story ya Gitibori pale walikuja wakachoma polling station na vitu zingine. Can you explain the scenario of Gitibori as we wait for Alex? Alex nimekutumia.
Now Gitibori for those who are listening is one of the major polling station in Ndawa, and that is where they have two streams. Okay, that is the strong base that is so much opposed to Roko. It is his home, but they're all for Karis. And that's why he went there and blew it off. He blew it off. All those votes were blown and they were not counted. Okay. And there were over 1,000, almost 2,000 votes or something like that. By the way, we should refer and see how much from that registration we were looking at yesterday. You go check what Gitibori is all about. Yeah. He came, they blew it. That's what the lady is saying. And even Ruko beat one of the clerks, a girl that she's saying would have, Ruko is like a grandfather or a father to her, beat her up, and she Yani unajua Ronko is a giant. Alimpiga slap huyo mtoto akaanguka akaenda mpaka chini ya meza. Alright, akawa pingu. Those agents, those clerks that were there, they were put in the vehicle, wakapelekwa kuwa dumped. Then we have some people coming here to give us garbage of how they know politics. People like Kayaga. I detest that. When we know the reality, then you are telling we in politics. This is what nonsense garbage politics is about. Politics, when you storm a polling station, you slap people. Just because it happened in Luo Nyanza, you think it should happen and it should become law. It's annoying. It's annoying until we are saying, let Kenya split, let it ban. Then let the Luos go their way. Let have those tribal things. Because hakuna haja ya kudanganywa hapa ati oh, Kenya is one, is this, is that, is that. Tuache hiyo ujinga. If Luo feels that being in broad-based, everybody else should be, wacha waende. And I like what Pacho say. It is, they are just going to their grave. And they will never see the leadership of this country anywhere else. Never will they. Same thing with these Kikuyus when they start bringing all this nonsense. Because all these Kikuyus that were brought from Nyeri, overnight, they came and they gave their votes and they were given 10.
Can I come in? Because I have been mentioned more than 60 times.
It is stupid for anybody to start even trying to give us, oh, you know, this thing has happened. We have the details of what is happening on the ground. Nobody should come here and start lecturing us how politics is, how elections are done. There is no election in Kenya. It's all garbage. It's nonsense. And that's the truth. That's the realistic. I'm happy it has happened in my area. Because, okay, you've had violence all over 2017, then you come and make it a statutory. You accept it? Surely. Where are we going? How nonsensical can we be? That any garbage, oh, you know, people in politics, these people play. Surely, when you come and shoot people in Kondele, I will keep on repeating that. Tuiweke hiyo playbook ya politics. Hiyo ni siasa. Surely. Oh, tumevuta bangi gani? I mean, seriously. Right now, we should not even be talking about that, oh, you know, in politics, or hapa ndio watu wanafanya even. Right now, there kuna politics inaenda. I'll keep on repeating. Kama hatuwezi pigana na Ruto, acheni aendelee. Lakini msikuje kutufundisha hapa, mkituambia kufanya, we need one party, we need this. Hiyo ni nonsensical statements that do not lead anybody anywhere. You can unite all of you in Kenya against Ruto. You will not go anywhere. You are going there empty-handed. Ruto anaangusha jeshi, anaangusha polisi. And again, please, if you did not see what happened in Mbeere North, enda kwa social media uone picha, live photos. Njiro, we had a team there that was giving live coverage. So nobody should come and give us here, kuja kutupatia vitu zingine za ajabu na theories how elections are supposed to be done. Sijui perception, sijui nini na nini. There is nothing like that. Yeah. So, and I will never even participate in panel where we have those kind of wastage of time discussing at a strategy. How do you strategy somebody who is coming in front of your gate, amebeba bunduki, na wewe kwa nyumba umeana tu na bibi yako na afuongo, anakuambia toka nikuonyeshe, then unaanza kusema unatoka ati wewe vile wewe umesoma science ya politics. Jamaa, what are we talking about here? What nonsense are we really talking about? Just a clip, Jiro.
Can I come in briefly before you play the clip? You know, you have mentioned me, my brother, like 1,000 times.
Yeah, but don't laugh. Ayaga, you are one of the, if I would case you, if I have a gun, Ayaga, I would shoot you dead.
But I will
Even if
not
you are
cry
MS
because
or
you
what
are
you are.
crying. You cannot force somebody to
No,
cry because you are crying. Yeah.
you
So
don't have to
let me
cry.
just give
You
my
are the
time.
people. You are the people who are sinking this country. And if I had control on this panel, I would not even allow you to talk because what you're saying here is garbage. Yes.
Okay.
I would block you totally. I'm telling you sincerely. So don't bother even answering what I'm saying. You are
Okay, I'm not
disgrace.
answering.
You are
I
Ruto.
just
You
want to.
don't answer me. Yeah. But I can't stand your nonsense about politics. I asked you what is politics. You can't define, my friend. You can't define that. Unatuambia siasa. One party. It's nonsense. All that is garbage you're telling us.
Are you done so that we can a little bit rebuttal? Because me, I've mentioned several times. Njiru, can I go ahead? Alex, can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Okay,
play that video, but God.
Okay, just try before you play it. I just want to say, so we have problem because even that clip, it is a post-mortem of a by-election that has just ended. It is part of the post-mortem. It is like we are dissecting the by-election that had happened. When we try to, I told my brother PK 2 months to election. If they go the way they are going, they will lose. He disparaged me. He ruled me out. He called them garbages. Sahi, they have lost. I'm now again trying to give him some hints. He's also disparaging. He's crying. He's mourning. Yeah. He doesn't want me to laugh. Why should I cry? Why should I cry because Karish lost election in Mbere na huko ni kwenu? If you didn't listen to us and you still don't want to listen to us, and then you want me to enjoy in your crying, I will not, my brother. Reality, the ones you are talking about, now you are collecting evidence. After election, we have a procedure. You can go to court, or you can ticket, or protest, or do mass action. It is allowed by law. So if you have those clips, the courts are there. Election in Magarini was occasioned by court nullifying election that was not properly done. Mbere is not exceptional. Mbere falls within the Republic of Kenya. You can't be preaching violence at the same time when we tell you violence have always ruled and run our elections. You also have a problem. Now the reality you are talking about, you don't know the reality. Now let me give you the reality. Reality is your MP, you are coming from Mbere, you have confirmed it. Is Leonard Njeri wa Mudende will be sworn in next week before they go to recess. So now that is the reality. Now you better get used to reality. What we are doing is post-mortem. After every match, we must have analysis, hata kwa football. Don't ask me to define what is politics. That will not help you. Let us discuss the post, what has happened in all this by-election. People have lost in Malava. People have lost in Kasipul. Even me, my candidate, Otete Man, lost. The problem is I know where the rain beats us, and I accept where maybe we made some little mistake. You don't want to be told your mistakes. You just rant. You just disparage kila kitu. You disgust everything. The same way I told you. I told you immediately after election that day we were with you in the same channel here. I told you, you didn't believe you've lost. I told you at 10, it is God. Imeisha. You never listen. My brother, it is better you've come to reality kwamba your MP is Leonard Mudende, upige kelele, ukuwe na miaka moja, miaka mbili ya kulia, na mimi nakwambia lia kidogo, by Monday ukuwe umepoa. Saa hii nitakuelewa kidogo.
Ayaga, let me ask you one thing. There is something unajaribu kucheza hapa yenye nasema kama ni huko kwenyu, it's okay, but we are asking you, when if that same game will come to be played on your doorstep, what will you do? Huyu mtu anasema hivi.
Boss, Pato, I'm saying...
Listen. Nyamaza. Stop thinking you know it all. Let you be taught. You cannot be in a football pitch. Now you are playing faulty game. Then unatuambia ati hiyo goal ni goal. Zoea hiyo goal yako. We have to apply rules na ikue equal. Ndio tucheze hii ball poa. Ndio tuone mshindaji ni nani. Hii kene unacheza hii, you are so vague. Unaongea sana. You go around thinking. Wacha kufikiria ati unarudi stone. Ndio imekuleta. You are just a sadist. You come here to annoy people. Fikiria hivi. The same game can be played on your doorstep at some point. Hapa mbele inaweza chezwa huko. Wacha game ikuwe fair game. Wacha kutuambia ati I warn you. We are only saying armored vehicle in a by-election. Yes, going to do that. That is faulty. Si power. Kwa game intakana, the katiba hata inaongea nini? The rule ya hiyo election. Ni referee ako the other side. Anacheza pia na wale. So how are we gonna play? So that's what Stone is saying. Like we make it better or we forget about it. Wewe kama bado haijafika kwenu, just laugh. We saw Kikuyu celebrating. They didn't know where they're going to. Imewafikia. I'm telling you, inarudi kwa mlango ya Wajaluo, where you're coming from. Sazile mtaoneshwa mlango, sazile mtaoneshwa mlango, na uchezewe hiyo that game, utalia. So, I know uko na kile ingine inapiga backward. Sana. Na uoni. So, wacha kukuja hapo kuongea vitu zenye bo.
Can I ask you a question before you finish up? Can I ask you?
Okay.
Sasa wewe unauliza maswali gani? Wewe ya kwanza wewe yako unauliza maswali gani haswa hapa?
Nataka venye akiongea, I want him also to consider this point. I also have a candidate.
Sauti yako na mawazo yako na mazungumzo yako, baba left you in broad based government na bado huko kwa broad based government unashinda. Basi sasa wewe nyamazia hapo, tumeshakuelewa kwamba sisi ni broad based government. Baba ametuacha kwa broad based government, usindi ni wa broad based government. Hiyo ndio yako sasa tunatuambia hapa, but huangalii utaifa, huangalii yale yako mbele zaidi ambayo yataaffect haswa vizazi vinavyokuja na unafaa kuyafanya kwa wakati wako. So hapa unasherekea broad government, basi hiyo tu ndio imekuacha hapa. Lakini uangalie ule uzito haswa, acha kwamba ushindi wa ule uzito wa taifa ambao upo dhidi ya hawa nduli ambao wako katika mamlaka. Wewe unapendezwa na kile ambacho kinaendelea? Mfano, unapendezwa na ile kauli kwamba tutarudi miaka 10, miaka 20, miaka 30? So maana baba lilata kwa broad based government, kwa hivyo ni ushindi wa broad based government. Unataka tuende hapo?
I think ndugu yangu, msimamo wewe unanijua, na I think you know very well that I am not in broad-based government. You know, you
Yes,
just want
if we are not in
something
broad-based
to
government
make
now,
your friend
let's
happy. You just wanted something to kufanya ndugu yangu Pacho akuwe na
let's
raha
have a look
kidogo, right?
katika hii
Roho yako.
election kile ambacho
But
tunatendea
what I'm
tulizo
saying,
saba. So as a
what I'm
grown up
saying,
mind, as a grown up mind, lazima hapo uzungumze vitu ambavyo vinatija, si unauma na kupulizia. Unasema hauko kwa broad based government, misimamo inaonyesha wewe you are in broad based government.
Msimamo,
ama ndio anasema mimi sili nyama ya nguruwe lakini mchuzi nala. Au tueleze vizuri
msimamo. You know, when I say siasa ni perception, Stone PK disparage me. So the perception out there, hata wewe uko nayo sahi kwamba Wajaluo wote hata Pacho tuko wapi kwa broad based government. You know my stand. You know my stand. Me, I am not in broad-based government, and that is something that is open. Somebody can just brand me, whatever you want to brand me. What I'm telling you, elections are not done properly. Apo 100% we agree. Even if it is not done properly, it's upon the candidate and the team to guard. And even Gachagua said it, nyinyi pigieni kura mimi nitagard. It is not Ayaga's word or broad-based word. It is Gachagwa's word.
Ayaga, let me tell you, wacha tukwambie shida yako mali iko. You are suffering from what you call cognitive dissonance. Yani you try to think like you know very well you believe in it and then you play it backward. So, kuongana wewe, mjadala hapa ilikuwa ni nini? We were talking of election malpractices inaleta nchi chini. The reason why we are sad about it is the only tools yenye inapoesha nchi ni kura, otherwise inalipukanga ni war. You see what happened to Tanzania when they realized election is failing. What happened? Vita, because they have no option, hakuna njia ingine tena, and this guy amekalia kiketi. Unaona what is happening in Burkina Faso, nini hapo hiyo nchi ya juzi wakafanya coup because election imefail, voting imefail. So kama wewe unakuja hapa to prove some vitu zingine za ujinga, you make it look like we are wondering akili yako iko inakuwa na wapi. We should say man, ndio tusiingie hiyo vita, tujaribu tuangalie electoral nini. That's what Z was talking about, electoral reforms. Tuweke kitu yenye ina level the ground for playing ground, si kuongea tu. So ukikuja sasa leo tunasema tu pale mbele lewe, hata kama uko hiyo UDA, because the story will not be UDA. Story haitakuwa Ruto kesho. Kesho itakuwa ni mtu fulani very dangerous than even Ruto, na atafuata hiyo trend hiyo yenye mna set, because we are setting a culture. Think about of it. Think of 2027 na uanze kufikiria 2032, 2037, how will it be? Uko na watu wengi unaacha hapa nyuma. So for now, this is the right time. When we talk, kuna watu, people are listening to us. So ukikuja, usikuje tu ati umekuja Stone PK ati nini. We should talk because tunajua shida ya election inaletanga nini? Maafa. People will die. When they will realize they have no option, watatoka kwa barabara na watawawa. So that's what we are talking about. Wacha Kenya inatusaidia ikuwe ni kura. Tukizozana, tuingie kwa kura, tupige kura, tuone nani mshindi. But hii shortcut yenye mtu yenye afai yenye anaingia inaleta sira, and it's a time bomb, my friend. Ni venye haujakaa chini tu kufikiria. I was telling one thing. Kuna hao watu unaona, they want to rule. That's why Kalenjin nimekuambia, Kalenjin is behind this guy intact. If Rubu wanapeleka wapi, ndio unaona Faruk Kibet wapi? Malava. Na ni nini inafanyika huko? They just want to conquer and rule that area. So they are thinking like we should expand our support base by doing what? Lazima tuingie hapa by force. So that's what we are telling you. Kaa chini na uangalie, when you are talking, fikiria future. Angalia shida yenye italetwa na kutopiga kura vizuri ni nini. In 2007 tulitoka hapo. na bado tunaona tukirudia hapo. Tuliona what happened in TZ. They were sad even to watch those nini. Ni kama ni kitu ingine, ni horror. And ililetwa na nini? Hiyo kupiga kura yenye inaegemea upande moja. And we are practicing it. Na wewe bado unakuja hapa unatuambia ati in East Africa, man, politics is a way of life. Usichukue politics hivyo. Politics is where now tunapata bei za vitu. Tunapata how school capitation is being divided. That national cake through politics hiyo. So lazima tupige siasa tu clean. Tusiseme hii conmanship ati ni politics. That's not politics. Why are other people getting it right? Na sisi we don't get it right. Because tunajichimba, tunaingia kwa shimo na we argue like mtu amekuwa conman alafu tunasema ni hiyo. Unakubali na unasema kabisa ni hiyo. So tunakuomba kama una nini hapa, let's ongea kitu yenye inajenga nchi. Tufikirie life yenye inakuja baadaye. Na wewe unajua Ruto, mko na broad based government. Mwenye atasika pale mbele kama yuko na wewe sasa. Sasa hii mambo ya ruku hii na hapa nini sasa imekuja kwenyu. Mnapigia number 3 kura na number 10. Hata mtu mwenye hajasimama ndio will come that time. Hata mtu mwenye hajasimama ndio atakuja rule. Hapo chagulia watu hata na anapewa ticket wanasema pale mbele ni Njiru ndio ameshinda na hajavai. You'll see all those kind of nonsense. That's why we are telling you mapema tunaongea tunasema we need this thing to be rectified through your voice, through my voice, through Stone PK voice. So we just don't argue for the sake of it. We argue to build each other. We learn from each other. We learn from that mistake, but we have to say hapa kuna makosa. Ukiambiwa stop arguing like kuna argue sasa everywhere. Sika chini tu uangalie kweli was it good? Na useme tu mazee hapo yenyewe imekuwa mbaya. But when we set that standard, hiyo standard inazaenda for another 100 years. Hivyo tu. Hiyo ujinga inazaenda for a long time because you set it. Na kuna mtu kupinga hiyo kitu. Na people change. Power is sunset. Inafikanga mtu anatoka. Na amewacha nini? Those people can even do. Unasikia tayari anaongea anataka kae for 20 years. Utakubaliana naye after 2032 akikwambia yeye aendi mahali? Utakubaliana na Ruto? Amemaliza. Mnaona he should retire na anasema I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to stay. Ukitaka kujia ndio hii gani niko nazo. What will you do? So mjadala iwe kitu yenye inajenga yaga. Just open up your eyes. Na uangalia, we know very well, uko smart unaona na you know very well the game should be played. Now what should be done to Kenya? You know very well. Kila mtu anajua, but we are breaking backward na tunajua kabisa tunafanya makosa. So si maana ya kukuja kucheka ati ni kama is like mnilusu huko sio nini. That will not help us in future.
Okay. Thank you, my brother. I want you also to remove this notion with the big English. You have a very good English that I'm in broad-based government. I've not said that, and I am not even planning to be part of that. So when I'm giving my opinion, as Eric Ayaga. So don't tell me itakuja kwenyu sijui nini. No, what we are saying, you need to give me the solutions, the things you saw there that are not good, and the way you need to, you want it to be done. But the problem, I'm giving my opinion, and then you people take 1 hour calling Ayaga's name.
Yaga unataka pale kwa Ruto alivyoanza kwamba nipeni plan ya kwamba hii nchi nipeleke namna gani. Nyinyi mnazungumza lakini hamniambii nchi nipeleke, so unatafuta suluhu kwa kitu ambacho please, we are not fools here. Usiwezi tudanganya hapo sema you are not a broad based government, but the way you are talking, the way you are articulating your own ideas here, it seems you are in broad based government. You cannot lie to us here. Mimi Njiru, acha nimalize yangu nitimke hapa kwa kile ambacho tulikuwa tunataka kuzungumza leo kwa faida ya wale ambao wanatusikiliza haswa.
Lakini kwa heshima ungewacha Ayaga aongee yake amalize. I mean, to be honest, hata kama anaongea
Sawa, kwa sababu umezungumza hivyo Alex, wacha tu ni ufanye hiyo heshima, kwa sababu request Alex.
Yeah, wacha tu amalize, mwambie tu aland, amalize chenye alikuwa anasema aland, then we respond to him.
Thank you, Alex.
But it's changing my style to be upside down by hearing what he's articulating here.
Okay. Thank you, Aleki. You know the problem in that's why sometimes I'm always roughed up here. Here, people want to reason in one particular way. I don't think it is set by host or by some people around the host, because if you try to give them divergent opinion, now you are in broad-based government. Aleki, we have been with you all the way. Hata huyu msimama ananiruka leo. Yeah, you know my stand. You know how I always come. My friend, power is grabbed. Power is not something that you are being given in a silver platter. And when you are going to look for power, it is like you are going to war. So if ukizidiwa maarifa, ukanyang'anyiwa kiti, what we are doing now, we are dissecting what has happened in Mbere, in Kasipul, in Malava. We should not use election in Mbere only to spice some people's emotion. Losing election, I know, I have been there, so you must get emotional sometimes. But sometimes you dissect, you realize, me as with my candidate, there are some mistakes I made that actually cause us to lose. And those are the things we need to say openly. But we should not just look things one-sided, that there were armored car, there were bribing people were beaten. Yes, we must look all the way, and we must look how each and every candidate was packaged heading to election. If we will only be looking for the bad things that happens on election day, one day, but election process is a process that have a duration. Like in 2 months' time, what happens? I have told you that UDA, the DP, there was a mutual agreement with DCP not to field a candidate. And they left that candidate hanging. You know, for somebody to run, and the DCP is a big party, for somebody to have that in that party, maybe the guy had invested, he had planned these things, he took a loan, he knew with the backup of the party, he was sure of winning. Then Dabra Kadabra, you are being told, you sit aside, we have our sister party, and we are going to support this sister candidate without proper channeling. That's why that guy ran on a chama cha kazi and got 2,000 votes. And the DP candidate got about 14. If you add those one, they had a win. Those are the things we need to look. But we want to blame Ruto in everything. I will also be told, Wetangula is crying that Ruto did not help him win Chwele because Ruto sent goons. No, we need not to go that route. Sometimes just face reality and say, we as a coalition, even in ODM, we lost a seat here in Kariobangi. Why? ODM did sham nominations. They give Ouma Majua. Then Ouma Majua, there are some people who from ODM, around 3 or 4 went to other parties. If you add their votes, they are the winner, not the CP guy. They are the winner, not Wanyoike. So that's where we lost. Before we accuse everybody else, hapo ndio tulishindwa. Now it must check that thing from that. Na hiyo kitu kidogo ndio watu wengine hawataki kusikia, ati ukiwaambia ni garbage, everything ni garbage. You can come from there but you make a wrong calculation. Utashindwa nani? Na sisi tutakieka tu.
Ayaga, hiyo umeguza is still garbage as far as Mbere North is concerned. Mbui is nothing in Mbere.
All right, the 15,000 votes that were replaced. You pretend to know so much about politics. I wonder which part of politics you participated in. I don't know whether you've ever been a candidate. I don't know whether I don't know. I was in ODM and I was there for many years. I never saw your name anywhere. Anyway, so don't try to justify us that you have gone through that. I don't think you've gone through anything. When in Mbeere North, Mbue would not even have affected Karis. And you don't know who Karis is, by the way. He would not have affected Karis by anything. Hakuna. They come from the same clan, but he is rejected because he is not capable. He's been an MCA. He was a chairman of the county, all right? And people have weighed his performance. He was rejected in broad daylight. So don't tell us, why are you going so villain? You're going so low, telling us that now we are supposed to look at who did what. Why are you refusing us to target when somebody walks in a polling station and bans and blows off that? Then you want us to ignore that? For me, that is even huge when you ban ballot papers, box full of ballot papers in a polling station. My friend, let's be rational. Don't tell us about, Mbue, if Mbue had not contest. Everyone has a right to contest. You could be my blood brother. You contest, and I contest. And then people will decide if it will be counted properly. Karis would have won even with Mbue around. Wacha kuanza kutuletea hizo theory, Ayaga. Tafadhali, they are tired. Usijaribu kujustify. Very msimamo amesema, wewe sema tu una pretend, but you are supporting Ruto. You are saying it is grabbed. How do you go to grab an election with somebody carrying guns and everything else? Ayaga, we are not stupid. Grabbed. So unaenda kugrab na mtu amekungojea na kisu. Wewe una kisu. Mwananchi hana chochote. Karis is not a government. He is against the CS, who has a full backing of the... wachana bana. I don't even want to listen to you anymore.
So, Muzanado, can you get in?
Yeah, thank you very much, Njiru. Habari zenyu nyote. I hope you
Tuko
guys are
salama. We are reacting on the just concluded by-election. And is there
yeah,
a way forward?
I've been listening and to all the talking points, and it seems that we still haven't learned the lessons of these elections in Kenya. Now, we keep on ranting. We've been ranting here through how many years now? So many years, still using the same talking points, thinking that it will make a difference. Now, what happened in the by-elections? Let me start by first of all saying that, for example, Anyanga gave you an of Kariobangi. Kariobangi by-elections. One, the nominations were not conducted free and fair. When it comes to the Kasipul by-election, again, the nominations were not done free and fair. When it came to Mbeere, the same. It was not free and fair on the opposition side. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of strategy.
Mbeere, it was free and fair, bro. I was part of it. It was free and fair. The most popular candidate is what the opposition wanted to give. Don't say things you don't know.
Let me conclude. Then you can tell me what you know, and I'll tell you what I know. All right. But for now, let me say what I know. What you know could be some other things, but what I know is that the DCP had a candidate who they had to drop at some point to allow the DP candidate.
Yeah, because he was unpopular. He was, and you had 2,000. If it's genuine, bro, tuache kupretend.
Yeah, so if they
I know
conducted,
boy, that's where I come from, bro. Tuache hii maneno ya kuanalyze from the desk.
Sawa. You know, we are not on the ground. We are analyzing from a social media platform, and what we analyze is what we gather or what we are told. I don't believe you are on the ground too. But now, I want to tell you about Kariobangi. Kariobangi Oush has been a perennial loser and has participated in football politics for a very, very long time. This is somebody who is known to the community in Kariobangi. He was not a popular candidate for ODM to choose in in these by-elections. Now, when you come to Kasipul, the same thing. Boyd Were, right from the burial of this father, the ODM fraternity led by Gladys Wanga anointed him even before the nominations could be conducted, and indeed they managed to sneak him in with 18,000 votes, pretending that it was a free and fair nomination. That angered the community around there. So what happens in Kasipul is just the same thing that happens in other areas, that people feel that, okay, fine, even this guy was not popular, but at least he had 1 or 2 votes that he could have brought. And those 2 votes are important. Those are the votes that win the election. So when people feel disenfranchised in a process, they will not turn up, or they will show you that we can go the other way. But again, let us look at the kind of investment the government put in this election, bribery, things like that. And here you have said that there's a polling station that is so popular. This is strategy. When you know that this polling point is where I'll get my most of my votes, what do? I guard that polling point with everything that I
With
have.
what? With what?
Everything that I have.
People are there, they were beaten. Acheni hii maneno. People are there and they were beaten. People are handcuffed. Acheni hii naivety. Please, don't.
Ni kitu ya kawaida.
Achana na hiyo.
Kupigwa kwa siasa
That's
ni kitu ya
garbage.
kawaida. Sio? Watu hupigwa. So we pia unakuwa
When were you last in politics?
Kenya
I can't listen to that.
When was I last in politics? Are you asking when I was last in politics? I am in politics every day. So kupigwa ni kitu ya kawaida. So hii kitu inafanyika, uliona Malava, kulikuwa na kupigwa in Homa Bay, watu wangapi walikufa? Kupigwa na kuuawa. Hata hii watu wamepigwa, hakuna mtu amekufa. Kuna kupigwa na kuuawa. And it has become our usual norm. How do we react to this? How do you change this? Do you change it by just lamenting and complaining, or you strategize to see how you are going to counter this, maybe legally, or how do you do it? Otherwise, you'll be complaining here until 2027. Na bado Ruto atawanyorosha the same way. So you have to come with a strategic plan of how we are going to change things in Kenya. You don't change things by complaining. Hiyo imeenda, there's nothing you can do about it. Now let's look forward and see, ni strategy gani tutafanya, ama ni strategy gani here on this platform ya Njiru mtakuwa mnasema to sell to to give the right civic education to the people, so that they become aware. What do we tell the opposition? How do they strategize? In Malava, I think they were so disorganized. This is a seat that was supposed to win. But why didn't they win? Because they didn't have that kind of organization and structure. When Panyako needed money, ape na apatie watu, au walikuwa nakuja na hiyo pesa, wanapeana. Siasa ya Kenya imekuwa ni pesa. Kama una pesa, kaa nyumbani. Kama una pesa, if the opposition, Gachagua, Kalonzo, and everybody else want to participate in
listen to yourself. Kaa ile nchi huko, bro. Listen, that's garbage.
You can call it, you've been calling it garbage all through, but what has it landed you into? You have ended up losing most of the time by calling it garbage. In 2022, I told you Ruto alikuwa na kunyorosha. Ulikuwa unaongea hizi ni garbage. What happened? You won the election.
Garbage is always garbage. Whether you won is still garbage. And if you believe in that, you are also garbage.
You are not helping your base, boss. Hawasaidii. Unaongea tu garbage. Unawasaidia na nini? Saidia garbage yako na idea. Tutauntaje hii kitu? Idea ni
Mzalendo.
simple. Wacha nimalize ndio
Sasa wewe
utaongea.
mzalendo,
That
mzalendo
idiot. Oh my God.
Hivyo ndio ulikuwa unaongea tu na bado bado ulinyoroshwa. Sasa hili kitu mimi nawaambia tu is very very
Sasa
simple.
mzalendo,
Second,
walinyoroshwa. What did you benefit kwa hiyo Ruto kunyorosha? Kuna kitu umefaidika nayo wewe?
you
Is there
see,
something you are benefiting
they
from that
like
nonsense?
you Pancho, you should
There's
have
nothing
learned
you're
your lesson.
learning. Wewe hata
I
kama
know,
uko na
what did
job
you learn?
unakula
What did
vizuri,
you
your
learn?
family
Yes,
is
what
suffering in
for you, what
Kenya.
did you learn? Wewe ulilearn nini? Wewe
What
ulilearn
do I
nini?
learn? I learn nini kwa ujinga? Your family is
So
suffering in
that
Kenya. What
so
are you pretend?
you're still preaching the same thing, hoping to get the same result.
You are repeating the same thing. You are the same damn
I am
person. We
not
have seen
preaching
you
the
for a
same
while.
thing.
Wewe
I'm
ni
telling
mjinga tu
you,
wa kawaida for a
strategize.
long time.
We are thinking.
Wewe ni mjinga tu
I'm
wa
telling you,
kawaida.
strategize.
Kwenda
Wewe
huko, enda
mimi
peleka ujinga
wacha
huko.
nikwambie, mimi
Enda
siuziwi
fungua channel
uoga.
yako, enda piga kelele huko mjinga hii. You keep on
So
repeating
uangalia
nonsense kila saa.
angalia
Ati
sasa
was not conducted properly. You are
unanitukana. So
useless.
unatukana
Kwenda
kwa nini?
huko.
Sasa professor
Kwenda huko
unatukana kwa nini?
kabisa.
When you lose your argument you start insulting. Bana all professor unatusi mtu bana. Ai Buda, wacha nikwambie,
There's
wacha
nothing like
nimalize
kutusi. We are
kusema
telling you
hivi.
hakuna kitu hapa jamaa wanafanya na mnaambiwa vizuri. This thing is not. Sasa wewe unataka mtu agad kura. Unagad na nini? Na wale watu wako na gun. Unaambia mtu agad na nini mkono? Au ni gad na mtu amekuja na gun. Hata kwako mtu akikuja na bunduki. Umefunga
Sasa
kwako
kama
mwizi ameingia na gun.
swali ni basi tunaongea nini kama unaogopa wako na bunduki? Si ukae nyumbani.
Wewe utoke uende. So wewe go enda uangalia watu tate yako hiyo. Uende wadanganya tu wakae nyumbani. Waache kukaa.
Yani unagadi
wewe pia kaa mbali, enda kuna mnazozana huko, uende ongea hiyo ujinga huko vyao.
Wait, gentlemen, relax. This is becoming out of hand. First of all, the strange thing is, you know what is so funny? What is absolutely hilarious right now is the fact that none of you want Ruto. None of you, from Muzalendo to Pacho hapa amutaki Ruto. Sasa badala ya kutokanana, badala ya kuongea talking profanity about each other, can we come with an agreement as to how to do it? Me, I'm just telling you, yeah. First of all, wait, relax. Mongea hapa sana. First of all, the first thing is, let us make it loud and clear. You're saying the same thing, but in different ways. The first thing we need to make sure here is to say that elections have never been fair in Kenya. Ever. Hakuna siku elections. Hata ile siku mulisema ati sijui Kibaki alishinda. It has never been 100% outright clean. Number two, the people in diaspora, nyinyi wote are economic refugees, otherwise you'd have been home right now. And the reason we're outside right now, kama sisi wote wa Kenya wote, ni kwa sababu we've always had bad leadership. Kutoka Moi, kwenda Jomo Kenyatta, kwenda Uhuru Kenyatta, Mwai Kibaki, Raila Amolo Odinga, wote have always gone into their selfish, they have always been selfish. Yeah? So hii kitu hapa kunakuja kukanyagana hapa for absolutely no reason. Eh? The problem is not us here. Hii kupiganana hapa hatutaki. First we have to acknowledge each other. Listen to each other's ideas. Listen to each other's reasoning. First of all, mi nitakwambia reasoning yangu hapa. IEBC does not make sense. IEBC does not exist. Even the one before IEBC never worked. Yeah. So what do we do? How do we get rid of this munyama called Ruto? Aya, Mzalendo mnasema ametuchapa. But you have not said, the thing you should say, you have not said ametuchapa aje. From 2022 to now, ametuchapa aje. Ametuchapa using illicit methods. Instead of you see tunachapana hapa, ilhali the ones with so-called leaders, mtu kama Gachagua was there, was in the table. Muturi served in that government, right? My party leader alikuwa uko NARC Kenya when Mwai Kibaki was there when we were fighting. Kalonzo Musyoka came and tried to destroy ODM, starting his ODM Kenya. So the problem is not us. You see that this is where we're getting it wrong. So how do we as Kenyans, without hailing abuses to one another and speaking outright, what do we do? Tufanye nini? Because the Mbere North thing, baka leo sijalala. It's almost 1 p.m. right now here. We have people are trying to look at numbers, Munanza to calculate numbers, and then this is where I come into Stone PK's mindset. Garbage. That was garbage. Absolutely garbage. Looking at the criminal that was running with Karis. Criminal. Let us be frank. Criminal. Then the other thing as Kenyans is this mentality of acceptance of irregularities. My brother Ayaga coming and says, this is politics in Kenya. Politics, how do you say this is politics? Why do we have to, why are we accepting garbage as a society? Why are we looking at that garbage and then saying, come up, what we used to call Baba? Why are we accepting acceptance? We are going to accept and move on. The biggest problem is acceptance and move on. Another thing, tunasema we need young people. We need more young people. Bona wajitoi, where are these Gen Zs who are talking as if they are going to be the saviors of the world? It's not about the saviors of the world. It's about people who have... Mahatma Gandhi was very old by the time people accepted him to be a leader in India. This man, Nelson Mandela, was almost in his 80s before we actually accepted him to be there. Then there are also younger leaders that have come into the world and actually presented themselves like Kennedy into the world. So this misunderstanding amongst each other in 2022 is very different from now. It is how do we come together and preach from the same... Howling abuses to each other does not work. Haitafanya kazi. Okay, Mzalendo, tell us, what are we going to do? Apacho, tell us what we're going to do. Me and Msimamo, we're doing our thing here. We've got a formula. Tuko na vitu, ngoja subiri kidogo. Me and Msimamo, we've got our own formula. I'm not going to reveal it, but we've got a way that we think we are hoping. Again, it's a fact. Hata huyu mjinga just decide kuiba 2027. I'm not going to give up. Because it's a long game. If you're a revolutionary, you don't expect revolutionary aspects to happen in an instant or in a minute, because you would still see our aunties, our mothers, our everything waenda ku receive mablanketi na mattress uko Western. You'd see our brothers and sisters in Mbere wakipanga laini kupata peremende na 200 bob. We'd see my cousins and brothers and sisters in Sugoi wakipatia sijui Christmas the branded stuff from Ruto. Until we have... this is the thing. What are you guys going to do about your civil education? What are you doing on the ground? I'm going to tell you, I'm doing my part. Sisi tunafunza watu on the ground about what civil education is. And that is what you need to fight. Not amongst each other. It is disgusting how you guys are calling each other. Munatukanana hapa. You're very senior people here. You're old enough to know not to abuse one another. Hakuna mtu hapa anakuja kuniambia kwamba anataka Ruto. When you start telling me you want Ruto, hapo tunapigana. There I'll tell you to get the F out of this stream. But here you actually you're actually speaking the same thing. And the thing I'm expecting you to tell me from what you said in Africa News is to talk about Goonism. What? This is another problem we have in our election is Goonism. How do we get rid of Goonism in elections? How do we get Goonism in leadership? Every single MCA, every single MP, senator, governor, whatever it is, has goons. Why is it acceptable? Why is all this stuff acceptable? And Pacho is talking about this is just a frank thing. Yeah. So, guys, calm down, talk. Let us discuss maturely. We're all above 30 here. So tuzungumze kama senior members of the Kenyan society, and hii kitu ya kusema sijui diaspora versus watu wako, some of us visit home 3 times a year. Some of us have businesses there. Some of us have musitufanye kututukana hivyo. We have vested interest at home. Msimamo bu ingia kidogo.
Asante ndugu yangu hapo Kiprile na ndugu zangu hapo wote ambao tuko. Unajua siku zote mimi nasema alikupigalo limekufunza. So hii by election imetuonyesha picha halisi ambayo itatokea haswa 2027 tusipochunga. Cha kwanza, hebu tuangalie haswa huu uchaguzi na zile numbers. Kwanza tu stick kwenye hizi numbers ndio tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Ni ushindani ama hizi numbers ni zile ambazo tulishuhudia 2002 kwamba viongozi washindani wanashindana na kura kidogo. Then tukishajua hili kwamba hizi numbers zina matatizo, tutagundua fika kuna mtu hapa chini ya maji ametuweka boya kwamba tunaangalia haya ambayo tunayaona ili kutusuluhisha yale ambayo hatuyaoni chini. Mfano, hakuna mtu atafuatilia hizi numbers zinapikwa wapi. For instance, mingia mahali ingine nikaangalia mambo ambayo yalivyokuwa, unakuta kiongozi mgombaji alipata namba hizi polling station fulani, unarudi kwa portal unapata zimekuwa deducted, yani namba haiwiani. So lazima tuangalie mle ambao mnatupiga kwa ajili ya kuliokoa hili taifa dhidi ya hawa nduli. Si kwamba tuna ugomvi na mtu, lakini taifa halielekei kuliko, linaelekea kusiko kutokana na uongozi mbovu uliopo. So tukija mahali kama hapa tuwe na mambo ambayo yatakuwa na tija ya kuweza kujinusuru, lakini vile vile kuweza kujipanga vyema 2027. So tusisaulishwe tu kwa yale ambayo tunayaona, tujaribu kutafuta yale ambayo hatuyaoni. Mfano kama haya ya vurugu haswa yanaotokea. Kwa nini iwe vurugu? Na hii ni haki ya kidemokrasia Mkenya akuweza kuchagua yule kiongozi ambaye anafaa. Mbona asipewe nafasi yake? Polisi wanafuata nini hapo? Vita ni vya nini hapo? Matia gas karibu na polling station yanatupa kwa nini? Mbona kuwe na gunzi? Ni kwa sababu watu hawajiamini, na wasipofanya hivyo wanajua hakuna mahali wataenda. So ni sisi tukiwa hapa tuangalie, tusijaribu kupalilia ugonjwa kwa kuona kwamba huyu mtu yuko so smart kwamba hatumwezi kumshinda akili. Ni tupange tuone vyenye itakuwa. Mimi tangia jana majuzi nafikiria hapa, itakuwa ngumu bwana. Mimi mtu amenishikia panga, alafu naambia bwana tuzungumze kwa amani. Wewe mwenzangu anapanga, mimi mkono wangu hauna kitu. Kisha mwisho wa siku ananikata na ile panga kwa sababu mwenzangu ana silaha. Itakuwa ni ngumu kuwa na hiyo game kuwa fair. So kama pengine mpango ni wagunzi, basi nao pia opposition wajipanga na gunzi. Kama kulinda kura ni hivyo, basi hivyo wacha iwe. Hapa umesema kwamba hakuna ukombozi unaokuja kwa njia rahisi. Basi kama ni hivyo, let it be, lakini what we need ni kuhakikisha kwamba huyu bwana ameondoka haswa katika haya madaraka, kwa sababu anakotuelekeza siko. Alafu kitu kingine kikubwa ambacho nimekisoma hapa, umaskini. Itakuwaje mimi napewa premende, napanga laini kwa sababu ya premende, kama si umaskini ambao umekithiri huo? Nitapangaje mimi laini napewa majani mawili ya sukuma na tomato mbili? Nitakwendaje haswa mimi siku ya uchaguzi napewa kilo 2 za unga? Ati nakimbia nyumbani kwanza nikale ugali ndio nje mpige kura huko. Vitu kama hivi ni hamasa kwa watu wetu, haswa mashinani, wale walengwa kabisa, ambao kwa shida walizo nazo wanauza kura kwa kupewa 2,000 3,000, na ndio hapo mtu anajenga matongo kwamba huu ndio wakati wetu wa kula. Tukiacha kula wakati huu, basi hadi miaka 5, maana watakwenda kula pesa zao. Kwa hiyo katika hiyo mentality ndio maana tumejipata hapa on daily basis, na watu wetu hawana hamasa ya kutosha kuona kwamba hii kura wanayobeba kwamba ina uzito gani, kwamba wakipeleka kusiko basi itawatesa miaka 5, wakipeleka kuliko basi itaweza kuwasaidia na kuweza kuwanyanyua kwa kuwapa viongozi walio bora kwa miaka 5. So umaskini pia unachangia pakubwa katika kutumiwa haswa na hawa nduli ambao ndo hutukumbuka wakati wa majanga ama wakati wa kutaka vyeo, haswa wakati kama huu wa by election. So tuendako 2027 lazima wote tumejipanga. Hii kusema kwamba hamjakuwa na agent wa kutosha kwa polling station ndio maana mmeweza hamshindwa kulinda kura, inakuwa ngumu. Huwa na agent pale hakuna shida, lakini agent yule kweli yeye na roho ya nyama bwana, kinapoumana pale mwingine yuko na bunduki na yeye hana, anafikiri itakaje? Hata mimi sikai hapo eti lazima niangalie kwanza uhai wangu before hizo kura. So hii mambo ya kwamba mtu anakuta akiwa kwa power, yuko na pesa, yuko na kila kitu, anaweza fanya chochote, ndio tunataka tukae kama Wakenya, tukomeshe hizi vitu. Na kama ni kukasirika, gunzo wa kwanza ni sisi wenyewe wananchi, kwamba tunapoona haswa kuna watu ambao hatuelewi wametoka mahali ama wana vitu kama silaha, before hata tuende mbali, kwanza tuanze na wao. La mwisho hawa young taxes ambao ni Gen Z wa participate ama swala kwamba wanaangalia nini kitakuwa, watokeleze kwa kila ambacho nimekishuhudia mbele, akija nifurahisha, maana wangetokeleza kwa zaidi. Hata kama uwezo ungekuwepo pia ingekuwa ngumu, lakini sijawaona. So let them participate on, wajitokeza haswa katika masuala ya chaguzi haswa, lakini vile pia hata pia gombea nyadhifa kama itawezekana. Lakini kubwa zaidi ni hili la kuchunga kura, kwa sababu zile numbers ndio zinanipa mawasiwasi, kutokana na ile margin wenye ambao viongozi wameachana. Unakuta ni kura mazingira yamemzidi 200, 400, 1000, yani vitu ambavyo ni kama ambavyo vimekuwa setup kutoka mahali. So tukitoka hapa mwisho wa siku ambao kulikuwa na ushindani, kumbe mtu hajakuwa na ushindani, ni kura za mwingine zimechukuliwa hapa zinabadilishwa kwa huku kwa huyu. Then mimi tuzungumze kweli hapa, hawa the likes of na Faruk wapo kina mnagani haswa kwa serikali. Hawa watu wakina Ntundu, what are their mission? Mimi nitaacha pale, mtanipa majibu ya maswali yangu mawili. Asante.
Wacha niseme hivi. Mzalendo, unanisikia? Mzalendo.
Nakusikia vizuri sana Alex, ndugu yangu. Vipi bana?
Poa sana. I think mimi nilikuwa nafurahia mjadala ulikuwa nao na Pacho, na mimi sikuona kama ulikuwa ni mjadala mbaya, kwa maana mara nyingi we confuse disagreeing intensely on a perspective more so which is emote or emotional. Tunaona ni kama it's life and death. If you look at the politics of Luo Nyanza today, there is a debate that people are refusing to have, that it should be had. There is that debate, and that's why niliambia Ayaga kujua nisaidia. There is that debate whereby the fact that you may disagree what is going on within the politics of the mountain, you are automatically branded as a person who is broad-based. And I've come across many of my friends in Luo Nyanza who do not subscribe to the broad-based government. But at the same time, they are not comfortable with the united opposition because we cannot question, or they cannot question what is happening. And that confusion is dangerous and actually is alienating true people who have fought way before some people started fighting Ruto. There are people who have been fighting Ruto ever since the moment 2013 came in, when they realized, his game plan. I don't hear anywhere whereby Ayaga said he is broad-based. He just disagrees with some things which sometimes hurt me too. Like I question and I say, seriously, Ayaga, what the heck are you talking about? But at least he has been consistent enough to say that I don't subscribe to this. And if we continue to do this, and if you hear him very well, sometimes he says, tutacharazwa. So when we isolate him, we start calling him names, that is when anasema, basi mutacharazwa. So he takes himself out and he allows us to be what we want us to be. But in any conversation that must be fruitful, we cannot be singing a choir. I was telling Jiru earlier on, before the show started, we were talking and painfully I was crying and I was telling him, we need to get to a point that we have to listen to those people that we disagree seriously. Because it looks like we are disagreeing on Kasongo, we are not disagreeing on Kasongo on one term. We are disagreeing on the methods. The problem is the moment we think that we have a monopoly on the methodical formula of getting Kasongo out and we refuse to listen to others, I think then we give Kasongo an edge, which is not right. I don't think there was a disagreement between Pacho and Ayaga. It's only that Pacho was bringing in issues that were not true, that Ayaga said is part of what? Broad-based. Ayaga didn't say he's broad-based. He acts like he's broad-based, but he forgets sometimes and says things that are not part of the broad-based. So I think it bothers us, but we did not sign into uniformity when we're coming into this platform that we must speak the way the other person speaks. Or if we don't, Stone can tell me angekuwa na gana angenibebea hapa na nirarue. I think that is wrong. And the fact I'm saying it's wrong does not mean I'm right. Somebody can still disagree with me on that too. But we can disagree intensively because this is the moment now we are coming into our senses and asking ourselves, where did we go wrong? How on earth can Kasongo win in there and Kasongo win again this? And I think Stone, on a larger part, is very serious when he says we cannot. And I told Naninjiru here the other day, I don't believe that there's a political process that can take Kasongo. I totally believe there is no political process utaniambia, be it negotiation, be it IPPG, be it even another IEBC, be it whatever we may call it. I don't believe under Ruto any process that we may negotiate for him still to be on the ballot, na si tukue on the ballot, that we can meet across and be able to win. I don't. This is a guy who told us, and we thought he was psycho. And you know, when he was telling us here those things, remember, tulikuwa the other side, and we believed we had the deep state. The guy just told us that ata Mweko Buru Odinga akue IBC commission, I will still win, and we laughed off. I mean, this guy used to go to the edge and say things that we couldn't believe, but you know, it came to pass. It came to pass, the sad part of it. The guy was sworn in, the guy took power, we became sick, we became distressed, we became depressed, we wanted to die, but we are still alive here. Hakuna kitu kibaya ukunywe sumu na bado ukue hai. Now we keep on kukunywa tu hii sumu, lakini tunataka kuishi kuona elections. Those elections ni kama kukunywa sumu. There is no political process we can sit down today that will allow this man to get out of power. That's personally how I see it. Call it violence, call it any other name. I've come to that conclusion. And this was a taste. This was a taste for us to see what is coming. And, you know, at some point I asked myself, this is do and die for him. Because what we did to him in the GNC demonstration, whereby for the first time the guy was humiliated, he conceded, he fired his cabinet, and he had to retreat and start well. The guy understood, and Caleb Amisi told us, what we have done, we should have finished. But because we did not finish, he's going to be more surgical than we have ever seen him. And this is the surgery we are seeing in Afanya Kuja Kwetu. This is what we call, you know, the radical surgery. So it is meant for me and you to start having this conversation that is intense, whereby we are disagreeing, oh, this candidate, this process. But, you know, the win has become a win, and, you know, tunasonga mbele. By the time tunaenda koti, you know, they have already celebrated the win, they have humiliated us, and you know what? They've already achieved what they wanted. So when conversation that are intense, as long as, you know, nobody has a gun here on the platform that can kill another person, allow it to go on, and let us see Mali itaishia, because in the end of the day, it looks like we have so many divergent ideas that we have really never listened to each other, and now we must force to listen to one another before we eventually agree with one another. There will never be an agreement with one another until you force yourself to sit down and listen to the garbages we all have. If one calls it a garbage, the other one calls a garbage, so it looks like all of us have garbages. So let's listen to all these garbages. Maybe at the moment, we will not agree with each other. But I think at some point we are going to look back in retrospect. Well, as Pacho said, we are all suffering. We have all suffered. And the worst part of it, we are going even to suffer more, because this is his first term. Now, just think about his second term, how brutal it is going to be. That is what should unite us even more. I don't think we should kick anybody and say, the fact, if somebody has already been put up here by the moderator, because nobody has power to put anybody up here, but if moderator puts somebody up here, I mean, just allow them to speak. The fact that you put them, you said you could tolerate them, you know. But I think the conversation between Mzalendo and Pacho will have been a very good conversation for us to view and gauge how the Luo Nyanza views the politics of Kasongo and the politics of Gachagua, and eventually, you know, where the divergent views might meet. I really wanted that conversation, and I wanted even to go worse than it was. But kumbukeni huyu mzalendo hapa ndiye alitufukuza kutoka kule kwingine with his views. Njiru weka guards kidogo na asitufukuze hapa tena.
You know, people don't like the reality. People don't like the truth. You know, when you look at the mirror, that is you. That is not somebody else. When you are beaten in a by-election, that is you. It is not a reflection of Alex. It is you, Alex, who's beaten. Ukijiangalia kwa kioo ni wewe. Whether you talk ati hizi vitu ni garbage, ujinga, I will kill you. You will kill who? Utaua nani? Utaua watu wengi sana kabla ufikie mzalendo, kwa sababu kuna watu wengi sana wanafikiria kama mimi. But the good part about me is that I try to look at the solution to the problem and not just ignite fire, ignite blame to things that I can't solve. The issue of the by-election in Mbere, I was trying to bring I am 100% sure most of the panelists in this platform, they even don't know how the UDA came to get their candidate Uyo Mudende and Akue flag bearer. And then the issue of DP candidate, the DCP candidate was not even informed that atakuwa kwa ballot. Vitu kama hizo, all those things play in an election. But when you look at what the UDA did, is that they called all those candidates who are vying on a UDA ticket, and they took them somewhere in Mombasa and told them, hey boss, tuko kwa hii vita, you have to support one person, just one person for this battle, na itakuwa ni huyu wa Mudende. So that was resolved. So when they came out of out in Mombasa, they came out as a team. In the opposition side, instead of coming out as a team, they all went to vie. Then mtu anakwambia hapa ati even that guy sijui got how many votes, he got 900 votes, but even hizo votes zake they count at the end of the day. Ule jamaa alishinda na kura ngapi? Those votes really count, and they matter, and they cause voter apathy. There are people who would, by that decision of Wamunyoro sidelining the DCP candidate, they decided now to vote for UDA. Is there? These are facts. We don't just argue without facts. These are facts which are there. So when you come and say that we don't really we have a solution. We have a solution. The opposition must be more organized, more strategic, because they're dealing with an animal who is more organized and more lethal. And it's not just rhetoric that will take Ruto out of power. He is more organized and more strategic. So how do we solve the problem that is affecting us at the moment? Now, analyze who is the Kenyan voter is, first of all. Mpiga kura ni nani? The problem is not William Ruto. The problem is the voter, me and you, who participate in those ballots. Mtu anapatiwa waru in Mbere, anaenda napiga kura na Kitunguu na Dennis Tumbi, anaenda napiga kura tu ile side ile anataka. Votes zinaibiwa. What do? We sit back and complain. Do we have the legal, do we have the courts where we can go? The courts, then we realize the courts are even controlled by the same government. So what do? We must be more organized, more lethal, more strategic. Now, goonism is becoming part of the political culture. Whether you decide to go on demonstration, the government can hire goons and they walk along with the policemen. And that thing is done. It is the new normal in Kenya. It is the new normal that when you don't have money, you can't participate in an election. It is the new normal that voter bribery is with us. A governor would line up a whole constituency and give them handouts in order to secure victory for a seat of MCA or even at constituency. We are in an age where the political class, we call them political capitalists, they want to rule over you. And they say that it is a must that they will rule over you. Whether upende usipende, they will rule over us because they have the money, they control the CDF, and they control the mind of the people. Na wajinga ni wengi kushinda waerevu. Hao maprofesa unaona hapa, madaktari ni wachache, they are very very few. Wajinga ni wengi kushinda, na watu wanafikiria na tumbo kwa hii siasa ni wengi kushinda watu wanafikiria akili. Do you change the messaging when you are going to the polls? Do we still run on sisi kama Waluya, sisi kama Wajaluo, sisi kama Wakikuyu tutapiga kura namna hii? Kasongo did a litmus test in Mbeere and akaona akitumia pesa hii kiti tutachukua, hizi viti zingine tutaweza chukua viti kama 5 hapa. That's all I need, because hao watu wanafikiria na tumbo, just line and out, give them oil the campaign properly, and then we can use even half a billion in a constituency. Look at what Kindiki was doing, and the situation in Mbeere is even much deeper than what we analyze. Sometimes we look at that constituency, but look at it also this way. For the first time in the history of Kenya, there is a Meru who is the deputy president. For the first time in the history of Kenya. How are they looking at this Merian? Wahembu na hiyo group yote ya Wameru ni watu same tu. They are same. I think they belong to Mount Kenya East. I think ni Mount Kenya East ama ni West, whatever. But they belong to that group. They feel that this is our time. This is our time. And if we can support Kindiki, then we are likely to get the presidency. What did Ruto do initially? They knew that the ping pong game between the Kalenjin and the Kikuyu community must stop. And sometimes in my other mind, I think Gachagua is part of the game. Mutakasirika, mukasirika, mukule wembe, mfanye nini. But I think that this game is much deeper than what you see. If you look at going to 2022, ni nini ilifanya Ruto na Uhuru kukosana? It is the same ping pong game. Now when you go to these nominations that imefanyika Mbeere, where was Jubilee? And any of you who support DCP and hizi vitu zingine waniambie nani walikuwa wapi Jubilee? Walikaa nyuma. They didn't bring the unity the opposition needed. And now look at an organized strategy campaign in Nyamira, where we had Matiang'i organizing his team and fronting those candidates that they had. They managed to get all those seats. Did the state have the machinery to stop those? Yes, they had. But these guys were more strategic, more lethal, more focused in the messaging that they want. But in the messaging, I think is imepotea kidogo. They can still come back on track so that they give the people the right messaging. They give the people, they analyze the voter who they are, because the voter in Central Province is not as sophisticated as the voter in Homa Bay, where I come from. But they have got one thing in common: wote wana njaa na wanafikiria na tumbo. Asante.
So Mzalendo, let me ask you a question. Mzalendo, can you hear me? I want to ask you a question. Hizo results za by election, if Ruto was in the ballot paper, what percentage could he have got? Let's say like Mbeere was a presidential election. To what extent could Ruto have influenced that election to his favor? Could he have reached to what Mudhende got?
You see, this is a new normal. We have not had a situation where Ruto is in the ballot going against Central Province. We are going to have it for the first time in 2027. So you want me to think ahead and give you an analysis of what could have happened if Ruto was in the ballot. The results
using the model of the MP that Mbeere North, Mudende,
Yes,
who was
yes,
reported
yes.
he has won.
Now look at the strategic plan. How many votes did Ruto beat Raila Odinga? Very little votes. This is the strategic plan of William Ruto. He doesn't have to win with those margins that you want to imagine that we are also popular on the ground. A win is a win. Whether by one vote, it is still a win. All right? It is still a win. You count it as a win. When he wins a county in Embu with just one vote, then he gets that governor, and he needs 23 of them to become the president. That is all he needs. All right? I hope I answered you.
Oh, like what I'm trying to ask you is, based on what happened in Mbeere, does Ruto have a commanding population in Embu County? Do you think Ruto has a commanding population? Like, because
Yeah,
like 25% is a commanding population. Can Ruto harvest 25% in the whole of Embu from what happened? Do you think?
No.
Can you focus that?
Yes, no, he cannot. On what happened, looking at the statistics and the percentages in Mbeere, yes, he could have. He didn't get the 25% that is needed in that particular constituency. But look at it this way: does he only need Mbeere alone? He needs other constituencies also. But if he performs very well, and even force a rerun in the election, he will still beat a disorganized opposition. That's what I'm trying to tell you in short. And had the opposition been more organized and focused on a winning strategy, starting from how they selected their candidate to oppose William Ruto, then they would have at least won that particular seat. Now, and again, I don't think that the opposition, you and I and many other people, knew the extent of Goonism in a by-election. We did not know this extent. We did not know an extent that people would come out in public and say that I came to steal the votes for blah, 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 the votes for Panyako, and I was caught, and it is still okay, and he has not been charged, and he still goes and confesses that this is exactly what I came to do. You know, we have reached a situation where IBC is fining two aspirants in Kasipul 1 million, 1 million each for an election malpractice, and the locals can still not go to court and complain that these elections were not free and fair. You know, that is our new normal. That is our new normal. 5 people are killed in a by-election. It is still okay. We still move on.
No, you are diverting from the question. The question is
I
want us
answered the question.
to reinforce in that way. So let's Njiru, yes. My answer is yes. And let me help you get to this. To the credit of Ayaga, he said it earlier. We have to ask yourselves, how did these by-elections come in? There are artificial elections, and there are by-elections that come out of the act of God. Maybe somebody dies, accident, something of the sort. Mostly it's deaths, or the courts, okay, declare that cities. So, but this one is because of somebody who actually was appointed. So Ruto understood what he was doing. I want us to agree up to there. So Ruto decides to take somebody from his seat. And the reason he's doing that is because he has seen the disagreement between him and the current deputy president. And he wants to test water. And he wants to stretch and see how far he can go in terms of perspective on way beyond 2024, 2027, what will happen. During this time of the electioneering period, in Njiru, you realize there were so many pools that were being taken. One of them being laughable, that 24 counties, Ruto is able to pass the threshold, that being Embu. Indeed, I don't know if you guys saw that poll. So if we are here again, not trying to look at the facts and what Kasongo is able to do and what he does all the time, when we are busy discussing something, he goes back and does what is good at sneaking things for his re-election, I think then we are missing the point. If you look at the polls that came out on how many counties Ruto is able to win, the projection, whether paid or not paid, the perspective and the narrative that Ruto has run is Meru and Embu are one of them.
Meru and Embu, he can get the majority. Is that are you saying Meru and Embu, he can get majority of the votes?
Why are you getting shocked? Why are you getting shocked?
Yes, that's the truth. That
No,
was a litmus test.
Njiru, I'm telling you that you have to ask yourself, why did Ruto intentionally decide? You know, the problem Njiru nataka kuleta hapa ni, you want us to run with your emotions without looking at the ground, what Ruto has done and what he is doing and the narrative that he has done in preparing for 2027. Njiru, it is not just emotional by us coming here and just saying, tunacheka. No, it's not about that. It is constantly lying through these pools and actually prepare. If you understand, even the pooling between Karis and Nani, do you know at some point walikuwa naenda toe to toe? These pools that we are being given. But on the ground very well, Karis is much way. But these political pools that we used to get here on a daily basis, they were telling us these people are going neck to neck. And that is how they finished the race. Remember, Nani was here telling us, wameshindana na 300, 400, mpaka somebody told you, don't tell us now anymore, unatubo. Because that is how they wanted it to run. Now, when you're asking that question, we will answer it not based on what we have on the ground. We will answer it based on how Ruto is running his IEBC. Is one man appointed IEBC. According to Ruto, Embu and Meru, he is getting 50%. And that is the pool that is running. That is why he's giving Gachagua, not Gachagua, he's giving Soprano all the money that he needs to traverse that area, like a mayor of East Mount Kenya. So the question should be, how do we, disseminate that? But in their mind and their ability to steal, that is what they are telling us. So we should not just laugh. We should ask ourselves, how can we prevent that? Because don't think he appointed Gachagua. He appointed, Kindiki for no apparent reason. It was strategic, and it was with the promise that you will deliver. You and me know that very well. So if we know that that is his target to steal, then we must do something instead of laughing, because they have already told us what they want to do. Njiru. That's how serious it is. Thank you. Kwani Njiru umeenda wapi?
Njiru wako tu, lakini umesema vizuri sana Alex, and vizuri sana hiyo. Kindiki's appointment was strategic. Ruto just needs Meru na Waembu. Hiyo kura tu ndio anashughulika. You will get pockets of votes from these other regions in Central. He might not get the majority, but if he gets the 25% in those Meru counties, then he's home and dry. So
But
That
but that
leaves
is
us
still
to
but that's still a perspective and a narrative they are running on. There is
yeah.
something
That
that
is
they can do to stop it, to prevent it, and to have a unitarian vote. And that's the problem now when you come in to say that this issue of many parties in the mountain is hurting them at this particular time. You know, democracy of many parties is not going to help them. I mean, they come out and say that is not the problem. But I think one of the things that Ruto knows how to do better is to divide and rule. Why can't he allow that in his region? Because he knows, again, they are going to staff votes. He's going to get 120%, and he will make sure that anything he can steal to the maximum, he will steal. So
na,
the
yes,
other
Alex.
areas itakuwa tu ni mahindi ya kuku anatoa kidogo kidogo.
Sasa unaona, that was I was telling you, Mbere was a litmus test, and now Ruto is emboldened. He's now able to go to other Mount Kenya regions and tell them, I told you this guy, I can beat him any time of the day. And you saw what happened in Mbere. They will tell you that. Now that is the politics that will follow. And those guys who are in leadership, who are even warming up to DCP or Gachagua, are now saying, "Hey, wait a minute, wait a minute. This guy, I think, is going to beat us in 2027. Yeah, if you are not careful. So I'm going to go slow on this story of the DCP. So he has already created that fear among Gachagua supporters that indeed Mount Kenya is flippable. It is something that can go either way. So that is the impression that he wanted to create with Mbere. Now he did this. He had got, that was only plan A. Plan B bado ilikuwa last month the government announced that they will ration electricity. These elections would have gone until midnight na stima zote zizimwe Kenya mzima. Na kura bado ziibiwe na hakuna kitu tungefanya. So he is strategic, very, very strategic and lethal. But how is the opposition how well is the opposition prepared? How financially are they prepared to face the government in 2020?
Mzalendo,
That is the
mzalendo
question.
kidogo, mzalendo kidogo. Globally, oppositions have ever won. It's not that Ruto cannot be defeated. He just need a very strategic team. But there's a question which I'm asking. Is it all the time that money wins? So like between money and strategy, because sometimes as opposition, you don't have access to a lot of money. Even Raila Odinga used to try, because I don't even know where he used to get to assemble all the finances which he used in all those presidential elections. This is a time when I'm even like appreciating what Raila Odinga was doing, because like marshalling all that money every time, na unaibiwa sio mchezo. So because I don't feel like Rigathi Gachagua having the momentum of capacity to finance a presidential election. I'm not seeing it. So now we have, and I don't see how our presidential candidates as they are, Kalonzo Musyoka, Matiang'i, unless if they get some secret financials from somewhere. So and there's something which, or not, or maybe they bring Kenya on board in terms of financing. So the question which I'm asking you, between strategy and finances, which one carries the other?
Finances comes first. Even if you live in the first world, you see how Democrats are winning in terms of finance mobilization. And when you see a candidate saying that financially they are beating their opponents who are Republicans by so much, it means that they can do more adverts, they can do more outreach, they can access more people when they have more money. But what does policy drive? It drives nothing. without finances. So finances comes first so that you can reach your target. If you want to do an advertisement on TV or radio, you have to have the money first so that you can reach your people. If you want to be on a StreamYard with Njeru here, he has to pay for StreamYard so that you can reach the many viewers that you reach to and sell your agenda. So money is a factor. It is the biggest factor in politics. Then now you can drive your policy and agenda, and then form alliances that of with people who agree within the policies that you are selling. For example, progressive Democrats and Democrats. These are two different people, but they agree on certain aspects. And who is able to mobilize more capital, more finances towards the campaigns? These are the Democrats. So elections are not won by just the best vision that you have, but it is won by it is it's won by normally the number of voters that you can reach with the kind of
Mamo,
finances that you can mobilize.
that point is home. So let me drive you further. So based on that argument you have pressed, because I also want to encroach Pacho on this as well after you explain this. Based on that, do you think the united opposition has channels of mobilizing money or bringing money on board? And how can they do it? Because it looks like in Imbere, there were some deficiencies when it comes to cash. Maybe if I am asked, like for example, even though votes were stolen and the government did all the problems they caused to us, do you think we mobilize finances properly in that field? And do you think if we had enough finances, we could have caused a counter action on what the government was doing? Do you think we suffered finances in Bere?
Yes, you
At your
didn't have the money. You didn't have the money to run that campaign and counter William Ruto. It is all about money. You didn't have it, and that is the reason why you are run over by William Ruto. Look at it also this way: DP, and DCP. These are very young parties. They don't even have the political funding that parties like ODM have, or UDA. UDA has got the political funding that comes from the taxpayers, and it is done each and every year. So these political parties have got an edge over these new parties that are coming. Now, what we are asking, what this is the strategy in Jiru, that even if you don't win the presidential elections, make sure that you bring as many people in parliament so that you can change the agenda in parliament. Now, if you get the right people who cannot be compromised while they get to that house, that is another strategy that can work for the opposition. Now, how can they mobilize funds? ODM Raila Odinga, you had friends, people like Adani and all that. They used to oil his campaign. People like Soros, they fund campaigns. Chini ya Maji. There are organizations out there that fund political parties that they feel have got an agenda for the people. You only have to know who you are talking to. So if you're talking to the right people, then people like Alonso's have been in politics long enough to make friends who can finance them. People in the private sector, they know that this particular government is hurting them in a certain way. So how do they look at the politics at the end of the day? Is by supporting Kalonzo's presidency, will it make change in manufacturing industry? Will I get some tax reprieve and things like that? So there is a whole bunch of things that go on in politics, that there are people who are behind the scenes that we don't even know or we have never heard of, that finance these politicians, and they don't come out saying that mimi nimetoa bilioni moja, mimi nimetoa 50 billion or 5 billion into these campaigns. They don't, but they are strategic. They know that this guy, he has got a chance to win in this election, and he will push the agenda that we want for our growth. That is what capitalism is all about. Nyiru, umeenda?
Huyo anauliza swali na naye anapika.
Pacho, umerudi? Au sasa hujakasirika sana? Rudi sasa,
He's,
tukue kwa mjadala.
he's always like anauliza
Unajua
maswali
unajua kenye naudhi mzalendo, nilikaa na jamaa alivaa hivyo,
kwanza kuang'uona mokuongo kapo kicha kuweyo koda.
Wewe endelea bwana. Mbona Ruto hizi omba msamaha?
Kuang'uona
Wewe
mokuongo
ndio omba
nene agomos kumiani. Mosbura waya kwa chel kiting na beti nikechua uwe siasa en kisera nyakisera sena nyakilomba giweche mamit ego kaburo luti.
Sawa, wacha tuendelee sasa. Unajua shida yangu ni si kwa hizi strategies wako nayo kaa inafanya. It should work but fairly. Kenye inaudhi most, unapata kama I have a friend Yugi Salivai for hii by election through ODM. Jamaa alilazimishwa kulipa 200,000 akalipa. Akaambiwa lazima akate lifetime of membership. Akalipa sijui 25 or something like that. Na alisema ilikuja almost to 50. So ni 250. Alafu hapo nyuma wakaanza kukampeni. Jamaa alisema alihaya gari moja, sijui kuweka mafuta ni 20,000 na ulipe driver, na hiyo gari pia ulipe, na ni gari kubwa ni hizi gari kubwa LX, hizo kubwa hizo gari kubwa na konazo karibu si ngapi. Then una haya team wa kusimama hapo juu, yani wenye wako na wewe. So anasema akienda lunch peke yake, the guy was saying he was using like almost 70 to 100,000. Juu mkikaa chini mtu ameitisha kuku nina wako wengi, the whole of that team. So after doing all that, kufika kwa nomination, kumbe party had somebody in mind. So in all this time, hii time yote hii, kumbe walikuwa wanachezewa akili. Sasa kufika ile time ya nomination, ameangushwa. But si na njia lali, ameangushwa tu kiujinga. Mpaka yani unaona tu wenyewe hii nomination haijafanywa poa. So this guy ametoka. So tunauliza, why do you make these people go through all this process knowing very well inaenda kuibiwa? So hii hasira ni kama ina expand, inatoka kwa hiyo kina Ruto, sasa nikaa inaingia hapa kwa MP. Hatujui senator itakuwaje na governor, because it's like a do or die thing, something yani utakufa ndio upate. So this is where the hasira inakuja. Tunauliza jamaa, mbona tunakubali tunaeneza hiyo uvumi, alafu it's like sasa imekuwa ni vita. After this guy kuvai na nini, yeye akaenda, vitu zake zilipigwa, mpaka OC yake ilipigwa, waliharibu vitu zake, ikaenda hivyo. Then kwa vai election hiyo election tu, yani campaign tu ya kawaida, mtu anawawa, watu wawili wanawawa in broad daylight kama jua inawaka, anapigwa anawawa. And mimi najiuliza, Kasipul ni jina ya mzee, meaning their grandfather is one. Kwa watu hawawani hata kumari, they don't marry each other there, meaning they are brothers. But inafika hapo kwa nini? Because kuna siasa ingine mbaya tunaweka sahihi, yenye inakuja, yenye haina ukweli. Tukaona Tanzania imeleta shida. Tanzania imefika wakati wa election, badala watoke waende wa vote, watu wako kwa street wanawaana. Hiyo tu ndio tunasema, hey mazee, hapa lazima tuongee ukweli. juu itaenda kwa makansila. Kabuchai kuna mtu alivunjiwa nini? Sasa kansila ward si ni clan, hiyo ni clan tu kabisa, ama ni village? Tunahitaji hawa watu. Can you imagine in a ward sasa watu wanaoana because ya nini? Bado tunakataa hii story kusema mazee, hii election lazima tukae chini wote na tuongee with one voice. Kama tunajua sio hiyo kitu halali, tuambie watu tokaneni kwa hii kitu, because at the end of it all inaleta mauaji, watu wanakufa, inaleta sira kwa watu. Can you imagine mtu ametumia around 50 million alafu ana nini, yeye amekampaign, amefanya everything na anaambiwa ana won, alafu anashotchenjiwa, hiyo sinaleta sira. So hiyo ndio tulikuwa tunasema inaudhi, tusi hatuwezi kaa chini tuongee.
Kweli Pacho, unajua unasema hivyo, kuna mjamaa alitumia 250 million kwa hizi nominations za ODM, na watu wengi sana wajui hii nomination ya ODM inafanywa namna gani. Hata ukiuliza watu hapa watakwambia hiyo uibiwa tu, but how do they steal it? Pacho, nikikuuliza unajua vile, and I'm not trying to test your mind or to test your knowledge. Do you have an idea of vile hiyo kura uibiwa ya nominations za ODM? Just a rough idea tu, yani your imagination inaibiwa namna gani?
Si ndio nakwambia hii venye iliibiwa. Huyu jamaa waliagree wakaleta maguns, and then wakakuja wale maguns walitolewa kwa constituency nyingine, si hata hapo Uyugis. So walikuwa wanakuja mahali kura imepigwa, wana staff ballot stuffing, na wanakuja na probox, wana staff hizo ballot, na wenye wako around hiyo era wanapigwa na mnatoroka.
Sasa sikia, hiyo ni sasa physical aspect of it. Na kabla ifike hapo, unaona pale wana staff hizo ballot ni mali ya stronghold ya huyo jamaa. Now kabla uende nomination by elections ya ODM, kuna ile register au tumia. Kuna mara mingi hao wanasema watatumia registered members of the party at the ones who are going to participate in the by election. Umeshawaisikia hiyo?
We did it.
Hiyo many times. Now in that that is a rigging message. Yeah. So ule candidate, they have decided Pacho is the one who is going to get the ticket. Mzalendo is also in the ballot. We have Eric also on the ballot, wanting to get this ODM certificate or nomination papers. Hii certificate yao ya ODM, juu ukipata hiyo in Luo Nyanza you are 60% in. So washajua huyu candidate, washatoa pesa mingi sana. This is our candidate. Then the rest of you, you are told, okay, we will have a free and fair nomination process. Mnataka ikuwe aje? Pacho anasema I want it to be free and fair. Nani Eric pia I want it to be free and fair. Good. Okay, fine. Now me ule wame decide kuwa candidates. I go with my agents. I've got 4-6 agents wale wanaenda kuni mania polling station. Now portal ya ODM ya elections ya Kasipul iko na all the registered voters pale. They are given the password. By the time wako pale Uyugis, wako tuseme, by the time wako Uyugis town na wana drive kufika Agoro Sare polling center, one of the agents has already voted 1,000 people using his phone. Wale wako wale hawako wameshawapigia kura. Ile kitu unaona pale ni formality. Ile kura itasomwa ni hii ya simu. Unaona?
Lakini
ile ya kuhesabiwa 1 2 3 4 sijui nini hiyo tu ni formality.
Yeah, lakini
ile kura itasomwa ni pale ya simu. So already that election is rigged. But why, the big question is, why do you subject people to, yeah,
lakini tuenda back ile question ya Njiru, because it was very important between money and strategy, where you said it's money, and I think you are I think that's why Pacho also went deep to siende hiyo ya Kasipul sana. I want also to remind Nani so that you can also help answer his question well. When Ken Okoth died in Kibra, we had a very unique situation. I know you remember that, whereby Ruto did what he ought to have done, got the best candidate, did his homework, and he had both strategy and money, but he failed terribly. Can you tell Njir why Ruto failed terribly and how ODM gathered its votes and strategy prevailed money?
A good question. The unique scenario in Kibra after Ken Okoth died.
Yeah.
We had the brother who was coming in and also trying to get the nominations for ODM, but he was not the choice for the party, so they gave it to the teacher called Orero. But how did ODM guard its vote? Now wale Wajaluo pale kuna hao ndio wale Wajaluo kung'oa reli wale Wajaluo kung'oa reli. Na remember Ruto was in government, he had all the machineries, walijaribu chochote vile, but pale kura ikipigwa, majority of the residents in that particular area ni Wajaluo, tuseme almost 70% the people who will cast the vote in that slum area, forget about the environment, the people who will cast their vote in Kibra slums are Luos. And you know Luos and voting, and Luos and how they carry themselves and how they can guard their vote. This is what Kikuyus lack. They don't have that. If Kikuyus had got the mentality ya wale Wajaluo, then Mbere would have been something different. But ile mentality ya Wajaka wako nayo pale Kibra, hawezi iba hiyo kura virahisi, hawezi hata kama niwe nani. First of all, majority of the people who will be agents in that particular area ni Wajaluo wote. They speak one language. And when you come there with any finance, and remember, Baba had got this cultish following. I think most of the opposition leaders have not reached the level Baba built these alliances with the people. He had been there for the longest time, so you cannot compare what happened what is happening to Gachagua with what Baba has built for so many years, over 20 years in politics. He has built a strong grassroots support and alliance, and you know that very well. Even in your own area where you come from, you will find that he knows the muzee ule yuko pale wa kijiji who will tell him that this is what is happening. Na huyu ndiye anatusumbua hapa, they deal with the person who is disturbed, ule anasumbua sana. By the time they reach the polls, then the whole situation, they have dealt with the bad elements that zingewasumbua kwa elections. So kura zinachungwa, zinaweza chungwa na hata mtu 100 kwa polling center ama mtu 200. Na uzuri ni wale wanajitolea, si watu wanalipwa pesa, wanajitolea, wale walikuwa wanajitolea. So the situation of yesterday and the situation of today, sometimes they have similarities, but most of the time things are now changing. Goons, you have to pay them.
So that's
Ukitaka
what Zanenda was saying. In as much as there will be money and finances, that is not all that you need. Ruto had everything it takes. Remember, even the people that were actually campaigning, he even made Eliud Owalo come on his side. He bought people. He did all these things. Wakina Mudavadi were on his side.
Hata Mariga alikuwa na pesa. Mariga alikuwa na pesa.
Mariga himself had money, but they ended up, because it was a single constituency, loyalty, fidelity, faithfulness, the people that believed, people like Simbarati, went outright and guarded the votes. Remember how they truly guarded those votes, because they understood and they said in the bedroom ya baba uwezi ingia mpaka
na pale watu wanaongea Kijaluo.
Yeah,
na iko Nairobi.
So I wanted to remind Njiru, because Njiru was asked a question because he can't believe how this happened. Okay, so he's still in a political amnesia that he's still in a deep slump I cannot understand. which I can understand. But Njiru, even if it were to be money was poured there at billions and billions and billions, in the end of the day, there was a way that that should have been averted. Yes, Mzalendo saying money is more important, and it is true, but they work together, both of them. And at some point, if you have a people who believe this is a do and die, the way we formed a rhetoric and a narrative at that particular time, huwezi kuja kwa bedroom ya baba. And then wengine some people even went even further to say, watu walishaingia bedroom, sasa wanataka kulala kwa kitanda ya baba. Unaelewa? So it was do and die. Unaelewa? So I don't believe kuwa money alone, even if Ruto were to buy, it can succeed to buy everything and everybody. At some point, you know, money can become user. Mariga had a lot of money. And I remember even Uhuru making a joke after the election. Mimi nilikuwa nataka iendelee kwa sababu kuna mtu hata alinipigia simu akaniambia wamekula vizuri hii wakati wote, which means money was really poured. And obviously, who poured that money? It was Ruto, because Ruto also was dealing with the perspective of 2022, and he really wanted to make an edge and show that he can give us a run of his money, but also is a shrewd campaigner. Unaelewa? But we were able to stop him at that particular time. Now, the question is, what's the difference? Okay, and what should we learn with money and strategy? And that is where maybe now hapo Mzalendo na Ayaga probably wewe huwezi tusaidia hapo, kwa sababu wewe naona huko umeanza tu kuangalia mashule za Mbeere.
Okay. What? Hi, Mzalendo. Long time, brother. I'm happy to see you. So, me, I can add sympathy, and you know, election is perception. Even the turnout that you see even in the comments, somebody is telling you now you are lying and broadly, Luos do not vote, because those are the things they have been fed with for a very long time. And those are the notions that we must categorically tell some of our brothers from Mount Kenya. Me, you know, if I say, where I come from, we used to vote. In fact, we used to see that those Kifaru, very combated policemen, and even tear gas, 4 or 5. That is what make people go to vote. So if Mount Kenya, they have just seen Kifaru, that was just passing, heading to Isiolo, and then they don't want to go and vote. You see, there is now, we live in the same country, but we are different, like the bad, the warm, the cold-blooded and warm-blooded animals. So there are things that when we are discussing in this nation as a country, we must be very candid with our reasoning. Election malpractice is something that nobody anywhere around the world, anywhere should praise it. But election is not a one-day event like some people want to make us believe, that on that election day, some Kifaru passed when they were heading to Isiolo barracks. So you see things, those are the things that scare people. No, election is a process. Even you had Pacho, he's saying a friend of his was paid a live member, paid a nomination fee in ODM, and at the end of the day, in our ODM, there is a democracy that is called Tingobat. The person's hand will be carried up, and you know it is over for you as a other candidate who have invested. And that emotional investment, if it is not managed properly, it always costs the candidate that will be leading that party or coalition. And those are the things that if we are trying to pump into the head of some people from Berry, that, my friend, you lost by 400 votes. A candidate that was your candidate from the popular party in Mount Kenya, which is DCP, got 2,000 votes. Yeah. Mbui. If you had that with the votes you got, you win. In fact, you win. This election, you win it. But who was announced? Those are the small things that do not matter, but matters when the election is declared. That make some people goes mad. And you know, it is a process. So we will not only look what happened on election day, because you know it was not a holiday. Some Kifarus must pass going to Isiolo, or must pass going to somewhere, passing through Embu town. So I think this, even guarding of votes, that election, that electoral unit was very small. If Gachagua was organized very well, the united opposition in Mount Kenya, if they were very organized, like Matiang'i did well in Kisii, yeah. Matiang'i did well in Kisii, and you must just agree he did well. Angelala angeachia ati wacha watu wapige kura ati IBC will be fair. We want to behave as if we have not been in this country before. Angeoshwa, the UDA candidate, could have won that election. So let us be so open-minded and accept sometimes as people. I know some of our friends invested in these elections. Maybe you invest too much. And I also love a point where even if you invest on a candidate, please listen to different opinion. Alex, I think you are the one who was here. I told you, my brother, you people will lose. You told me you are in DCP. And remember, by that time, the DCP still had a candidate when I spoke to you. So they withdrew their candidate later in favor of DP. And I came here and I told you, even that one of DP will still lose that election. If they are not careful, if they don't do this, if they don't do that, the things some people from Bere are calling garbages, if they don't do those small things heading to election, you only come with the people who are praise worshipping you. Sometimes you find yourself in a situation where Karis was the popular candidate. He has been elected there as a MCA 2 or 3 years. So in terms of groundwork, that guy was the best. But the problem, even if Ruto contributed, the problem also starts in its coalition called United Opposition. That must be accepted. You cannot only see the problem of combat police, armored vehicles and other things, and maybe an incident that take place in one polling station where somebody slapped or somebody chaos in a one polling station cannot tilt it so much. Even if yes, it can tilt it because election was tight. Number one, the people from Bere doesn't even want to agree that the election was tight. It was a tight race. So for them, they had a landslide majority. They didn't see it coming. But obvious, that is now the perception, Mr. Alex, that is now going on the ground, that Ruto can get 50%. And I'm telling you, another by-election will be occasioned in Mount Kenya West. How the Gachagua side will manage that by next year or a quarter of next year, around April, May, there will be another election. Take it to the bank, not by death. There is election that is going to be coached there. Somebody is going to be appointed. And so if he's beaten there, or if Ruto managed to get 40 or 30% again from that election, Ruto is going to go to Mount Kenya very boldly, very powerfully. And number two, we must agree, Gachagua, when he was a deputy, he touched the untouchable in Mount Kenya. And we must accept. And those things are haunting him. Remember when they enter, and then there was a maandamano ile ya 20, ile ya sufuria ya kichwa. You remember how they misbehave with Mama Nginas and Urus of this world and Northland stories, and the people, the oligarchies in Mount Kenya fear him and are the one who are sabotaging him. If he gets power, he can even overrun those people when you disagree. with him, because politics is about disagreement, but you don't go after somebody's property. Even Ruto cannot dare that. Even Raila Amolo Odinga's family disagreed with Moi all those years. They were kept in jail. Moi never went after Jaramogi's properties. Even Kibaki, he never went after Odinga's properties. Gachagua made a mistake, and those are the mistakes some people don't want to be told. Number two, even as recent after Baba's death, in his, I think he was talking in a certain vernacular TV station while campaigning in Berry, he still went ahead and demeaned the elected leaders in Mount Kenya, saying if only I could have had people like Sifuna, Orengo, sijui nani. Huku kwetu tuko na washenzi, tuko na watu sijui wa keki, wa bangi, sijui wa nini. So those things, they are very small in the eyes of the people, but those people will sabotage you. They will want to have you around, but they will actually try to sabotage you so that you lower your ego. So when I'm telling my brother PK, lower your ego, bro. We may be garbages, but even those garbages, sometimes they are important. Ungenisikia pengine kitambo, aunge invest kwa kari sana, uumie sahi. So sometimes just listen to the small things that some people like us are saying. Even if you disagree, but have a right to listen to us. It might help you. I rest my case, Aleki, unless you have a question.
No, I mean Njeru Maura yuko hapa pia to address, but I wanted to also bring this point that Njiru brought and then akaenda, and which I think I want us to exhaust. You see, there is something that the mountain has refused is Matiang'i's presidency, and not because he's a bad guy, because he has been brought in by Uhuru. And I think they are legit, which actually sometimes I also fear is the issue of is being fronted with people who have money. Now that Njiru has brought the issue between money and strategy, and Nani Mzalendo told us that money is more important. That's what helps the strategy to come in. Now, the question now comes in, okay? Now, the question comes in. Do you think Matiang'i was wrong to fall into path where he will first get the money to crisscross the country? Because Njiru has asked a very good question. If you remember Mzalendo, he said this in his own words, which actually shocked me. It got me off guard. He said, it is now that I'm appreciating Raila to have run over and over, you know, whether he lost or his election was, stolen, but he's appreciating that Raila was able to bankroll his campaigns over and over and over. So Njiru, in one way or the other, was asking a rhetorical question, if I understood him, that does Gachagua has the capacity to bankroll? And if he doesn't have that capacity, does he have a cash cow to fall into? Because he is wondering about that. So now, then you see Matiang'i going to Uhuru, who's single-handedly tunaweza tumia jina gani, campaigned using his own money in 2013 because there was a little bit of relaxation from other people that he might not win because they believed that Kikuyu cannot come and then Kikuyu cannot go, then Kikuyu cannot come. But Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta bankrolled his own campaign single-handedly. Tunaambiwa Mama Ngina went and took money by himself and brought it by herself and brought it. So the question is, don't you think it's a high time that Gachagua must come into realization that to field candidates in all seats in a country, he might need the goodwill of some of the financiers of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and they need to work together if indeed they want to take over.
Alex, Alex, can you listen? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
This is what Jeremiah Kioni said after the by-election. Imagine if Gachagua had won the Mbeere seat north. The decision of the people has spoken clearly. The level of entitlement, kiburi, madarao that would have emerged within the united opposition would have been unprecedented. The claim that he alone brings 6 million votes is now proven to be nothing more than a political fantasy. It is evident that he does not command the mountain, and as he has repeatedly claimed, the voters have humbled him, and as we have all witnessed, Matiang'i, whom he dismissed as lacking influence in Gusii region, has swept all the by-elections decisively. Going forward, let this serve as a lesson. Leadership requires humility, cooperation, and respect in our political landscape. No leader would imagine themselves above others. We must engage one another as equal partners in service to the nation. That is what you see here on the platform. There are people who feel that opinion yao kama sio yao but sio opinion. That is what Kioni was saying in short. And indeed, he was addressing Gachagua.
Njero Mwaura, cousin.
Yeah, habari cousin zangu. Muko tu?
Tuko salama. Leo ni
Muna
Saturday.
jampu sio?
Tuko jambo ni uji tu ya Uhuru tunakunywa.
Mimi nitarudisha tuseme kweli, opposition need more organized. All right. Sauli wakati Rigiji ali withdraw cabinet, Kalisi na huo mwingine, Kalisi alikuwa tu pale kwa kiti, alikuwa MCA. Niulize swali, huyu mwingine alikuwa anything ama alikuwa tu ana rada? Hiyo ni kwanza ni swali nijue. Sauli wangesikizana, ule yako tu MCA akae pale asikilie, asukume huyu alikuwa anaenda juu, yeye itafika yake itafika. Kalisi wangesikizana na huyu alisukuliwa na ule Kuria, Moses Kuria. Hiyo namba moja mistake. Sauli wakusikizana, na unaona wakusikizana, big mistake to you Rigiji Muturi whatever. Haya, Sauli ya tamaa, hiyo namba moja, tamaa. Sasa tena nikaona wanaenda ni kama chama. Napenda Gacheri ametoka pande hiyo, napenda Ndegwa Njiru wametoka pande hiyo, walienda kupigia chama. Hii maneno ya chama ni ikome. Wakiwa opposition wanatakana wasikane. Mimi sikuona Gacheri na ule mwingine MCA mdogo hivi mweupe na Ndegwa Njiru wakisaidia huko, na hiyo lugha inasikana. Unajua saa zingine tusikii vile wanasema hao watu wa huko. Hiyo saa zingine majina ingine tuelewi amesema nini, na Gachagua alisema nasikia, lakini lugha kidogo tu problem. Sasa hiyo kampeni yote niliona tu Gachagua na withdraw ndio anadirana kabisa na hii kutembea, hata asubuhi anaenda kwa mlango anadirana, na ndio unaona watu wengi Kenya msima, sijui Kenya wana macho ama wanafikiria ni Gachagua alikuwa anasimama pale. Hapana, walibadilisha. Watu wa Kenya wengine wako tu 2004 hata saa hii wengine half Kenya. Binki Kasagwa alikuwa amesimama pale na DCP na hapana, ali withdraw, walitagaza, walifanya watu wajue kamili, I'm not going to. It's a little bit talk. Number 2, number 3, wakati hii gazeti ilitokea, huyu mtu he have no good conduct in Kenya law. What action they did? Walifanya nini? Wako na maloya, Ndegwa Njiru wako pale, Martha Karua wako pale, Muturi. Walifanya nini? Wajue good conduct. How could you go in a parliament with no good conduct? Even job ya Wahid pale, ni lazima siku hizi uproof good conduct. Sasa akiwa hii gazeti ni nani alikuwa ametoa, ni ya fake or what? That's me, my question myself. Hii gazeti ilitolewa na nani? Na ni ukweli iko pale? Sasa ikiwa imetoka pale, huyu mtu ana na nini? Ana na good conduct. Number 4. Mtu akiwa ako na majina mbili dunia mzima, how could you win election? Which name, which one you going to use? Na wanaona na inaonyeshwa huo Ndegwa Njiru anatuambia tufanye nini? Ndio loe. Anamwambia ameenda kitchen akaangalia nini? Jina yake ni nini? Sijui Njiru, sijui Kamau, sijui whatever. Na hapa anajiita Mudede. What action he did? He is lawyer. Anaambia Wakenya wafanye nini? Nikaona huyu na baigini. Hiyo kampeni ya Rigiji na Muturi na huyo MP was so soft. Ilikuwa mzuri. MP mmoja tu ndiye alikuwa huyo, alikuwa anasaidia Kalisi. Wengine Kaseri alikuwa Kilifi. Ndegwa Njiru alikuwa anasaidia Kalonzo huko. Kalonzo amejipanga bwana. Hata tafadhali tungeruza na tumeruza tu Kilifi. Wanajua huko ni ODM ni. Tu sukumane na hii. Wangekuja wasaidie Kalisi kufanya hii campaign. Sauli hiyo lugha inasikizana pale. Waliwachia tu Rigiji ya dirani na hii. Wakaenda kwa chama. Ati Sauli ni DCP. Unaona hii opposition hii maneno iko baya. Wakiwa wanatuambia we are unit. No. I put a question mark, unit. Na wasicheze na hiyo mlima ati waseme Matiang'i atakuwa president. They have to think it twice after this. Ikiwa ni hiyo ukabila ya chama nini, they have to think it twice. Sauli, si kuona watu wa pande hiyo wanaongea kama akina Gaseri, ndikuwa tu kitabu na muona watu wanamusikiza, si kuona wakifanyia Kalisi campaign. Walienda pahali singine. Unaona? Sijui ni kama wameambiwa na hawa wazee wanatokanga na hii vibo, sijui ati ni nini. Don't let huyu Kidiki anguke. Sijui ni nini. I have a question mark kwa hiyo mess, very mess kwa hiyo campaign ya pale. Sasa nauliza wa Kenya. Saa hizi mtu anakaa huko ama mtu ako na family pande hiyo ya Meru. Aende tu aone saa wanaitiswa pesa ngapi to join saa. Unataka kuniambia Meru zote wameingia kwa saa? Huko mtu amelemewa na ile pesa wanaitiswa. Tuone kama ni pesa ngapi wanaitiswa pale. Kampeni ile wangefanya wangekuwa na point. Sio kusema Kasongo nini? Ni point. Wakumbushe wa Kenya next year January. Shule ni pesa ngapi wanaitiswa? Mtu wote ako na high school, primary school. Hata inaonekana kabisa imetolewa yote. Watakuwa wanalipa pengine 16,000, 19,000. Wakidanganywa na hii basari pengine hawa MP watakuja tu 2,000. Hiyo ingine yote watatoa wapi? Hiyo ndio point. Unapea watu point kwanza ya masomo na hospitali. Sio kusimama kusema Kasongo na nini na Kidiki whatever. That's also all rubbish. Kwa hivyo opposition hata wakiwa wameibiwa, they fail. Kampeni ikuwa vile unapewa jiko point, ashike na hiyo point. Hata akiwa anapewa pesa, atachukua pesa na akubuke, hii pesa italipa watoto shule next year. Kwa hivyo hakuna kuuza point ya Wanjiku. Kalis, yes, alifanya campaign, lakini kuko na problem na huyu kijana huyu alikuwa pale na Moses Kuria. Nasikia hiyo ndio tabu iko pale, big problem. Hata ikiwa huyu Itubi anafanya vile anafanya, lakini siku yake aabiwe 40 days thief, you never go 41. Amefanya hivi kwa Raila ameenda. Uhuru anajua hii trick, wakiwa na Ruto peke yake na huyu. Hiyo trick ni ya watu tatu, lakini ajue 40 days is going to be the end. Sasa vile tutafanya Wakenya, nimesikiza Gen Z usiku mzima vile wanajipanga. Opposition haven't talked properly to Gen Z. Gen Z wanajipanga hivi, sasa wanataka kuanza kuweka pesa wasimamishe. Hakuna mtu asa welcome Gen Z properly. Unaona? Gen Z wanaliga tuko, wanafanya vile wanataka. So, hiyo uchaguzi yes imeibiwa, lakini wako wamejipanga vizuri. Hiyo tu ndio nitasema mimi. Asante sana Jiro.
Okay, sawa sawa. I think we can meet tomorrow. Yeah, we can meet tomorrow. Thank you for the discussion tonight. Shalom.